Let's see if we are live. Yikes. Let's refresh. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. Muted. Hopefully I am. Am I muted? That'd be sad if I was. Yeah, wasn't muted. I just wasn't like talking. It's whatever. Now, yeah? Did. Okay. Covered some evil stuff today. This is true. This is actually true. I'm feeling nice today. What kind of fan art do you want in Swing Space? Let me think. Let me think, actually. Because,
there we go.
You know what? You know, if you're feeling nice today, we should, let's see. I'm trying to think, like, what you could use with your art style. I don't know. Just draw me, like, you know, you could just draw me as wholesome. Wholesome stuff happening, you know? I think that'd be fun. Hey, what's up? What's up, Damien? And stream! No, Ant. I will not. Well, who cares about this? I'm just yapping. Just yapping. But yeah, anyways. Got quite a bit to go over. Oh my god, it's Doodle Diapers. Yeah. Dude, Doodletones, right? Unironically, you guys are probably going to want to get used to seeing them now. Because if you guys remember, the last time I even went over this person was a while ago. Months ago, even. Right? So, it was like... I think it was actually like the only time I went over Doodletones as well, besides the FCK, right? Besides the FCK coverage. There was a time that they complained about on Twitter whether or not Akuma's video on them being taken down, be like, can you guys stop taking down videos? I need to show my therapist these. Right? So it's like that was like the last time I've actually even talked about this person besides FCK shit, which is like FCK. Right, it's like it was very obvious to me that they lied about like Slimmers. Like they commented under the video, they 100% knew about Slimmers being a minor. They knew about Slimmers. They were in the NSFW chat of Slimmers. It's like it's very obvious, and like honestly, Doodletones just really like rubs me off as like just a fucking liar. Like they brush off as a liar, extreme liar. Don't get Ace more art, yeah, buddy. Haven't drawn any fan art in a while. I might do that while this man of waffles. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. What's up, Leona A? Yeah, Chris at a funeral. Yeah, true. Yikes. But yeah, no, there's definitely a lot to go over. That right now, right, we're just covering the basis of the new stuff. Okay, we got a little bit of an archive video back from 2021 where they defended George Raccoon, which that's going to be what we start off with. Then we're going to go into like one of the victims like videos, and then try to like end it off with a call with Jace, which I didn't even know, right? Like I was already gonna look into Jace a little bit. I saw like Rin uploaded a call about it, and Jace seemed just like they were just white knighting for Heaton, which obviously that's stupid. And I was gonna try to get myself involved with like, you know, looking at more SCC freaks. What I didn't know is I found out that Jace was actually Doodletones' partner. That's interesting. So that wasn't really common knowledge till as of recent, and apparently that Jace kind of like knew some things about like a known predator named like V Omega. Like there's so much layers to this, and I'm not gonna lie, I've been like thinking about like looking to the Cloak and Dagger stuff, but not in this stream. It would be another stream, and I want to like get everything all settled out. And as for like the Lio calls, right? I'm gonna do that later as well, like just in a later stream. Yo, Ace, let me cook.
Does Lio always drop all the fucking tea? It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I mean, 5 hours though is fucking ridiculous, but you know, we'll get through it. We'll get through it. But yeah, no, Doodletones, right?
Let's go.
Lots of stuff to talk about with this person. Insane, actually. But you know, before we do that, this is fucking extortion. Yeah. Can we get a Godo doll for the goal for the full? Gonna go for the full Lio uploaded call. Maybe did. Maybe. But you know what? We need to address something. Ants, I think you've been on too good of a streak as of recently. And Ants, you see, I'm gonna air this out. Alright, this sucks. Okay, Ant, this sucks. Look at this.
I fucking love this song, dude.
Right now, Gamma, right? And Ants were in a stream together and did the most abhorred singing possible. Look at this garbage.
Okay. That's a real drama.
Yeah. Look at this garbage.
I love this song.
You love this song?
Yeah, hold on. I need to pull up the lyrics.
In silence through the night.
Bro.
Pull up the lyrics too.
Yeah, dude. Unprepared, horrible singing. This is garbage.
And a mountain view.
This sucks.
What I feel in my heart. But
Look.
you're so supreme.
Listen to their voice cracking. This is embarrassing. Oh, God, the music is louder than them. Dude, this is horrible. Dude, this is horrendous. And never do this again.
In my time.
Oh my God. This is horrible.
It's the way I fly to you.
Dude, listen to this garbage. Gamma is carrying. No, I'm kidding. Dude. Yeah, you're not even singing. You're just kind of like awkwardly talking. Like, what is this garbage?
That's it.
That's it?
Goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
Got
Goodbye.
some auto tune.
Dude,
It'll make it a little bit better.
this was the worst singing I've ever heard in my life. And that's why I'm going to invite both of them onto a future karaoke stream.
Oh, hell yeah.
Anyways, that out of the way. One of the most evilest DRLs I've done. This is peak. Shut up, Ant. Shut up. Okay. Now, a little bit more about Doodletones. Yeah, as you can see. Doodletones, definitely a lot to look into. I'm disappointed that Ant is British. Yeah, I'm surprised that he's, British as well, dude. Like, it really shocks me. But
Wait, Ant is British.
yeah, no, he's British, yeah. Given
Oh
Brit.
God.
Yeah. That's what we call him in our group chat, Given Brit. God. Fucking hell. Anyways. Now on to actually talking about the actual Doodletone stuff, because this is the real reason why you're here, not to hear Ant's horrendous singing. Okay? You didn't want that. You want, a person defending child grooming. Okay? That's what you guys came for. I am Mexican.
Let's fucking
Tacos.
go.
Yeah. Anyways, here we go, guys. Doodletones, can we please talk about George Raccoon re-upload? Now let's take a peek at the video, because one thing, right? What's another weird thing too, from what I know about this? Can we add the full Doodletones call to this goal? Dude, I'm not watching 5 hours today, bro. I still gotta do more groundwork. Thanks for the 2, though. But dude, fucking hell. Anyways, we're gonna go into this, because like they came to this story 2 years late, which is weird enough. But like, it's definitely a lot to get into. You definitely get a lot to get into. Well, we'll look at it though. We'll look at it.
God, this video terrifies me. Before you jump to a conclusion, please hear me out. October 6th, 2019, the slideshow commentary community was hit with a doc.
Important Google Doc and thread incoming. Trigger warning: pedophilia and grooming. Oh, Raccoon Man 900 is a pedophile. He groomed my close friend Leo, who was 16. This doc tells the whole story and provides screenshots of his behavior. Sorry, just had a roll. Then let's see. Leo's main Twitter got suspended a little while ago. He hasn't made another one, so I am publishing this in his what is this in this spread? Yes, okay. George Raccoon, a creep who targeted a minor. Stay the fuck away from him. He didn't do anything outside of okay, dude, this is so like I'm trying to like read this, but it's so tiny. Anyways, yes, George Raccoon call out. But here we go.
Posted by user Channel Gray, written by an
There's a
ex-user
bit
Lear or
of a
whatever,
delay on the
detailing
stream.
their experience
Well,
talking
maybe
with
That's
ex-commentator
okay.
George Raccoon. This experience explaining how they felt groomed by George
Let's see. Okay, so this is it. Okay, yeah.
was the first time in recent
I haven't
memory
seen
that
this
the
document.
SEC ever dealt with an expose in a typical cancel culture way. In retort, instead of defending himself, George left the internet.
Okay. I would suppose you don't want to hear from anyone right now, much less myself, but I've had some people ask me to talk to you about the recent stuff that's getting spread across Twitter. I don't quite know what happened myself. I'm mostly skimming the document outside of currently, but I'd like to hear what happened from your end. Please take your time, though. I can understand if you need to cool down first, brother. Okay, let's see if I can control plus this shit. Control minus. Okay. I deleted my YouTube account. I deleted my Twitters. I protected my Twitter because I felt people don't want to look at it. And upon my mom's request, it took down the major accounts. However, I realize now that some will see this as me running away from my responsibility. Even when some want me to withdraw from the internet entirely, or Charlie telling me to do chemical castration. I am not happy as myself for what I have caused. There's no defending myself. Please don't tell me. Like, you got told that this person said there's no defending myself, Doodletones. There's no way you're going to defend them. Come on. And there is no point in beating myself up about it, even when it's really hard not to. The intention I had in my mind between me and Leo was shared in the videos because I looked at it like I was liking them. I didn't know what was something wrong with what I was doing until it was too late. There's no going back to fixing it. What happened, happened. It's not good for me to shrug off something as big as that. Wait, hold on. Was what I did wrong? Absolutely. And I have a lot to learn from all this. I know not to share my NSFW stuff with a minor and to be a lot more considerate about how they feel when I was sending the videos stuff from about him in address. I wasn't thinking about fucking Leo or doing anything severe sexual with him. This is a part of where it's fucking it's the trickiest to word myself as I'm walking on eggshells as I'm typing this and explaining myself. Interesting. I didn't react very well after this. I first apologized to Leo. I started to feel extremely guilty of hurting them, and I made things worse by changing my vent name, bio, and anything and writing a tweet ended with goodbye. Some told me before that this could come off as manipulative, and I ended up making him feel worse doing so. Dude, okay, so right off the bat, right? This should just be pack up the bags, you get out of here, bro. Like, this person already conceded that sending NSFW to a minor is wrong. 100%, like, no shit, duh. Now, okay, they already said what they did was wrong. They already said that there's no defending themselves. Right off the bat, okay? That should be like, oh shit, okay, I'm not going to touch this with a 6-foot pole, like to even think about defending them. But then, right, what also sets me off weirdly is them talking about like it's tricky to word themselves because they're walking on eggshells. That weirds me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I wish these fucking like predators would just like fuck off and not have to make like a shitty little response.
Yeah, but
Ugh.
we're gonna see Susie Doodle be like super intellectual, and the worst part about the screenshot is that it's light mode. Anyways, moving.
Oh, that's a fucking crime.
Yep.
Sorry, go on.
Yep. Here we go.
Internet, presumably admitting to his guilt, depending on who you ask.
Depending on who you ask? What do you mean? Admitting to his guilt depending on who you ask? They literally said there's no defending themselves. The fuck you mean defending on who you ask? Anyone could look at that and read like, oh yeah, shit, okay, yeah, they admitted to what they did and said it was wrong. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean depending? Cow a bummer. What's up, Lio?
Lio in chat.
Yikes.
Lio.
Fucking hell. Anyways. Let's keep it going, though. Fuck my life.
Most people in this community, that was the end of it. George fucked off, the groomer was gone, and Leo was deemed a hero. However, I wasn't happy, because I didn't believe—
Oh. You weren't happy, Doodletones. Interesting. Now, why would you not be happy? I mean, they admitted to being a groomer. They admitted to their actions. Like, what more is there to do? This should be, like, where it ends. Like, this is where the video should end. It should end at the 41-second mark. The fuck you mean you weren't happy? Like, you... Well, let's hear it.
Believe George groomed Leo. I initially tried
Oh, you
voicing
didn't
this
believe
belief
it.
on a live stream when tensions were high and botched it all up.
Okay, she
I
didn't
put way
believe
too much—
it,
Ted.
even though the person said that. Oh
Yes.
my god, how do the ACC fucking retards think, honestly?
It's beautiful. So apparently, okay, now they're talking about like they voiced their opinion on a live stream, but like botched it up. So very curious to see how that goes. I'm very, very curious, but I wonder if they include the link, like or the clip. Let's see.
Much of an onus on Leo, who had believed they were groomed, which to everyone else looked like I was blatantly victim blaming, which was understandable. I took the
You victim blamed, bro. Bro, come on. Okay, let's hear it though. Let's hear it. Later, straight up admitted it, and dude will still try to defend them. Yeah, like what the fuck, dude? Like, God. I wonder if there's any other situation where someone perfectly admitted to their actions and people still try to defend them. Huh. Weird. Anyways, moving
Weird,
into
crazy, isn't it?
yeah. Anyways, moving into it.
the massive L and apologized for it, and then stayed silent about it publicly until fairly recently, when I started getting tired of hearing how someone who I didn't
Just for you, Shokarun, just to give you some context, this person's Doodletones, and they defended George Raccoon, a child groomer, and they were just like George literally admitted what they did and what it was like, why it was wrong, and like stuff like that. But Doodletones is still going to try to defend them. This was an archive video back in 2021 that no one noticed, and now it's being brought up to light because it's like, okay, what the fuck? You just defended child grooming. What the hell? So yeah, hopefully that catches you up to speed a little bit.
Jawcore.
believe was a groomer
Yeah.
was falsely labeled as such. So now, I finally want to talk about it when everyone else has moved on. So, content warning, I guess. It's right there in black and white. This video will heavily talk about grooming. I also want to warn for mentions of rape, manipulation, gaslighting, abuse.
Rape?
I think that's it. Right.
Interesting.
Pedophilia.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay,
Whoa,
now
whoa, wait.
So, to begin this structural disaster of a video, I guess let's break down what the accusations themselves are.
Alright, let's
Mind
hear
you,
it.
the way
Let's hear
that
it,
I'm wording
Doodletones.
these is just what the accusations are. Obviously, I'll be spending the rest of the duration of this video detailing which ones are accurate and which ones definitely needed more evidence. But with that said, the accusations are that George, who was in his 20s, led an at the time minor on
I'm not going to trust Doodle's word, I'm just going to read it. So we're going to start off by setting the stage, and I'll tell you how this all started at this point. I guess you're wondering why I, a 16-year-old, am even talking about a grown man's kinks as I know what they are. Well, I do. See, the thing is, I'm not typically allowed on my friends' NSFW accounts because, well, I'm still a minor. I do not ask for permission to access these accounts because that would be inappropriate. But my friends don't invite me to follow them because that would be even more inappropriate. But I did follow one porn account of my friends, and while George described his account as NSFW-ish, he still openly spoke about what was sexually arousing to them, which by default makes it inappropriate for minors such as myself. I will still stress that during the time I followed the account, I saw that there were other minors on it as well, but they were people I didn't know personally, so that kept me from reaching out to them. The rule of this account was he had to reach out to you and allow you on there, and he did. He reached out to me, he invited me, a 16-year-old, he actively wanted me to follow it, and if you want to be like that and tell me I should have been not on it in the first place, then fine, go ahead. I didn't know it was NSFW until I started following it, but once I saw the words NSFW-ish in the bio, I should have immediately left. I should have, but I didn't, like George himself. So I, like George himself, rationalized that it was okay, because it was only partially NSFW. We were both wrong in that. I'll take responsibility for that if I have to. Point is, in early 2019, I was allowed on his NSFW account. Okay, Doodletones. Like, if this is like 100% the case here, they literally just like were actively like seeking out minors to join like their NSFW account. There's no way you could sweep for this. There's no way. Like, I'll hear it though. Let's hear it.
on his NSFW-ish account. He would draw his friends and
Okay, hold on. Let's hear what you had to say here.
But with that said, the accusations are that George, who was in his 20s, led an at the time minor on his NSFW-ish account.
Dude, that's not... You worded that horribly. Okay, so... You said George let a minor in on the account. What that actually said is he was actively seeking out these people to give them, like, make them join. Like, not make them, but, like, have them join the account. That's not letting. It's not like they try to follow him. He was like, oh, I might as well. No, he was actively seeking out these people. What are you on about? See, this is why I'm, like, reading, like, the fucking document part, because I don't trust Doodle's words for it. Like, already disingenuous, and we're not even 2 minutes in it. Fuck my life, dude. God.
Fucking every ACC drama ever.
Yeah. Dude. Fuck me. But yeah, let's now I don't trust any more of like Doodletones reiterations of screenshots. Fucking hell. Good call on my end, I guess. Shit. When I first met George, I was 14. 2017 was the first time I met a lot of my other friends in the community I'm currently in. A lot of the community I'm currently in. And in some of my closest friends to date, meeting him happened naturally as I got familiar with the friend group. We had mutual likings for the characters Snow White and other things like Kingdom Hearts and so on. Snow White was one of my favorite Disney princesses at the time, and he shared that mindset. So it was something that we bonded on every now and again. A popular thing George used to do was that he would draw his friends and other fictional characters in Snow White dresses. I'm sure you've seen at least one or more drawings from him with that theme. And when I was 14, he came to me telling me that he was planning to draw me in one. I was excited, and I felt very honored to have someone draw something for me, especially when it came to a Snow White drawing, because I knew George was liked her and drawing those things. I really didn't think anything of it, and I was happy. Luckily, I was contacted by one of my good friends, Gwen, minutes later, and she warned me not to let him do this. She forbid George from drawing me in the dress and told him to back off immediately. What I didn't know was that the dresses were a form of kink for him, and I had no reason to doubt Gwen when she said this because she was one of my closest friends at the time, and she wouldn't cut in like this unless it had to do with my safety. I believed her, I got scared, and recent events would only prove her right. If you ask George about this, he would deny it and argue that the drawings are not sexual, it's just a hobby. And I and many others don't believe that for a second, but to me, it doesn't have to be a straight-up sexual thing, because it clearly is something he finds appealing, meaning that he's drawing minors, and in that stuff outfits still isn't okay, because he isn't appealing, and I'll explain this concept further as we continue. See, like, that's part of the issue, alright? So a screenshot of him being a groomer. See, guys, he's not a groomer. Real. Yeah, that was literally like the first DM be like, yeah, I did it. It was pretty fucked up. I'm sorry. It's like, but I'm not happy with that response. To take it up with George, bro. Like, don't take it up with everyone else. God. But no. Yeah, so who the fuck gets off to dresses? Well, yeah, this guy has a sexual attraction to Snow White, which is why the area arises of him drawing minors in the Snow White dresses as a way to give himself some satisfaction, if you will. So
normal people exist anymore.
Yeah, so it's
Sorry.
fun stuff. But fucking hell. But let's hear what Doodletones has to say. We just read that, right? As he's sexually attracted to Snow White dresses, and he tried to draw a 14-year-old and won. Let's see what Doodletones has to reiterate that as.
He was in his 20s, led an at the time minor on his NSFW-ish account. He would draw his friends, including said minor, in Snow White dresses, which were a fetish of his, send pictures.
Okay. That's a bit fair. They do address it's a fetish and that they would draw close friends. And that one of them was a minor. Okay. Not as bad as the first one. But yeah, let's see. Let's do the third document so I can do a screenshot. Some time went by and George continued sending me dress pictures, and I continued complimenting him because he was basically asking me to, and I didn't want to be rude. Then just a few weeks before everything went to shit, after this having passed and not being talked about for nearly 2 months, he said that he would still love to see me in a Snow White dress one day, because I would look very pretty in it. That scared me, but I just laughed it off and reiterated that my old dress didn't fit. And then he recommended me where I could buy one, sent me a link, said I could ask my parents for it as a Halloween gift, and said, I believe in you, don't lose hope. Dude, this guy's desperate. Holy shit. Fuck my life. Now let's hear what Doodletones' reiteration of that is.
Friends, including said minor, in Snow White dresses, which were a fetish of his, send pictures of himself wearing said dress to the minor. This was seen as him being sexual. Would constantly.
No. Yeah, okay, send pictures of himself in the Snow White dress. This was him being seen as sexual. Yeah, sure, that's part of it. But you just completely left out the part that he tried to encourage the minor to get a Snow White dress and even to try to convince their parents to get it. Dude, this is a horrible recap of this. And what's annoying about this, right, is most viewers are not gonna like read it for them. They're gonna just like take what like the person says, because some people just have like videos on for background noise. So that's why, like, if you're not going to read the screenshots, you should at least give a good faith interpretation of what's happening. They completely just left out that they were trying to actively get this minor to get a Snow White dress, and said that they would look pretty in it, and that they would like send links to sites that they can get the dress in, and like wanted their parents to buy it for them as a Halloween gift. They left that out. They let it like, come on, Doodletones.
Flashlight at that point.
So,
I know
yeah,
it's crazy to say. Just buy a flashlight.
yeah, it's so stupid, but God, I mean, then we got another Google Doc image. Let me put this into perspective for those of you that don't know me. I'm a non-binary trans mask. Yep. Something that gives me an extreme dysphoria, more than anything else, is dresses. Whenever I'm at a family reunion, I'm practically forced to wear them by my family, and I hate it. I've always spoken about this multiple times on my event that George followed me on 2 separate accounts at the time of this happening. And anyone who even remotely knows me, like George did, knows that I can't stand dresses, and they are dreadful for me to wear. What George was doing was clearly a form of objectification. George asked me to dress up as his kink, despite knowing that dresses are incredibly stressful for me, despite knowing that this dress was nearly 10 years old, and I have grown significantly since I was 7, despite knowing that I'm a minor. Okay, like, yikes. Okay. I mean, Doodletones. This seems like a transphobe claim. Come on. Come on, you should know how to handle these. Come on.
Pictures of
Yeah, come on.
himself
Doodle,
wearing
Doodle,
said
aren't you
dress to the
trans?
minor
Yeah.
You
was
gonna
seen
stick
as
up for
him
your community?
Yeah, let's hear it, Doodletones.
being sexual, would constantly pester the minor, who, should also mention at this point, was trans, into wearing said dress, which was uncomfortable for them, came back
So they acknowledge, yeah, they acknowledge the trans issue thing and like the minor. Yeah, okay. They stuck up for the transgenders. Thank you, Doodletones. Woo, woo. They just don't stick. They just
Clap that hard.
They just don't stick up for minors that get groomed. Fuck. It's so over. I beg, please. Fuck. Yeah. God. This is awesome. By the way, this video got the minors to apologize for the groomer, and when one tried to counter the video in the comments, got jumped in by the comments by others. Bro. Why are groomers such chasers? Yikes. Dude, okay, buddy. Okay.
Hey, the only thing they're chasing are minors, my guy.
Yikes. But you know what? Fuck. This one's a long one. We'll read it. Okay. Back to earlier this year, 2019, George and I were DMing a lot from his NSFW. I would say every week. I'm very bad at instigating conversations, which leads to me going for weeks without talking to some of my friends. But George always messaged me first, and I appreciated that. And it made us closer as friends. When someone reaches out to me, it means the absolute world. So we talked often, and eventually he asked me if he could draw me in the Snow White dress. I was confused.
Oh,
I didn't understand why he would even make such a suggestion after what had happened last time. Last time when we swore we wouldn't try something like that again. At this point, I wasn't in contact with Gwen after some communications that aren't exactly relevant here, so I won't bring them up. Our relationship has covered since then, though, so I couldn't message her and tell her that it was happening again. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the only reason he felt as though he could ask again was because I wasn't talking to Gwen anymore. He knew he wouldn't be called out because he knew I would never do that to him. That's just my theory, though. I didn't know what to tell him, the memory of what happened last time, how sad he was, how much it upset him to be told off. How hard he was when Gwen and I put our foot down, ran through my head. He has this habit that he himself admits to, of going to negative extremes when he's upset or depressed. He starts beating himself up in front of other people, and this was what led me to be constantly feeling that I had to forgive him. I had to let him do things that are not okay, so coercion, because otherwise he would be sad. More on that later, but to summarize, I gave him my permission to draw it because I didn't want him to go full on to self-destruct mode. And again, if you want to put the blame on me for giving consent of it being drawn after the clear warning signs the first time, then fine, do that. I'm someone who will throw myself under the bus for my friends. To me, I'm a worthless piece of garbage, and my friends are actual saints. It's always been like that, and I don't
Right.
think that's changing anytime soon. That's why I said yes the first time. The second time he drew me wearing a Snow White dress, I had no idea until he sent the image to me. He didn't ask to or let me know. He just did it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what it sounds like is just manipulation, gaslighting, or coercion, like with how they're like going into it. That's fucked, obviously. And I want to hear how Doodletones explains it.
Mentioned at this point was trans into wearing said dress, which was uncomfortable for them. Came back to doing all this stuff after being confronted about it initially. Since
That's it. Came back to doing all this stuff after being confronted. Did. You just left out all like the coercion that was being talked about. I mean, I guess pattern of behavior, sure, that's a good thing to establish, which actually would kind of fuck your point. But whatever. Fuck me. Fuck me. Commentators will
I
read
hate
60 log
people.
page of script defending a groomer, but not a screenshot. See, that's why I'm defending. Yeah, not defending. That's why I'm reading. Hold on. Someone told me to check art tab. Let me look.
Oh, yeah, please do. It's hilarious.
You feel bad for me. Dude.
Not everybody feel bad for Doodle Diapers.
No. Doodletones, no! No, how
No.
could you?
It's so Jova.
Yo, speaking of the Doodle Diapers thing, right? You know Doodletones lied about that but won't concede to it? Like, unironically. They try to make
I'm
the
so-
claim, right? Like, no, not shocking at all, right? They tried to make the
No,
claim
I'm not surprised.
that Mr. Medicare made that nickname up as a way to like victimize himself. But Doodle Diapers was actually a real name that Doodletones went by on like an old alias. Like, and Mr. Medicare just referred to them as their old alias. It wasn't like to mock their kink or anything like that. They just simply read their alias. But like Doodletones lied about it and framed it like, they're mocking my kink. How could they? I was a stupid kid. How could they? It's like, dude, what the fuck?
Ugh.
Dude.
There
Ah.
are no words.
Wow, what an awful summary, lol. Dude, yeah, Doodletones fucking sucks at that. See, this is why I can't trust them to read the screenshots. Like, I don't know. I never really trusted Doodletones, especially, like, okay. What I was, like, when I was going through, like, their FCK stuff, right? They were obviously lying about things. It was very obvious. They knew there was minors in there, and they knew that, like, they did, like, they knew Slimmers was a minor. They knew about Slimmers. That's the reason why the server even fucking existed. Okay? But the reason why they lied about it was to protect their, reputation. They lied about it so that, they wouldn't have to, like, face the consequences of doing literally nothing actually while actively knowing children are getting groomed. Like this, like, that's something they did admit to on their channel, which, speaking of which, did you know they accidentally deleted? I don't know how you
Oh
do
my
that.
God, yeah.
Yeah, like, how do you do that? how,
I mean,
how do you actually delete a whole channel? Oh, whoopsie. Oh, it's all gone. Didn't mean it. Yeah, fuck off.
I accidentally deleted my fucking first commentary channel.
Yeah,
Totally.
yeah, you see. Whoopsie, I accidentally deleted my whole YouTube account that would require me to go into studio and to go into, like, the fucking, the whole thing, okay? Like, that's a process. You don't just go, you don't fall on your keyboard and go, fuck, rats. Yeah, it's, fuck.
God, I just deleted my channel with over 100,000 subscribers. It was 100,000, right? I don't know. I didn't watch Doodletones.
Yeah, well, they were actually more like 20K. They weren't really, like, actually more 16K at this point. They weren't, like, that huge. They were, like, big for, like, being known in the community, but they weren't, like, a Titan size. But, like,
Yeah, I get you.
yeah, so it's like, fucking hell. So, yeah, Doodletones Doodletones has an established line, like, established, like, lying history, all right? A timeline of lying, if you will. They lied, whether it was, like, in the interview with Thuman, they lied whether it was in the call with Laka, they lied just about the FCK in general when pressed on it, they lied about Mr. Medicare, just like, taking the piss out of them for their kink, just because they wanted to victimize themselves. They lied. They lied about a lot of things. In fact, they still deny it, like, that they lied about, like, the Doodle Diapers things to this day, which would still be lying. They're just lying. This person's so untrustworthy, and it's the reason why I'm not going to trust them for any of these screenshots. And also, I'm going to be real, I don't really trust them that they didn't think that it was not okay for minors to be sent NSFW. Okay, I find that bullshit. I find that to be bullshit.
Breaking news, commentary channel is a liar. In other news, there's going to be a sunrise tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it's so it's like Doodle has lied about lots of things. So I'm taking this video with extreme caution with their presentation for a good reason. But yeah. Anyways, we read their last thing, right?
Videos of magic tricks to a minor.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay, we read
Doing all the
that.
stuff after being confronted about it initially. Sent
Okay. I started feeling very uncomfortable by what he was doing every time I'd open my Twitter. And see a DM from him, my blood would run cold. Even more so when he asked about my thoughts after I had tried to avoid watching the video. I did watch them all, but only because I felt pressured to. Maybe it would have been easy for you to say no, but I can't do that. I can't shut someone down like that, especially not someone like George, who practically lives by the philosophy of, don't call me out on my bullshit because I will beat myself up until you feel like a monster and drop the charges. See, this just feels more like more coercion. He had done this multiple times. Looking back on it now, I could really only describe it as him forcing his kink on me. We'll talk about his motivations another time, but this is what he was doing. His interest in magic was a hobby he enjoyed talking about, and he was super passionate about it, yes. But on top of that, it was also his kink. I wasn't trying to lead him on by saying it was cool. I was just saying, I just didn't want it to seem disinterested when he was so into it. Then, one day, he just hit me up and told me he'd made a drawing without my knowledge or permission. He had drawn my OC, Leo, acting out the Dakota chair trick. This image has been lost due to George removing these accounts, but I do have screenshots of him admitting to doing it. Now, because I am AFAB, Leo has a feminine appearance. It's simply the way I look in real life, so naturally, my OC would have a similar appearance, and considering George disregarded how dresses make me uncomfortable because I'm trans and go by he, him, I'm not saying Leo's appearance had anything to do with it, but it was really, what is it really unreasonable to assume that? Either way, he still drew me, a 16-year-old acting out the thing he said he found sexually aroused. How he was, what is it? He would show me finishing underneath a cloth. Okay. In the very same act, he started to be a kink into this.
I need more beer.
Yeah. Fuck me. Okay, let's do what we always do now. Let's hear Doodletones' iteration of this.
for them. Came back to doing all the stuff after being confronted
I think I
about it
skipped back
initially.
twice.
Sent videos of magic tricks to a minor, magic tricks being another fetish of his. After
I guess that's a little bit of a fair explanation. Okay. So yeah, he's really into magic. Alright, George Raccoon's sexually into magic. Fucking hell.
That's crazy.
Fucking hell. Yeah. How are you sexually attracted to magic? Oh.
But those cars just make me act up, bro. I can't help it.
Yeah, when they pulled the body out of the hat, I was like, I lost it. I gooned. Like, I don't know. Like, like I don't know. It's just weird. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm too pure for the internet right now. But yeah.
Fuck off. You're about as pure as fucking Nigerian water.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. But let's see, like, what this next document... How many times is this just gonna be documents, like, pages of just, like, really quick... Like, whatever. We'll see it. Alright, we'll see it. I was up half fucking night. Alright? I don't know what that means, actually. There was no calming me down. And I want to say it took, like, 3 hours of start talking to my friends and having people contact me left and right before I started to relax. I'm emotionally unstable, and I could not stop blaming myself. Because of course not. George made sure of that, saying, "Don't feel bad. Doesn't mean shit when you're comparing yourself to the scum of humanity in front of someone. But like I said, my friends were there, and I occupied myself as best as I could while I was sobbing amidst from the darkness. I really have them to thank for me eventually collecting myself. Had I not had these people with me that night, I don't know what would have happened. At this point, I was beyond exhausted, and I could barely keep my eyes open. My head hurt, my body hurt, just about everything was, terrible. But I was calm. I was sad and hurt and tired, but I was breathing fine, and my heartbeat wasn't racing anymore. So I decided to get ready for bed. It was late. I was miserable, and I would cry myself to sleep, but I still needed rest.
Hello,
What's up? What's up, Ant?
Uh,
Dude,
Hi.
hi, I'm still reading Doodle Duck. All right,
Oh,
it's gonna be the whole stream, buddy. Okay.
You're disgusting.
I-
Ew.
You know how much of this stuff that's out that I have to get through?
I don't know, but I don't really care.
Okay, you don't
I
care
don't.
about child
I'm gonna be
grooming
real.
anyways, yeah.
No, I don't. No, I don't particularly
Anyways,
care about this topic.
anyways,
I think it's gay.
anyways.
I think you should cover something much better, like how popular MMOs got arrested for being a drunk
Okay,
little
buddy. Anyways, so I just decided to
Fucking love time.
yeah, get ready for bed. It was late. I was miserable and would probably cry myself to sleep. But I still needed rest. I left my phone in my bed and went to the bathroom to prepare to go to sleep. I even tweeted that I was going to bed and that I couldn't take any more of this tonight. 20 minutes later, I returned to the barrage of messages from George. He was in my DMs at 4 in the morning, having a fucking meltdown. He said he told me not to feel guilty, that he wrote these things because he felt bad and needed to be away, that I shouldn't hurt myself, that I'm not an asshole, that I had the night to let him know things were bad, but that the last thing he wanted to see was me in pain. Okay, you know what? You need to stop. You don't fucking do this. You don't. You don't DM a teenager in the middle of the night and spam them with messages, even if they're awake, even if it's nice or kind or I don't give a fuck. Especially not when you know they're having a panic attack and are recovering from one, which George clearly did. And yeah, what's up?
Apparently being raided by Raven.
Oh, thanks, Raven.
Hello, Raven.
Yeah, don't say bad, Dad. Raven tried her hardest. Okay. Anyways, yeah, even if they're awake, yeah, I read that. Especially read that, which George clearly did. And the argument was that it was only evening for George. Doesn't work because everyone in my friend group knows that I'm from Sweden and my time zone vastly differs from theirs. George fucking knew that. Okay. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, what's up, Goat? Yeah, we're going over diapers, I guess. Evil. But yeah, continue. We'll continue. Actually, hold on. Just checking. Yeah, okay, we're good. Just making sure. And now we gotta hear Doodletones' reiteration of that.
Sent videos of magic tricks to a minor, magic tricks being another fetish of his.
Hello,
After Leo broke off the
Dallas.
friendship with George, he had blown up in their DMs with a lot of concerning self-destructive messages,
Yikes.
and
Yikes. Okay, fair iteration. Just so far,
ruining your stream.
yeah, timing you out, buddy. And then you can go back and you can have fun and like the little live stream chat mogged. Anyways, mogged. Okay. But yeah, so yeah, fair iteration. Bombarded their DMs late at night. But yeah. Anyways. Reading this next one. He said that he didn't know that was an issue. He'd already admitted he messed up, and then he asked me what he could do to make it up to me, aside from not grooming me again. And I just, what? Listen, the fuck? You can't. You cannot make it up to me. Not after you guilt-tripped me and you blew up my DMs in the middle of the night after I tweeted it. How are you going to say the word grooming, and how can you make things better in the same sentence and not realize that, no, you can't? Grooming isn't a mess-up. Why is that so hard for you to understand? Wait, so am I to believe that George Raccoon genuinely said, what can I do to make it up to you besides grooming you again? Like, not grooming you again? Does that kind of implies that they're going to do it again. Like, I don't know, like, what the fuck? I want to hear Doodle iteration of that. Let's hear
George, he had blown up in their DMs with a lot of concerning self-destructive messages, and blatantly admitted to grooming Leo. Wow, these accusations seem...
Blatantly admitted to grooming Leo. Okay, Doodletones. So yeah, they literally admitted to grooming. It would be a shame if he defended their actions of this self-admitted groomer. Now, would it?
Oh wait,
Bro. This, God, this is so stupid, bro. Like, what the hell? Aside from not grooming again, like, yeah, what the fuck? Dude, who says that? I can only see that being said like in a joking context, but like they said it in a genuinely dead serious context. Like, bro. Yes.
Oh,
And Doodletones is doing that smug voice. Like, I'll replay it for you guys. They're doing that smug voice after like reading this, being like, "Oh wow, these are some bad accusations." Yeah, let's hear it, buddy. Let's hear it.
yeah, buddy,
messages,
Yeah.
and blatantly admitted to grooming Leo. Wow, these accusations seem rather damning, right? It's cut and dry.
It's cut and
That should be
dry.
the end of it. Video over. George groomed Leo. Roll
Dude.
credits. Except this is
You did not just unironically say roll credits. oh, George groomed Leo. Roll credits. Anyways, see ya.
What the fuck do you mean I tried my best?
Yeah, I said that you did good
Hello, Raven.
I did good on what?
on rating.
Oh.
Yeah, don't come in your press and know nothing. Come on, buddy. You're better than this. You're better than this, Raven. You're
Am
better.
I?
been this Raven.
Yeah,
Am I?
yeah. We're talking about a Doodletones defending a child groomer.
No shit.
Yeah. Dude, what I didn't know before this though is that apparently the groomer actually said to the kids, like, "What can I do to make it up to you besides, not grooming you again?" Anyways, I'm not really satisfied with them being a groomer. Like, yeah, Doodletones. That's so stupid. Roll credits, bro.
Damn Diaper-Doodles.
Dude.
Damn Diaper-Doodles.
Roll credits. What was Doodletones like a Citizens fan? Like,
Oh my lord.
it's like, here we go, isolating the minor. Ding. Fucking sending them NSFW. Ding. Manipulating, gaslighting, coercion. Ding, ding, ding. Roll credits. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? Fuck.
You win 12 Turkish lira.
God. But yeah,
Ari, where have you been though?
alive.
I have a full-time job, so I don't really do commentary.
Fucking hell. But
Imagine being employed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I gotta watch.
I get fucking racks off of YouTube.
I gotta watch more of this video, dude. You guys are being groomer gays. So yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Anyways, continue the video.
No, we're not. We're not gonna brush over that.
You know what? Just like Doodletones, I will. Okay.
Oh my
Just.
lord.
Anyways, I'm gonna continue this.
So jar-coded.
I love how like they said like they groomed it, video over, it's done. Except, I love when they say except.
This is when I scream in frustration at how quickly people were to believe these accusations, especially in 2019, a year
Yeah, that's crazy that people were quick to believe accusations of someone admitting to being a groomer. That's insane.
I know, crazy.
Ace is so jar coded, so real, Ari.
Fucking hell, dude, this is evil. This is actually fucking evil. Okay, I'm gonna continue it.
after the Spock theory situation happened.
The lion
So,
doesn't
let's go over what
concern
is-
himself with employment.
You did
How
not.
did Amos just DM you?
Nothing. But dude, you did not just compare George Raccoon sexualizing minors and drawing them in Snow White dresses because they love that little like thing for their kink and having over a 4-year age gap to fucking Spockter. Okay? You did not just compare that for the Spockter theory situation.
Okay.
Anyways, goodbye,
I'm
chat.
gonna
See you, Raven. But yeah.
Spock had child porn.
Yeah, it's like Spockter, right? It's like, yeah, it's like you did not compare it to that. Dude, like those situations are very, very different. All right, very, very different. And in fact,
Yep.
a lot of people actually think Spockter is guilty. All right, I haven't like looked into it fully. Besides the isolated case, I haven't looked into the aftermath of it. But like, yeah, I mean, like I think Spockter's case was they were 16, they were a 13-year-old, they saved an image and forgot that they had it on their hard drive when they were 18. So it's like, I don't know, that get putting a label on that is a little iffy. But I know some people are like more concerned because the aftermath of it, which I did not keep up with because Spockter was before my time in this community. So I don't know, and I don't really see him ever coming back. I would look into it more if he was like relevant in the discussion, but like it's already been kind of aired out and done. But that is crazy to compare that to like this. Like, come on, dude. Fuck me. Fuck.
I just want to say that Netherlands is correct. I always carry the Ace-based streams. I'm always buying.
Anyways, I just lost all my viewers with Raven here, but now they're back. They're back. Anyways, let's get back into the video, shall we? But yeah, here we go.
Isn't true within this document, starting with something that is objectively true, because I do want to go into this as unbiased as humanly possible.
Unbiased?
I won't be able to go into it fully unbiased, of course, but
Oh, you won't. You already admitted they have a bias. Dude, I mean, it was obvious you had a bias when they literally said to you that they groomed someone. It's like, I don't think so. Like, come on, dude. It's, fuck me. I know I'm pausing it every few seconds, but this is first time watching. I'm raw watching.
It's fair because the amount of brain rot is fucking unbelievable. Like I feel like I'm getting drunk off of listening to this shit because it's so confusing.
Yeah, fucking hell. The Spoctor theory situation she's referring to is the original fake ones that tried to pin him as a groomer, not the later ones of CP. I guess that would make a bit more sense in context as to why they brought up Spoctor in this regard, because a lot of people don't even like Spoctor and think he's fully guilty anyways. So that'd be weird if you were trying to defend someone and to bring up someone that no one likes. But yeah. Anyways, yo, what's up, Rashan? The lack of bias doesn't exist. Yeah. Anyways, here we go. Continuing this.
You know, I'll give it a fair chance. George did let Leo onto his NSFW-ish account. So,
Okay.
to elaborate, as someone who also followed that account at the time, George had a specific account where he could share more adult themes to his friends who were more comfortable with it. There wasn't anything necessarily explicit ever posted on there, I want to assure you, and this was detailed out the gate for anyone who followed that account, as the pinned tweet had this image directly.
Okay, let's look at this. Hello and welcome to my NSFW-ish account. If you follow this account, then you have my trust. In this account, I talk about things I don't normally talk about or share in any circumstances. As such, here are some ground rules. Porn and nudity will not be retweeted on here since I have no reaction to that. Them's the breaks, I'm afraid. Bunny suits are a fetish of mine, and it pleases me a lot. 3. Magic trick and illusions, oddly enough, are a kink of mine, especially when it's a girl disappearing under a cloth. For the record, magic is something I hope to achieve in the future. Yeah, buddy? Snow White's drawings are plentiful here, although it is not a kink of mine. I just like doing them. Yeah? Do not leak anything here unless I say it's okay. Okay. Just refer to me as Komiko when replying. This is all for now. Let the magic show begin, George Raccoon. Dead. Glass Raven also carries the stream.
I had
Fuck
to
you.
grab another drink but halfway through that.
Thanks. Thanks for the 2, Raven. But God. Okay, I don't get the point of calling it an NSFW-ish account. It's either NSFW is on the account or not. That there's no gray area to this, okay? Let's be real, okay? Come on. But I already don't like Doodletones' framing of this because it's very different from the document. It's very different because, keep in mind, right, something that we have to keep in the back of our heads, because Doodletones unironically feels like they try to sweep for it since they didn't describe it properly, right? To even be on this Twitter account, right, it already kind of shows here, you have gained this person's trust, okay? And you're not allowed to leak anything. But this person actively seeks people to join it themselves, okay? That means you can't just, ask to join it, right? You can't just go there. He has to find you. George Raccoon comes to you. And that's an important detail I feel like Doodletones is leaving out. Because that means he came to the miners. The miners didn't, stumble upon them. No, he went to the miners.
On the game.
Yeah, fucking hell. But yeah, fucking hell. But yeah. It's very disingenuous, and I don't like that from Doodletones. But yeah, let's get into it.
Connect to it. You may be noticing some other things on here that'll.
Thank you for the 2. I don't know what that. I don't know what you're trying to say here. Yeah. 166 at. Yeah, buddy. Anyways.
Yeah.
Continuing.
Revolutionary.
It'll be important later, and don't worry, we'll come back to them. The important.
Oh, I know what they said. Okay, it just took me a minute. Thanks, Netherless. Thanks, Netherless. Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Part of this image at the moment, though, is rule number 1. Porn and nudity will not be retweeted on here. So nothing that George shared directly was NSFW. So in that sense, he was fine.
No.
However,
Just because it's not porn doesn't mean it's not NSFW, okay? That's not how that works. NSFW just stands for not safe for work. It's pretty vague. It actually can include a multitude of things, whether it's gore or just, literally anything that's just not safe for work. So it doesn't have to be pornography. However, that's usually the common thing it's referred to with when we are talking about NSFW. And suggestive could also count in that category, suggestive content. Really, yeah, because, hey, it's not exactly pornography, but it's suggestive. So
don't show it to minors.
Yeah, and you're just ruling that out for no reason. But, yeah, fucking hell.
considering that he did label it as NSFW-ish, that's still arguably not exactly okay, and as someone who's
Oh,
kept in
fuck,
touch
it's
with
good.
him for all this time, yes,
Yikes.
even he acknowledges in hindsight this was not okay. So sure,
So it's okay because he says it's not okay. 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 Yeah, we moved on. Yeah. Lovely. Yay.
in that sense, George was irresponsible. Not to the extent he should be ostracized and crucified for it, personally, I'd argue, but definitely should have been informed that this
I
was
see.
not okay. So, with
Yikes.
that out of the way, I would also like to confirm something else explained in Leo's document, being that George did have a habit of self-destructing at the time, and I think just about everyone who was friends with him at the time had told him that this was a problem at some point. So, him
So you confirmed it. Okay. So yeah. So you just basically single-handedly, Doodletones, confirmed all the coercion claims. Like that this person coerced minors into doing things. You unironically just confirmed that by just admitting that. Dude. And then we got this. I already said on this before, but I seriously apologize for everything. I acted out with my own emotions, beating myself up and bringing it over here. And I ended up hurting you in the process. Sometimes whenever I feel depressed or upset, my own mind goes to heavy extremes with negativity and it gets clouded with bad ideas. Even after we talked it out yesterday about the UFO account and how I wouldn't send you any more magic videos. I feel responsible for affecting you so much to the point
going in
where my mind I don't know. It's just, it doesn't really finish there.
the Leo's DMs in the screenshots we do see towards the end of the document are kinda on brand. This is also
On
something
brand?
I'd argue shouldn't be a huge strike against George, though, as we don't
No. It should be because it could be used against as a point for coercion. All right, like they're weaponizing it for coercion. Doodletones, come on, you got this. You're almost there.
see him doing it maliciously in the screenshots we get. In fact, everything that George says in those screenshots are
Oh my god. Okay, let's read the
maliciously in the
screenshots.
screenshots we get. In fact,
So even after here's the rest of the DM. Even after we talked it out yesterday about the UFO account and how I wouldn't send you any more magic videos, I felt responsible for affecting you so much, to the point where my mind was all negativity. The last thing I would do is not be aware of my own mistakes and how they happened. I shouldn't have put you on that scenario to begin with. I don't like hurting you. I would not tell people that you are an asshole for simply telling me something I needed to know.
everything that George says in those
I feel like I needed a break as well since yesterday. Hopefully, when the time arrives, everything will be much better for the both of us. Since I'm probably going to be tweeting on this account about how I'm feeling, and maybe you on yours, perhaps we should unfollow each other too for the time being. I agree. See you next time. Yes, goodbye.
screenshots are evidence more
Okay.
Oh, this is so dramatic.
Yikes. In the end, want to share stuff with me? You're my friend, and I love you, and I just want to set the record straight. You deserve that much. Oh, I'm very sorry. I won't do it anymore. It was not my intent to make you feel uncomfortable, and I apologize for that. I understand that you were respecting my decision.
against
Okay.
the idea that he was doing it to be purposely manipulative, as his messages
Okay. You're welcome, Leo. Hugs. I think I may just step away right now. I feel terrible for all I did to you, and I did stay away. Don't feel guilt, just to be clear. Okay. No.
say that he fucked up, and that Leo
Okay. Don't do this to yourself. The last thing I would want to see you is in pain. You wanted to look out for me. You're not in the wrong for that. I'm sorry I made you panic. You didn't make me leave. I made myself leave. I messed up. Please don't feel bad. I'm
shouldn't
sorry.
feel bad or concerned about anything he was saying, trying to
I can't say I know your intentions were, but sincerely, I want to believe it wasn't something bad. That said, I don't know if we should be talking, at least not for a while. A break would probably be optimal right now. I don't know how long, but just like some time apart. I understand I broke a friendship and I severely hurt this one. I feel like I needed a break as well since yesterday.
reassure Leo that they can move on.
I mean, okay. Obviously, in the moment of like emotions, people are going to act a bit different. Okay. If someone's clearly like having a panic attack or like, having moments where they beat themselves up and like, could get the extreme thoughts, you're not going to be a fucking dickhead in their DMs. All right. Especially if they're your friend. You're going to have a way more good faith than normal. If they change their perception because they stopped being friends and started realizing the pattern of behaviors, that's actually more common than you think. So it's like, they could have been good faith and more understanding considering that they were friends and more willing to like keep a friendship and, right, like try to do things to work on it. However, once you spend time away from that friendship, they start to realize, oh shit, This person wasn't even a good friend. They sucked. They were actually horrible to me. What the fuck? And that realization really only hits when you're out of the moment. So I'm not really gonna blame the person here for having like a difference in energy with the document and how they were in DMs. That's ridiculous. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'll keep it playing.
But did George have any reason to feel as such? Well, this is why this video exists, because I plan to make the argument that no, I don't think he should. Now, mind you, I'm not an expert. I should get that out of the gate. I'm merely giving my thoughts and feelings on this 2-year-old situation and why I disagreed with the common consensus. Whether or not you think I'm right or wrong by the end of it is entirely up to you. If your mind's made up, it's made up. I won't fight you on it. And as such, I want to stress...
Okay, so what's even the point of making this video then? Like, if everyone's like, if you're not like doing it to convince people that disagree with you, then what the fuck's the point? Genuinely, like that comment's so gay. It's like, I won't fight you on it if you disagree. If your mind's made up, then yeah, it's made up. Yeah, I get it. What's the point? Genuinely, like,
Yeah.
what was the purpose of this? This was 2 years old. You decided to randomly come in here, defend a child groomer for what? For what? Like, not even to convince people.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not like you're gonna get views for it or anything.
God, but yeah, I'll keep it going.
To not go out and harass the individuals involved in this situation, especially given what I have to say about the situation by the end of it all. 1, because, yeah, this drama is about 2 years old and most everyone has moved on. 2, nobody, no matter how heinous their actions are, deserves harassment, contrary to the popular belief.
Interesting.
And 3, because
Interesting.
Very-
Nobody
very
deserves
interesting.
harassment. Nobody deserves harassment. So, what was that you and your friends were doing to Akumu during the FCK? Just kind of curious. Just interesting.
Double standard. He's crazy.
Yeah, it's just really interesting.
Also, hello again, Raven.
Yeah, what's up, Raven? I have your soundboard muted, by the way. Yeah,
Never
see?
mind.
Yeah, I had they came in here just for a soundboard, but it's already, like, I have it muted because of the Raven. But anyways, so I'm getting the ping and art tab. Nort Ace. Yo, more Alien Ace emo art, dude. This is awesome stuff.
Alien sound doesn't. You know what I mean.
Vorp, keep yourself safe, yeah? Yeah, buddy? This is awesome. Big stuff happening. But yeah, dude, fucking hell. But yeah, I love this. I love this. I love this place. I love this place. God. Anyways, let's go back into the video.
harassing people is lame. Plain and simple. So now that I have the formalities out of the way, let's begin with the first part of the grooming allegation, the Snow White dress. So, something to note about George is that his favorite Disney princess is Snow White, and apparently in accordance to Leo, he and George would bond over their mutual appreciation for the character. Leo would allow George to draw their character wearing the dress of the titular
Yeah, I read this one.
character, and didn't see anything wrong with it until Gwen, another character in this story, informed Leo that the dress was a kink of George's, and that George was forbidden to draw anything regarding Leo and her dress.
Yeah, I read this one too.
Hold on. George's aforementioned rules bulletin explicitly mentions that he doesn't see Snow White as a kink of his. This was established on his NSFW-ish account from the beginning.
Guys. They're not into Snow White because, well, they said they aren't. Okay.
Revolutionary.
Whoa. Okay. Admittedly, I would be curious to see the evidence that they are.
Just
but
hearing the can opening.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see Gwen say that, but like, yeah, the concept of lying is not new. It's been happening since the beginning of time. This is not really like a fucking smoking gun you got here. But yeah, we'll see it. We'll see.
So for Leo to sit there and believe something that was blatantly against that established descriptor feels kind of sketchy to me. Especially when Leo follows up explaining...
Actually, you know what? I'm going to turn this against you. Alright, Doodletones? If we can't believe, right? If we, have to, like, deny what the document says, because we're going off what George has said, right? What George says is what, like, that's what rules overall, right? I'm gonna fucking mog you right here. So, we are supposed to believe that that they're not attracted to Snow White because they said that they weren't. However, when they've admitted to child grooming and it being non-defendable and it being a bad thing and that they fucked up. All right, we're just supposed to not believe that? Really? Like, this is a pick and choose. Also, what's up, Lyle?
Lyle.
You sure this is a pick and choose?
Yes. Yes, I'm saying this is a pick and choose of like when they want to take George's word or not.
You sure it's not something else?
I mean, it definitely seems like it's convenient to them.
You sure it's not
Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, okay. Okay. Fuck you, Lyle.
What was the sound effect he played?
Okay.
I had his soundboard muted.
Random Doodletones lore, I guess. Like, in a call I haven't watched yet, but they randomly just scream, "This is extortion!" Like, yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah, Lyle, thanks a lot, buddy. Thanks a lot. Dude, I thought he was gonna come in here and just, like, you know, have something, you know, of value to bring to the table, but whatever. Whatever. But anyways, point established, okay? Point established. Alright? They are doing a pick and choose on whatever it's convenient for George's words to be used here, for whether it's defend them or not. Also, what's up, Raven?
You're mean.
I am mean. That is part of my online persona. Emos are not traditionally nice guys.
You're not emo.
I literally am. You can consult the
No.
files. Yeah. Cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you!
No, that's not the type of shit you listen to. You listen to slowed and reverb, fucking depressing songs like a fucking 12-year-old.
That's later.
Raven, that's not original emo.
Yeah.
That's like 2025 emo.
No, you see, they're trying to mock me by saying I'm a poser, which is just false.
You are a poser.
No, you see, I will not take this from a Falling in Reverse fan, okay, buddy? You could fuck off.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you could fuck off, okay, buddy? You are a guy.
Bruh. What?
Hey, yo!
Yeah, I'm homophobic. Just like a real emo.
But
Ace.
Ace.
Aren't you gay?
No.
Yeah. Ace is gay.
Gay is a perspective. Also,
Oh, hey, Amos.
what's up, buddy?
I hate you. I want you dead in a fucking river.
You see, they could,
Thank you,
they could,
Amos.
they could be saying that about anyone in this call. It's up to you
I
to
mean,
decide.
You're not wrong.
It's
You're not
up,
wrong.
audience. It's up to you to decide whether that was directed to me, Glass Raven, or Dari. Or
I mean, I hate Raven, but I also hate you. It's a very close
What did I
race
do?
that we're having right now.
you see,
And
it's
I don't know which one's going to win right.
it's either
You know?
What did
Glass,
I do to
it's
you,
either
Amos?
Glass Raven, Walmart Harley TBS, or the professional emo.
Okay, fuck you.
So
Walmart
Raven's
Harley
like a little
TBS?
bitch, and Ace is like a fake emo. So like, I don't know which one to
Yeah.
hate more.
I'm not even a fake one. I literally
Wait.
just am.
No, you're fake, emo.
Coming from you is like ridiculous, dude. Like, okay, I don't think we should be talking about like fake things with you, buddy.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Derailed the entire stream.
Anyways, speaking of playing pretend, let's go back into Doodletones.
Ace.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're
right.
fake emo. You fucking poser.
Yeah, keep on saying
I
that, buddy.
bet you listen to exclusively MCR.
Yeah. Actually,
That's a fucking crime.
I listened to 3 Days Grace. I listened to Radiohead, MCR. You know, the good stuff. You know, I listened to
Radiohead.
I listened to Three Doors Down. A little bit of, you know, Fall Out Boy. Sometimes very, very iffy on them.
Bro's a
actually.
fucking Beat Saber emo.
Yeah, no, I'm not even Beat Saber. I'm about to beat you though. Okay, so like, if either you could be here a part
Domestic
of this.
abuse.
All right.
What's that domestic abuse?
I listen to Tech Death. I listen to Typo Negative. I listen. I listen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Anyways, dude, absolutely
I'm
mugged
so-
again. Dude. God. Anyways.
Oh,
Anyways. Back into Doodletones. All right. Here we go.
Doodletones is crazy.
Yeah. Here we go.
This to the reader that if you ask George about Snow White being a kink of his, he'd deny it, which always struck me as strange. To sit here and preemptively provoke any further discussion on this kind of topic by making such a blanket and certain statement claiming the subject to be a liar when the information they give doesn't match your own feels, ironically enough, like a lie in of itself. The tone of this document is to inform or educate people on your own experiences with an individual you claim to have groomed you. But as much as it typically isn't what people want to hear, there usually is two sides to a story such as this. And without the proper evidence to prove that...
I'm just really curious why Doodletones waited 2 years to defend a child groomer.
You see, with the art commentary, you just kind of lower your standards.
Yeah. He's trying to fit in all the niches. Yeah, Amos? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Dude, I just want you all to know that Amos is unironically a fan of NF. Okay? Like, that's essentially a Christian edgy Eminem, okay? I just want that to be fully known that that is what he listens to. But anyways, going back into Doodletones.
Your opposition has a behavioral pattern with lying or manipulation, this kind of claim feels more like its sole purpose is to shine a much more malicious light on your target instead of giving out the truth. Or at the very least, a believable testimony, which isn't something you would want to do if your goal is to educate people on a groomer in the community. But to me, it doesn't have to be a straight-up sexual thing, because it is clearly something he finds appealing. I'd also like to directly respond to this, because I find it to be frustrating. This claim would only be valid if we were to be under the pre-notion that George's appreciation for Snow White was sexual in nature, which, as I demonstrated, I don't have any reason to believe is the case, and with that, George could find this...
I mean, to, like, play devil's advocate against Doodletones here, right? Because I know they didn't show proper evidence that, like, he sexually attracted Snow White. Is it really that far off to assume that, like, we could confirm that he's attracted to magic tricks, right? Is it really that far off to assume, like, there was a weird reason for him to draw a minor in a Snow White dress while doing a magic trick? Like, that kind of solidifies it a little bit to me that he has a Snow White kink. But yeah.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. But yeah, also, thank you for the 5. Diaper Tones is my goat. Well, you're my goat. Anyways. Playing... Anyways. Going to continue the video.
This dress to be an aesthetic appeal, or maybe an appeal to nostalgia, or literally any other appeal that you could look at that's used in art and advertising. Appeal doesn't have to be sexual. This is, again, unfortunate to this document because anyone who thinks about this for longer than a minute tops could come to the same conclusion. I like to draw hoodies on my characters that don't typically have them and call them cool jackets because they're fun and there's an appeal in drawing that. That doesn't mean hoodies turn me on. Get real. Anyway, then Leo...
Yeah, but you don't draw, like... you don't draw like people in hoodies while also having them like in sexual situations. Like, I don't, okay, like that. There's a reason here why some people are like insinuating it or like coming to the conclusion. Like, this is disingenuous. But yeah, here we go.
Explains that Ren chewed George out about it. George backed down from drawing Leo in a Snow White dress, probably intimidated by Gwen, if I'm to be honest. Though, of course, that would be something you'd have to ask the supposed groomer in this scenario. And then cut to 2 years later in 2019. George winds up drawing Leo in a Snow White dress.
Yep,
twice.
we know
Leo
this.
goes on to make the theory that it's because by this point they didn't hang out with Gwen anymore, and George, quote-unquote, knew he wouldn't be called out about it. And I'm so glad Leo clarified it as such, because otherwise it would heavily look like a narrative was being spun to ruin someone, and we definitely wouldn't want that. But in reality, could we not make the argument that George just forgot about what happened 2 years prior? Leo doesn't clarify that there was any conversation regarding the two of them that would have reminded George of the conversation in question, so this is again, at best, just an assumption on Leo's end that paints George in a much different light than what might have been the actual truth of the matter. Plus, Leo even tells us following this that George asked to draw the first piece for them, so even if he did remember, maybe he wanted to see if the opinion on the matter changed from whatever Gwen might have talked to George about, since we all...
Yeah, but like, okay, if he wanted to see if the opinion changed, he could have just asked. Like, you don't just draw it. Like, what? But fucking hell.
I'm more focused on the fact that of her shitty fucking voice changer.
Dude, they're mogging right now. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, like, I guess this is the part where, like, people were probably talking about, like, the minor should have, like, been more clear with setting boundaries, which it's like, bro. I mean, I don't know. I don't think you, like, just forget over time. Like, if someone says, hey, don't draw porn to me, I'm a kid. I don't think that's just something you forget. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, just odd. Okay, odd.
I mean, to play devil's advocate, minors are notorious for not being smart.
Yeah.
So, That
Evil
doesn't
stuff.
excuse what he did, but like it's fucking grim.
Yeah, Grim Reaper. Anyways, I'm gonna continue.
Also didn't get that side of the story, and was instead just told to get it through Gwen's at the time Twitter handle. Following this, there's an explanation of George's self-destructive behavior, before going on to justify that as the reason Leo said yes to everything that George did. And it's here that I really start questioning matters, because throughout the entire document, there's not a whole lot of screenshots to help Leo's case, and Leo does explain that because George deleted everything, they didn't exactly have the time or ability to screen cap everything that they thought was important. And like, okay, I get that. But when the screenshots that you do share are just you happily nodding to everything and getting excited that George drew you in a Snow White dress.
So pretty, okay. And we got, I'm glad you really liked it. Okay. Sure. I mean, it's possible that they liked it, like, you know, the first time, but, like, things changed. I don't know, dude. It's like, they're clear. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's already, like, this seemed pretty clear cut with them literally admitting it and, like, saying that their actions are bad and not defendable. Like, I don't know how you can be told to someone, like, told by someone that there's literally no defending what I did. And you're like, hold my beer. But, like, wait 2 years to do it. Yeah?
Mental retardation.
Yikes. But yeah, no, it's like, I don't know. It's just rough. Ugh. That's so pretty. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, they were also talking about, this was explained in the document for, like, interactions like this. They were friends or whatever. So it's like, yeah, of course they're going to be, like, positive, like, reaffirming, especially if they think that they're going to, like, mentally crash out and potentially harm themselves.
Like, I'm being cancelled for saying the
dress while
Mogged?
simultaneously telling us, the reader, that you were uncomfortable about it all, then pardon me for looking at this whole situation skeptically. Did George know that these images made you uncomfortable? Did you tell him they did? Because even in accordance to your own document, that doesn't seem to be the case. You tell us that you said it was okay before going on your own self-deprecating tirade about the fact that you'll throw yourself to the dogs for your friends. And I'd even be able to give the benefit of doubt in saying that you could have felt uncomfortable about it all in hindsight.
Hello, Weezus.
Oh, hell nah. Hell nah. This guy is something waiting to happen. No, this guy is something, a mistake waiting to happen, bro. I'm not taking that liability.
I don't even know who he is, so.
He's interesting fella. But no, like, essentially, right, this point, right, would be so stupid to actually make. Okay? Genuinely stupid to make. Because it's like, it sounds sound, right? It's like, well, did you elaborate your boundaries? It's like, okay, this is a 16-year-old dog. Okay? Imagine, right, if we, like, sat there and was like, but, you know, did you ever say you were uncomfortable with seeing rape porn from Cinebear?
Okay. I want to read out something that Eltro said. Minus the too young to set boundaries, their existence is a boundary. That's right.
No, real. But God, it's just so insufferable. I'm gonna keep it playing.
But then, not only would that be a lie, because you actively told us that your mind wandered to the aforementioned conversation with Gwen, but also, that's in hindsight. This wouldn't change the reaction we see in the screenshots that Leo gave us that would have given George the idea that this was not only okay, but encouraged. Oh, but Doodle, are you trying to say that it's Leo's fault he was groomed? No, I'm saying this isn't grooming at all. A very common tactic of grooming is testing the boundaries to figure out how you can push past them to get into a sexual context. For another example, and I apologize in advance for using an actual instance of grooming as an example. I'm aware of how tasteless this could come off, but I feel it's important to show that what it would look like had George...
People apologizing for using real cases as like a scenario? Like as an explanation? Why? Like that?
Yeah, why?
That's weird. Like if you're gonna explain grooming, then yeah, a real case of it would definitely help break down the understanding of it. Like what? Okay.
George actually been trying to groom Leo in a situation such as this, since our community actually has an example. So, let's talk about V Omega. V Omega was outed not even a full year after George's allegations by Joni Ruin at Twitlonger. This post outlined that V was an abusive, controlling, transphobic groomer, and I will happily concur to those labels. I'll be talking my experience with him.
Oh yeah, they're transphobic. Oh, and a groomer, by the way, but you're transphobic. Just
oh God forbid a transphobe.
Gulp. Like you miss. Yeah. Susie's generally such a fucking idiot. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know. Like Doodletones is gay. No, but like I don't know. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. I've been pausing throughout this whole video. How long have I even been streaming, bro? It's been an hour.
You've been streaming for 79 minutes.
Dude, this is evil. And I've only gone through like 11 minutes of this video because of how bad it is, and like I can't trust Doodletones on like
We're
actually
over
reading
an
stuff.
hour in, and it's oh my fucking god,
Dude, I feel like I hope I'm not gonna have to pause that much the next ones, but we'll see. We'll see. This might be like the most paused through one. We'll see. Sorry, guys. But yeah, here we go.
In another video if it's not already out, because I'll have to then. I'll leave a link below to the full twit longer if you wish to read up on it all. But the particular centerpiece that I want to look at, of course, is the grooming allegations. Though, while Joni didn't exactly have any screenshots relating to that particular allegation and was much more focused on V's abusive behavior, V sure as hell was willing to give them in a now deleted Twitter thread he was making responding to it all. Luckily, I have the important receipts. So, here's a screenshot that V took of their...
So, the evidence of the person in this scenario that you're giving of being a groomer came from the groomer themselves? That's kind of interesting. So...
Are you fucking kidding me?
So wait. So V kind of like self-reported himself of being a groomer. This is almost like if a groomer like admitted to like being a groomer. Like that'd be crazy, Doodletones, if we like disregarded that. That would be insane. Honestly.
Oh my fucking lord.
Genuinely. But yeah, fucking hell. Fucking hell. This is a
my face.
Wait.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
This is a lie, by the way. Janoli has millions of screenshots in their doc. Doodletones is lying. Why would Doodletones lie?
Why would Doodletones lie? You know? It's not like they're defending a predator. Oh, wait.
Gulp. Dude, this is so stupid. Fucking
Soink Scoob.
Soink Scoob. But yeah. So yeah, I also got gay furry porn too. So your choice, XP. Do nothing or reply back and make my job so much easier, XP. Use your own quote. Lol, but not much of a porn person, seductive and maybe not much really porn. And now I got that too. We don't speak of those days. Yeah?
Fucking character AI.
Chad. Fucking hell. God. Anyways. I'm out. W troll. What's up, Calvin? What's up, Calvin? But yeah, here we go. Here we go.
DMs from January of 2018. You can see here that V and Joni are talking about pornography, with Joni explicitly saying that she was not one to look at pornography. By April of the same year, the topic was brought up again, with Joni admitting to sometimes looking at specifically...
Okay. Let's see. Their own and not made the whole person. What brought this on? I was just thinking about it now. Tell me, do you ever look at regular porn? And if so, is it usually male or female? V!
The fucking voice, dude.
Ted. Doodle has known George since as early as 2016, so there was definitely a bias. See, they admitted to having a little bit of a bias and said that it would be impossible for them not to have much of a bias. And, I don't know, they were already disingenuous in the beginning. But God, fuck me. But yeah. Do I look at regular porn? Well, honestly, not much of a porn person in general, since, to be honest, since I don't usually actively search it out. Furry porn, though? The times I do look at it, at least it's mixed. I don't know. Yeah, when it comes to this, I think it might be more of a furry sexual attraction and a romantic attraction towards people, possibly. Now, note, I could be absolutely dead wrong, but how?
Where's the vodka?
Yeah, you would entirely know about yourself and see if that applies to you. Given how I'm going in true, no problem. Dead. Fuck me.
Oh.
Fuck my life, man.
I just had to take a shot of straight fucking vodka after listening to that.
Dude, this is wholesome. But yeah, I'm gonna keep reading.
Furry porn. By March of the next year, while we don't...
Fuck me! Don't make me
What,
send porn again. Yeah? Yeah, V? Yeah, V? Fuck me. God. God. Good thing he's reading that blurry screenshot.
My desk.
Because I can't read it. See, that's why I come in clutch. I read the blurry ones just for you. I have hyper fixated reading. It's like a power of neurotypicalness. But yeah, anyways, gonna keep going.
See the fullest extent of this screenshot, we can see that Joni was all for talking about pornography, showing that V's attempt to wear down her boundaries was, unfortunately, grossly successful. The fucking creep. But we don't see that with George. We're only told that through the lens of Leo, and even through that lens we can see that Leo never vocalized these feelings. So, how do we know that George's motivations are more malicious than maybe tone deaf? We literally can't, and I'm tired of acting like this was okay. Plus, I want to point out that these drawings that Leo alluded to being a source of George's grooming. Even if they were sexual, it wasn't exclusive to Leo, which also puts into question how much of this could actually be. If they were sexual, it wasn't...
They made Art of Doodletones character in Snow White? Yikes. Yikers. Yeah, no, I see what's happening here. I see what's happening. This is... Okay, they're protecting their sugar daddy. Okay, I get it. Okay, I understand them now. I understand them. Fucking hell. Fucking.
Oh, what is that?
Anyways, let's continue from this point on forward. Hey, so you don't get it. The victim didn't say no. Yeah, that's really what they're trying to make the argument of. It's like, it's so stupid. It's genuinely really stupid. Like, the adult shouldn't even be putting the minors in a situation like this in the first place, but whatever. Whatever, Doodletones. Whatever rocks your boat. Anyway, fuck me. I see why she's biased. Yeah? Because she was drawn as Snow White. Yeah, honestly, I'd defend them too if I was drawn as Snow White. No, don't. But like, God, fucking hell.
The art isn't even good.
No,
as well, that's the worst part.
Yeah, it's mid, but we'll keep it going.
Exclusive to Leo, which also puts into question how much of this could actually be considered as such. I've mentioned this in my Sherman videos before, but grooming is a targeted action. Sure, you could argue someone can groom more than one person, but when George is making these kinds of images for anyone who's his friend above just a selection of people, then I'm sorry. Even if these had sexual undertones, it would just be grossly irresponsible and inappropriate at worst. Now, let's look at the spin-off to this allegation. George bought his...
Ace, that's not even far off. George has a chauffeur for their car. He's rich, bro. Bro. Fucking hell.
Imagine being rich and fucking going into Snow White.
Yeah? But yeah, fuck me. This is so stupid, but yeah, we'll keep it going.
His own Snow White dress to wear, posted pictures on his NSFW-ish Twitter, and allegedly gave Leo some pictures of his own whilst pestering Leo to wear one themselves. I really don't know what more to say. This is just more of the same, unfortunately.
Okay, you cannot say it's targeted, but then, like, acknowledge that George was actively, like, going to Leo, being like, oh, yes, buy the Snow White dress. Yes, here's some links for it. Yes. Oh, you look so pretty in it. Please. Ah, yes. Please, actually, get your parents to buy it for you. Please. Like, you cannot, dude. That's targeted. Okay? You cannot make the targeted point and then acknowledge a targeted and just, like, kind of, like, just sweep it aside. Fuck off.
Leo goes around painting Snow White as
one
of George's kinks, which has been put into question. Leo makes a very extreme statement, claiming that George was sending him pictures of himself wearing that outfit directly, making the claim. The number of photos I got from him wearing the dress was almost 10 times the amount that he posted on his timeline. It very much became a weekly thing for him to do. He would send me 5 or more pictures of him in the dress and ask me for compliments, my overall thoughts, and if he looked cute/pretty. This is then followed by 0 screenshots of George doing this, and being probably the most frustrating example at the lack of screenshots being an issue with this document. Like, I can concede to the idea that maybe Leo wasn't able to get everything. Fine. Like, I'm not even saying that if Leo doesn't have every receipt in the world that these allegations should be put under extreme scrutiny. And I can accept the lack of evidence to a degree. But Leo is making such an enormous claim here, alluding to George explicitly targeting them, and if there were that many instances of George doing this, why don't we even see one of them? You were able to get a screen...
How's it going with the dress? I haven't found it yet, unfortunately, but I'll keep it looking. Alright.
Cat between you and George talking about a dress, again with the problem of...
What do you think? It was cool. I really liked it. Glad to hear that. Any luck finding the dress? Yes, actually. I have it now. And, let's see. Once I get home, I could try it on. Not sure if it'll fit since I got it when I was like 7 or 9, but I'm a small boy, so I think I could try.
With you visually not setting any boundaries for George to push, but I think I've hammered that in enough. But with the evidence...
Small boy, so I could try, like, bro, shut the fuck up.
Yikes.
Showing George...
You're asking to be nonsense at that point.
It's just so, like, bro. Fucking hell.
Sending direct pics of him wearing the Snow White dress, it doesn't exist. Why? This is one of your biggest allegations and easily one of your most damning ones to boot. Ugh. Anyway, following this...
Bro unironically went ugh. Okay, Doodle. Okay. Okay, buddy. Fuck. Yeah, the proof was George admitting. Well, you see, that doesn't count because I'm not satisfied with it, okay? Nah? Okay? I can't go with them admitting it, alright? I can't even go with that line where they directly said to someone, what could I do to make you feel better besides not grooming you again? You see, no.
Doodletones.
No, you see, Detective Doodletones on the case. Fuck me.
God, she should get her own fucking TV series.
Yeah, I'd watch. Yeah, no.
Or just take the diapers.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep watching. Fuck me.
Within the dysphoria conversation, Leo being an NB trans mask, and this one's a bit more of a gray area. I'm not going to put into question whether dresses do or don't give Leo dysphoria. That is not my place to say.
But you're also like a trans woman, so I mean, wouldn't you know? I mean, okay, Doodletones. It's kind of like common knowledge, right? If you have, like, even like with like a preference of like what to wear, right? If someone made you wear something you don't like, it's obviously going to make you uncomfortable. All right, like obviously. Come on. It's a simple concept, buddy. All right, come on. It's even like why like it's just a common thing too, like where people just don't like, you know, to wear certain things that they don't want to wear. Like it's just like people don't want to wear what they don't want to wear. That's why like school uniforms are like highly disliked, because like they want to be like, you know, themselves. They want to express themselves. They want to like, you know, show who they really are, not be limited by societal standards of like what people should perceive them as. It's just a basic concept. Yeah.
As someone who went to fucking British high school, I can tell you that these people should not be allowed not to wear their uniforms because the outfits are ridiculous. I read it on uniform days.
Fucking hell.
Anyway.
But yeah, you know, it's surprising to me, right? Because I thought Doodletones was going to give this the most understanding, considering, you know, they're constant advocating for like trans rights and stuff like that, and like understanding like, you know, boundaries and shit like that. But like, I don't know, that's kind of odd. That's weird that they just don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, I'll keep it playing.
Also not entirely too sure whether George did or didn't know whether Leo gets this way about dresses in particular. If George did know, then fuck, that's tone deaf as hell, and this could also go on the record as another one of George's actual transgressions. Get it? If you didn't, then...
You did not just crack a joke in the middle of that. Oh, this would go on as a transgression. Get it?
Fucking kill yourself.
Yeah? Yikes. No, but fuck me, dude. Fuck. I think they did know the boundaries. I think that was the claim. But we'll see. We'll keep going.
I can't really get onto his case about it, especially since Leo doesn't show his discomfort in the screenshots, and either way, this would be he said, she said effectively. Still not grooming, mind you, but also not particularly great had George been guilty of knowingly setting off Leo's dysphoria. The continual excuse of, but George would beat himself up also doesn't exactly help matters either, because I get it, but those boundaries not being set doesn't give me any reason to believe George's intentions with these conversations are more malicious than two friends bonding over a common interest. I don't want to seem dismissive about these claims, because I can't know how Leo acts.
I don't want to be seen as dismissive, but when they admit it to me, I just want to, like, deny it, okay? Like, I'm not really dismissive, though. I just, yeah.
I'm not dismissive. Oh, I'm Doodletones. I'm just always right all the time.
I'm dismissive tones, anyways. Continuing with the video. Yeah, fucking hell.
Actually felt about these conversations. For all I know, he could have been uncomfortable, and also I get how important it is to believe a victim of abuse. Plus, yeah, not every victim of abuse will know they're being abused.
I do not care. Okay, let's see the screenshot. I do not care at all that you're unhappy with me or Gwen. I really do not. Your feelings on us are irrelevant. I do care that you victim blamed Leo, which, hey, I was content to just let that go as long as you kept him private. Then Leo told me you victim blamed him on your stream this morning. Said it was his fault for being groomed. Said that it was his fault for not realizing what George was doing to him, even though that's an extremely common thread with abuse victims and they need encouragement to leave the abuser. And quite honestly, the fact that you defend a 22-year-old man targeting a 16-year-old, blaming the 16-year-old for the grown man, what the grown man did, that right there says everything. Listen, I'm going to focus on comforting Leo right now, but I do not have the energy to waste exploding on you. Suffice to say, though, this was a horrible thing for you to do. And then Doodletones took that and was like, you know what? I want to defend a child group. Nah, but fucking hell. Fucking hell.
God, Diapertones is so jar-coded. So proud of her.
This is so evil, dude. Fuck me. And did the 16-year-old set boundaries against a 22-year-old guy? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, fucking hell. Continuing the video.
But it's hard to see George as an abuser when zero boundaries were initially drawn, and instead Leo willingly partook in these conversations, leaning into what we are to believe to be George's desires. Leo's words paint one picture, whereas what we can see in the screenshots paints a totally contradictory one, and we're just supposed to believe these images are one of the same. We're not done, by the way. We still have the claim of magic tricks to talk about, and out the gate, I'm screaming. One of the first things you'll notice when going on his NSFW is his pinned tweet that you are encouraged to read before interacting with his page. It was there that he detailed the things that he found sexually appealing, aka his kinks and a few rules of the account. I'm sorry? So, Leo is willing to detail what was in that pinned tweet. He even goes on to explicitly mention the Delcoded chair trick, George's favorite magic.
Okay, you cannot get mad at someone taking what he says when you're like also ignoring it, bro. Come on. Come on. You did the same thing and then ignored it at the other one. You're doing the same thing, Doodletones.
Rules for V, but not for me.
Like, they're acknowledging a kink they have here, but then thinking that they lied about, like, the Snow White thing. What you did was said that, oh, they're definitely, like, they don't like Snow White because they said so. But then, like, when it came to the other thing, when it came to trusting their word of, like, them admitting to being a child groomer, you're like, oh, yeah, let's disregard that. Dude, you could not get on somebody else. You're a fucking hypocrite.
I'll say it again. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry, no, you go. You go first, buddy.
Thank you. Rules for V, but not for me. That's just this entire situation.
Yeah, I mean, at least you could argue for, like, the person making this doc at least thinks that they were lying. I don't think Doodletones, you sat there thinking that George Raccoon was lying when they admitted it. Okay? I don't think that. Like, that'd be kind of weird. But you know what?
Nothing gets past diaper doodles.
Yeah. I'm on the case. Fucking hell. But yeah, we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going.
Yep.
Magic trick as outlined by his rules bulletin, but we'll conveniently leave out the section of Snow White when talking about that. I want to make it clear,
like how you conveniently left out them admitting it. Fuck off.
Clear that I'm not out here trying to pin Leo as this.
You know what's the worst part about that too? They didn't even read the screenshot. They just said that they talked to them. All right, they just said that they talked to them about it because they were concerned. They didn't even like acknowledge that they admitted it. All right, they just.
How did this person have over 10,000 subscribers?
Because they were put up from other dramas. So, like, Doodletones, not only were they, like, malicious and biased in this whole video, but they were also super fucking disingenuous. Like, they could genuinely fuck off. Holy shit. If anyone at this time saw this video, like, you know, any of the other creators of their friends, this would have been over and done with Doodletones back in 2021, and then they would have found out about the FCK shit and been like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Get in the bin.
Fucking hell. Doodletones should have been put down, like, years ago, bro. Like, it's crazy it took till 2025 for Doodletones to actually finally be outed. That is insane to me. Like, there's people focusing on their lying, and, like, the FCK thing should have been enough of a reason to just have them fully cut off. Alright? They objectively lied about, like, their involvement and their knowledge in it. Okay? They knew there was a minor in there. They joined because of, like, the whole Madame situation, okay? They lied. They literally, in their own words, they sat there and watched a bunch of children get groomed and did nothing about it. Okay? That should have been the cutoff. Literally, that should have been the cutoff. I'm surprised that we have anything else to even top that right now. Fuck me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But she's autistic, Ace. She's autistic.
Yeah, she autistically let the kids get groomed.
Yeah.
Like, fucking hell. But yeah. Anyways. I'm gonna keep it going. Fucking hell.
Bad person, but covering this document makes it really hard when stuff like this is scattered throughout the entire thing. It gets very blatant. But yeah, so George did have a thing for magic tricks, specifically the Dakota chair, and yes, he even described it as a kink. So we are getting into some arguably creepy territory.
Oh,
and
creepy
hey,
territory.
what do words do? Leo talks about how George sent some videos involving something he finds.
Alright, I think about time I shared you with this one famous versions of Dakota chair. Done by the one, the only David Copperfield. Side note, I'm currently wearing a Snow White dress right now as I sent you the video.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, look, Doodle. Look. Why else would they be wearing a Snow White dress while, like, talking about their kinks, okay? Be real. Be real, okay? Fuck me.
Finds to be his kink, and then actually shows us George doing so. However, and this is where I must remind you all that I'm not an expert and am merely giving my 2 cents on the matter, grooming is usually done with the goal of sexual or financial satisfaction, and regardless of how creepy it may seem within the DMs, and you can definitely make an argument for it or against it being creepy.
This is a smoking gun, Doodles. What do you mean?
I'm not gonna fight a person one way or another about it.
What?
However, with the screenshots that we see in Leo's document, as much as they exist and show us that George did send these videos, the screenshots seem more conversational than sexual or malicious.
What?
The first one shows George sharing the Dakota chair trick performed by David Copperfield,
Alright, we're gonna
before
read some
presumably going on to talk about the Snow White dress he bought for himself. By the way, cross-dressing in the way George was doing so is also not proof of George doing it to be sexual.
They did it while jacking off. What? What do you mean that's not proof of it being sexual? Fuck off, Doodletones. Genuinely.
Oh I'm running out of jokes for this. Genuinely.
Dude, like, it's not proof that... And also, it's very clear to me that you don't know what the definition of grooming is. It is true that the core of grooming is to prep a child for sex. However, you know, sharing an SFW, and like how you said, targeted, this is one-on-one DMs, this would be very well targeted. And drawing the minor in question that they're talking to in a thing that they have a kink for is very much well so could be considered that. Fuck off. Holy shit.
I'm running out of jokes. Genuinely, this is so fucking stupid.
God. I'm not an expert on grooming. Actually, I'm not going to say that next part. That's fucked up. But no, it's like, dude. Dude. Come on. Also, but no, what I will say is you're in the art com, dude. Like, we've covered this shit all the time, bro. Be fucking for real. You know what? You should know the basic signs of it. Maybe not an expert level definition of it, but you should know at least the basic signs of it. Be fucking for real. Holy shit. But yeah, I'm going to continue into this. Here we go.
Just should get that out of the way. If he finds the dress to be more aesthetically appealing, then it's just George not having an issue with cross-dressing. If you want to make an argument otherwise, you're going to have to provide me with some proof that he does find Snow White dresses to be sexual, because I just don't have any reason to believe otherwise besides because Leo and Gwen said so. The second screenshot was just George talking.
Actually, I kind of do want to quickly mention a drawing I did a good while back. Alright. So the one drawing I did but never completed was a step-by-step drawing of your OC vanishing from the Dakota chair. If it had them covered up with a cloth and the final part is an empty chair. Oh, that's so cool. God.
Talking about how he did draw Leo's character doing the trick but never actually showed it to Leo, nor did Leo really call George out on being uncomfortable about it. Prefaced by Leo continuing the narrative of just because George feels guilty about things means you can't draw boundaries, apparently, as evidenced by the following statements. I did watch them all, but only because I felt pressured to. Maybe it would have been easy for you to say no, but I...
No, I'm just about to say, like, Doodletones, do you not understand what fucking basic coercion is? Of course the boundary's going to be almost near impossible for them to set, because they're getting groomed. Fuck me. And what pisses me off the most about this, in the most respectful way possible, Doodletone should at least understand this a little bit, bro. Because they are also a victim of the same thing. So it's like, Dude, you should understand more than anybody why coercion, you can't just negate it. Like, are you kidding me? Fuck off. Holy shit.
This person, man, honest to God.
Yeah, it's genuinely pissing me off. But yeah, I'll keep it going. This is essentially a smoking gun that they're just trying to sweep so hard for right now.
This is why I left the community.
Yeah. You're berating an idiot who doesn't know what extortion is. This is extortion! God. Fuck me, but yeah, I'll keep it going.
I can't do that. I can't shut someone down like that, especially not someone like George, who practically lives by the philosophy of don't call me out of my bullshit, because I will beat myself up until you feel like a monster and drop the charges. He had done this multiple times. Looking back on it now, I can only really describe it as him forcing his kink on me. We'll talk about his motivations another time, but that is what he is doing. Which only really reaffirms that this was a document that had more of a narrative woven into it, more than just informing people of what happened. By now at this point, you might be wondering what my point is bringing all this stuff up, as it looks like I'm trying to make Leo out to be this worse individual than he is, and that would be a fair assumption to make, especially with just how frustrated I've been getting at this document. However, to clear the air, I'm not saying Leo is doing any of this stuff on purpose. This feels more impulsive than vindictive. Reading the document as much as I have, you can tell he felt very emotional writing it. If this is truly how he felt on the...
Well, yeah. Of course they're gonna feel fucking emotional when writing a document about talking about their grooming story. No shit.
Yeah, no shit.
Holy fuck. Okay, God, okay. But they're trying to make that excuse as like, why? Well, see, that's why they're not very logical and rational. I mean, come on, dude. You just saw evidence for, like, the last thing that would be considered a smoking gun. Your best thing for it was, it's creepy. Dude, be fucking for real. Doodletones, I want you to explain to me why you think it would be okay to draw a 16-year-old in a sexual kink setting. Please. I want you to explain that to me. You cannot just call it creepy and move on and gloss over it. Be fucking for real. I want that explained. Holy shit. But yeah. We'll keep going. Keep going.
No matter than fine.
Job and get off the internet, honestly.
They're actually a neat, unironically jobless.
Oh. Oh.
It's awesome. But fucking hell. Anyways.
I'm not going to invalidate someone's feelings on the matter because I can't feasibly know how he actually felt. My point, ultimately, at the end of the day, is that I don't feel as if George is a groomer. There's just not enough evidence to label him as such. Grooming is a targeted, manipulative action used to get something out of a minor, but nothing we see in the screenshots Leo shows demonstrate any form of attempted sexual or financial satisfaction on George's end. I must be fair and reiterate that yes, Leo could have been very uncomfortable by everything the two of them talked about. George could have been very inappropriate, and yes, he was absolutely irresponsible. I'm not saying he did.
So you're conceding to it being them being inappropriate and weird with a minor. What the fuck's the point of this? Why? This is like one of those things that it just doesn't make sense. Even if you feel this way, this is such a weird thing to try to come in like 2 years later, be like, actually, they weren't grooming kids. They were just fucking weird, inappropriate, and creepy to children. Okay, big difference. See ya. Like
such a fucking difference, honestly.
Dude, like fuck me. Doodle never reached out to Leo. I mean, yeah, I kind of figured so.
I'm really surprised.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really... Like, I come from a community where people usually make videos on where they don't reach out to people involved in situations anyways. They just cover, like, what's happening. So it's like, I'm not really shocked about that, predicament. I know Doodletones more in that community where they should be reaching out to all sides, which, fair enough if you want to make that argument. But I'm not really shocked. I'm really not about that. And honestly, I don't even know if Leo would want to talk to Doodletones, considering that they are friends with their groomer. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know how that would have went. But I guess they could have tried if that's the argument you're making, so I understand that. But God, I'm gonna keep it playing.
Nothing wrong. I just don't see a groomer here. And I feel as if there were people who
You don't see a groomer? Can we go back to the admittance DMs? That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we do that real quick?
Yeah, like, fuck me, man.
Saw it too quickly. When finally confronted...
Terminally online.
Okay, so let's see.
Fucking
How is there still 6 more minutes of this, bro? Fuck me.
I just want the chat to know we've been streaming for nearly 2 hours.
I kind of figured so. I already said this before, but I seriously apologize for everything. I acted out with my own emotions, beating myself up and bringing it over here. And yeah, I've already read this.
George ended the final conversation with Leo, admitting to his mistakes and fessing up to the fact that he didn't know these conversations with Leo made.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leo uncomfortable. He asked what he could do to make things better besides not grooming.
So yeah, again, another example of a segment where they're going to take George's words as like, gospel, but then as well as also on the same time fucking ignoring their admittance. This is so annoying. This is so fucking annoying.
That the accusation was something he even believed.
Dude, literally, they actually did say that. I thought that was exaggerated. Bro, I'll stop doing that. I've already admitted I messed up big time. What can I do to make things better aside from not grooming you? Dude, they genuinely said that. Doodletones.
I am so sorry.
Dude, okay. Fuck me. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Me. They had proof of that. What the fuck?
Full proof.
This person's not real. This person's not real, bro. Fuck me.
Is this a simulation? Are we like in a CIA experiment? How can someone be this fucking stupid?
Hold on, I need to hear their explanation of these DMs. I'm very curious now.
Confessing up to the fact that he didn't know these conversations with Leo made Leo uncomfortable. He asked what he could do to make things better besides not grooming, showing that the accusation was something he even believed. And personally, this is my least favorite part of Leo's document. George was apologizing for everything that Leo had taken issue with. Sure, George's apology was self-destructive. As I said, he did have a habit of doing that. However, George also, at the end of the day, understood that the two of them needed time apart. Why?
So they're trying to like just say, oh no, they believed it. That doesn't mean it actually happened. Dog, it's... fuck me. It's gotta be like the most disingenuous... Okay, so that's the only reason why this argument's annoying here. It's because you'll take their word fully when it comes to like the Snow White thing, but when it comes to them admitting to it, it's like, oh no, never mind. I just think they just believed it. I don't think that they actually, I don't think they actually did it. Dude, it's so annoying. But yeah, I've already read these DMs. Fuck me.
Was this looked at as a groomer trying to get with a child?
So many words
like George
begin to like form a sentence.
God, it's okay.
Couldn't have known that these conversations were uncomfortable or were seen as inappropriate until Leo told him, because, as stated before, there were no boundaries drawn between the two of them. Once there finally were, George apologized and then the two of them unfollowed each other's vents, breaking off the friendship with each other. This is just not the behavior of a manipulative person. Leo's confusion in this document, too, is honest to God justified, because George saying that he didn't know what he was doing was wrong and apologizing for grooming are two totally contradictory ideas. Because grooming is intentional.
Terminally online contrarians.
Oh boy. Ace, they admitted to drawing a minor and their fetish is so clear. So they admired a drawing, a minor, yeah, I know, I saw that. Yeah, we talked about it. It's insane to me. But, hold on, I gotta hear what Doodles is gonna say.
Grooming are two totally contradictory ideas. Because grooming is intentional. Like, yes, you could say George is admitting to grooming here and is apologizing for such. But, like, I don't believe that George would have seen it as such had Leo not initially brought it up in their conversation. Neither of them were even sure that this was the case. It was just something that someone else...
Okay, so, I mean... I guess, like, this could just be a difference of, like, the cultural understanding of it, but, like, the whole, like, grooming is not, grooming is intentional or whatever, right? There's cases where it could happen just because desensitize people. The action could still be grooming, but it'll actually be like non-malicious type grooming. It's evil. But like, that could be like what's happening here, but bro, come on. Fuck me. So with that logic, any child who doesn't express direct discomfort is in the wrong. Real. Unironically, yeah. Yeah. If they don't, like, if the child doesn't set a boundary, can we really get mad at like EDP 445? Like, no,
yeah, for real, man.
Like, fuck me, man. Despite it being the adult's responsibility to set appropriate boundaries in the first place. Yeah, fucking hell. there's just nothing to defend here. Like, I agree with George. You know, it's like they're undefendable. They're indefensible.
I never thought I'd agree with a groomer in my life.
It's so gay. Ace, remember the gaslight trigger warning at the start? Doodle is arguing that Leo gaslit George into thinking he was a groomer.
Are you fucking shitting me?
That actually does make sense why they worded it like that. It's like, they wouldn't have thought that they were a groomer if it wasn't brought up in the beginning of the conversation. Dead. Brother. Fuck me, man. Fuck. Yes.
I want to slap this person.
It's the minor coercing the adult. Yeah, whoopsie. Ah, woo. Fuck me.
I'm 36 years old, a 12-year-old groomed me.
Gulp.
Fuck.
Reverse grooming. But yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep playing this. This is bullshit.
All said was grooming. Ugh. At the end of the day, to recap, do I think George groomed Leo? No. Do I think George was irresponsible? Absolutely. Do I think this document does its job properly?
I'm just screaming at
No.
I'll be right back.
Do I think Leo should have drawn boundaries with George sooner? Yes.
Bro.
Do I think Leo is a bad person? No. Do I believe Leo was a victim? Well, personally speaking, yes. That last one might be a bit of a confusing statement to make, what with everything I outlined today, but if you'll allow me, I have been thinking about this document a lot, and as I said earlier, I don't believe Leo wrote this document with the goal to purposely ruin George's friendships or reputation in the community.
What?
The language used within this document seems more concerned and scared than anything else.
So, you waited 2 years to say this person's not a groomer, okay? That they're not a groomer, and that you can't change their mind, like, people's mind on something if they already like have it like unchanged or whatever, right? But then also, right? You also said that they are creepy and weird around minors. But then, now you're adding that you actually believe that the minor was a victim. What the hell was the point of touching this? Genuinely.
I can like... I can feel the anger radiating off people like, oh my god. How?
This was so dumb. Fuck me. God, clip that. What do you mean clip that, Yen? Fuck you. But yeah,
almost as if somebody else implanted the belief that this behavior was grooming. And we know that there is, considering Gwen's reaction to George drawing people in Snow White dresses, was to directly tell Leo not to allow George to do that, plus the conversation George and Leo had breaking it off. Now, perhaps I'm thinking too deep into it. Perhaps this is a bit conspiratorial. At the end of the day, this is speculation, so take this section with more of a grain of salt. However, I just can't get over that last portion. Leo's last DM with George, where he starts the conversation telling George that some other people brought...
You never really elaborated what they were a victim of. You just said they were a victim, but never elaborated of what. Come on, Doodletones. Tell me what they're a victim of. I'm curious.
Come on, Doodle Diapers. Use your 4 brain cells. Come on.
It's okay. Yeah, here we go.
Brought up that George was grooming him. I'm not going to say who, because that's not important. I don't believe that.
What?
So throughout Leo's document, Charlie or Channel Grey and Gwen are constantly alluded to as people that Leo was super close to. Coming from someone who was also friends with the both of them for a brief period of time, though, they both had a history of not liking George.
Oh, are we really going to make a bias argument here, Doodletones? Are we really going to make a bias argument with these two people not liking George? I mean, you also really like George a lot. You've been friends with him since 2016. So if we're going to like take bias, you know, here as a way to like completely disregard a whole argument that's being made, then you should like apply that standard to yourself. Holy fuck. God.
I'm going to punch you thing.
Ace, it's worse. Gwen was a victim of George's. What?
What?
So that's probably why Gwen talked about it. It gave like a heads up. Dude. Fuck me.
So back in
keep it going,
2018, I think George actually initially wrote a document about Channel Grey being abusive towards him, with Gwen following in this abuse. In this document, George
fucking much.
So wait. There was a document that fucking George made about talking about Gwen being abusive to them? How? Dog. This intrigues me. This intrigues me. Fuck me.
Outlined how Gray would get overly.
Okay, I've been in both talks with them both about this, and I have to say I agree, but lately you've just been insufferable. We say this because you don't seem to have a clue how great you have it in life. I'm not about to be that asshole who says your issues are invalid from the get-go. You do have mental health issues, and I know that minor inconveniences are annoying too. Hell, I've vented about inconvenience off the cuffs myself. But you are so lacking perspective that you come off as a snobbish brat. Jackie got particularly angry when you treated your family like they're against you for caring about your health. Do you have any fucking idea how badly Jackie needs a family like that? And here you are, with something great, something you could scarcely be said that anyone else is here. And you still hate it. You have so much. George, a summer home, paid housekeepers, a chauffeur on top of that owned car, a personal trainer, a therapist. Literally the only thing you're missing in life is a significant other. You have been given all of the resources in the world to better yourself, and you're spitting on all of them. You can't be fucked to put any actual work into self-improvement that your therapist and trainer give you because you're used to having everything spoon-fed to you. Do you have any idea how fucking obnoxious it is to look at those eyes of everyone else when you express a desire, strangle your chauffeur over a fucking inconvenience? I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, right, everyone has mental health issues, but it comes down to the end of the day, right? Like, if you have issues and you definitely have the resources to tend to it, and you're actively avoiding doing that, that's 100%, like, on you. Like, the onus is on you to, like, actually, like, tend to it. You can do it. You 100% have, like, the time and resources to do so, so you not doing it is unironic. It could be argued to still be a moral bad, because you're actively avoiding help, and just willing to, like, hurt other people in the process by not fixing yourself. So yeah, that is fair to hold at them. But yeah, yikes.
Aggressive at the most menial of transgressions. How they had a mentality that you had to.
Wait, what did Doodletones refer to that as? What the fuck?
When following in this abuse. In this document, George outlined how Gray would get overly aggressive at the most menial of transgressions.
Dude. Okay, how would that be that way? Like, how are you getting it off like that? This is them telling George to actually take the resources that they have and use it to help themselves. What are you talking about? This is like one of the most polite ways to say it too, dude. Like, come on, be real.
How they had a mentality that you had to immediately change or fuck off and get.
At first, nothing went wrong. At most, I saw some people talking to each other in smaller call, a chat. Charlie and I think Donnie, Nick, Lubbers, and Holdy were there too. The rest of the day went normally, but when I checked Discord the following day, I noticed that Holly's chat was not in the sidebar anymore. Obviously, I started worrying that I did something wrong, even going as far as writing about it in my vent. Just when I least expected it, Charlie sent me a DM saying this. Okay, and how does Doodletones reiterate that?
How they had a mentality that you had to immediately change or fuck off and get thrown out of the group or thrown out of chats. How Charlie...
Dead. They didn't say immediately change. Obviously, they have to work on themselves, bro. Like, what are you on about, Doodletones? Fucking hell.
I'm gonna fucking shoot myself.
Fuck me, dude.
In particular was kind of a two-faced individual who'd be quick to turn on those they had a problem with. How Charlie had a complete disregard...
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. Honestly, that is inconsiderate of his mental disorders. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to add him back, but you are deep in that mindset. No excuses. Non-problems are just as bad as problems. No, you should be better than Nathan. You should really, you're going to psychology, right? He has all the resources available to him to not act like this, but he's not even trying. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to get upset about. What the fuck, Doodle? What the fuck, did he? Like, dude.
What the fuck did he, Tones?
Yeah, dude, like, this is so stupid. Like, obviously, if you could get help and you're ignoring doing so, like, yeah, I would get pissed too.
It's your own fucking fault.
Yes, people get pissed at people like that all the time because, you see, the main issue of why people don't get help with something like that is because they can't afford the resources to. This is a fucking rich guy. This guy has literally a chauffeur, dude. They have, like, a fucking maid, okay? They can 100% get, like, a mental health check. Or, like, you know, like things like that, or the proper resources to tend to their mental issues. They're just not doing it. Like, yeah, no, I would get pissed too. especially if what they're doing also affects like everyone else. Yeah, no fucking shit. Fuck me, dude. Dude. But yeah, this is unfortunately the one time Charlie Vivian was right. Dude, don't tell me the other bad person is lecturing the bad person. No,
Crazy.
I know what you are because I was you, boy. Like fucking hell. Anyways, I'll keep it going. Fuck me.
Case Howler Law.
Fuck me. Gwen is Saf's old name. Interesting. Good to know. Fuck yeah. This is so gay.
Disorders, how they had a tendency to.
And why didn't he think for a second that someone might not be okay with feeling overshadowed and inferior? It's not his fault. He regrets it. Don't get mad at him. Too late. Are you saying that someone can't get mad at an action that was done to them? Like what? Lol?
Start shit with other people. How
Hold on.
complete
Let me rehear that reiteration of it.
disregard to mental disorders, how they had a tendency to start shit with other people.
Dude. Yes. Okay. Doodletones, it's very clear that you're biased. A complete disregard to mental disorders? Dude, they're doing nothing about it! Fuck off! As for the second thing, right? Starting shit with people, yeah, that's a thing to get mad at. Are you kidding me? No shit. Yeah, like for no reason too? Yeah, no fucking shit. Vivian is a groomer? Yeah. Yes, it takes one to know one. Fucking hell.
Takes a groomer to know a groomer.
Fucking hell. Dude, this is so annoying. This is so... But yeah, keep it going.
How confrontation.
Channel Gray, this is why people avoid you. Do you have to do this guilt tripping stuff, especially after Jack had the time of his life? Do you really have to do that? For fuck's sake, I know you hate feeling left out, but this isn't helping, in fact, that you're making it worse. You don't mesh as well with them as they do themselves. It's like, and I exist, I guess. What? Dude, yeah, no shit. Did they just... Okay. I deleted this tweet. I fucking hate this. I should not just... Okay, I should just not say anything then. It's why my main vent is a wasteland. And there you go, beating yourself up again. That's the other reason people avoid you. Yeah, no shit. It's harsh, but it's true. Fucking hell. God. But yeah.
They were about everything, even if it didn't really need to be a big of a deal, would actually guilt trip those who cut.
Okay, you cannot make a guilt tripping point after they just did. Like, after your fucking goat just guilt trip people, bro. Like, Doodletones, stop being inconsistent. Fuck me. But
God's sake, diaper tones.
Yeah, fucking hell. But, you know, let's read this, because I don't trust the reiteration of it. What I'm about to write is my friend Mike told me when he, Donnie, and Kent were all in a call together, Charlie was messaging Donnie through into his DMs, all while being whiny towards Donnie about his thoughts regarding the meme. Donnie stood firm about it, and Charlie proceeded to do the following. Play the victim. Oh, I never do this. Guilt trip Donnie, overreact, get easily upset over Donnie's stance. I wasn't surprised to hear that, according to Mike. Donnie was getting really angry at Charlie, and Donnie's not the kind of person who easily gets angry. But Charlie decides to do the boneheaded move of apologizing and asking for a hug mere minutes after they made him mad. Alright, let's hear this.
Everything, even if it didn't really need to be a big of a deal, would actually guilt trip those who cut them off. I can vouch for that one. Be a big of a deal.
Okay.
Would actually guilt trip those who cut them off.
Guilt tripping.
I can vouch
for that one. So I guess you want nothing to do with me now, which I get. I'll say this right now. I'm not as mad as everyone. I was hoping better, but genuinely speaking, I'm not where everyone else is. And where's everyone else? Very not happy with you, if that wasn't obvious enough. So, planning to cut me off then. Some are, some aren't. I came to you specifically because, well, I want to do what you did last year. Who's planning to cut me off? I want to know... hold on, what does that say? Dude, fuck me. I want to know who better prepare. Where's the guilt tripping? Doodletones.
Doodletones, use your fucking brain.
Dude, where's the guilt tripping here? You cannot just gloss over the fact of, like, your buddy, right? Saying, oh, I guess nobody cares about me. Oh, and, like, you know, as, like, you know, thing.
Oh, it's me.
And, like, you know, when they're clearly guilt tripping, but this person's being like, oh, no one likes me anymore. Interesting. Like, people are cutting me off. Okay. Like, okay.
This entire video gave me tuberculosis.
Dude, this fucking sucks, dude. And, like, actually, to make a little bit of a point here, let's see. Can I make the point? Let's see. No, not there, not there. Just checking, Because there's kind of a couple moments in here where, like, Doodle's just kind of, like, taking the document at face value. Which is something that they criticize for, which is, like, evil, but whatever. Whatever. Dude, it's crazy that Charlie's having more points against them. It's like, you're being disingenuous with their points and just, like, being malicious. Fuck me. But yeah, here we go.
For that one. Jesus, it really is like talking about V Omega all over again. But yes, General Gray was incredibly a toxic person who I would not put past to be the person implanting seeds into Leo's head about George grooming them. And with Ren effectively being described in that document as Charlie's yes girl at the time, her backing Gray up on all this also doesn't exactly surprise me. That doesn't even touch on what they did to some of their other friends. Mind you, again, this part of my video is speculation, to be honest, and I could be totally off base with this claim. All I know is that when you get a person who is willing to be this abusive and manipulative...
What is the point of putting speculation in your videos, bro? I don't really get that, man. Like, if you can't prove something 100% of a fact, there's nothing, realistically, right? There's nothing I could do with speculation. Like, okay, I could speculate with you, I could probably understand why you think that way, but other than that, it doesn't get anything done. I don't get it. It's whatever. But yeah, watch Aiden couldn't handle it. Erg, oh, what's up, Kalu? But yeah, anyways, continuing.
Manipulative and give them the idea that they could do something like this. This is an outcome that could be possible. But ultimately, I won't say for sure one way or another. I don't actually have evidence to back this up. On that note, I also won't say one way or another that George for sure wasn't guilty or wasn't innocent.
What?
I don't believe he's a groomer, personally. I don't think there was nearly enough evidence to say that he is. And I hope I was able to make my case clear enough for you guys to understand. Maybe I've changed some minds. Maybe I've at least put another perspective on the situation.
Okay, so what's the point of sharing your thoughts if you're not going to say whether you're, like, you can't just say the sentence, oh, this is not to say whether he's guilty or not. Dude. That's the whole point. That's literally the whole point.
I'm going to go on a little rant, if you don't mind.
Yikes. Evil stuff.
Okay. If you are a commentator, you have to know the facts. You can't just say something and act like it's true. I'm fucking sick and tired of these contrarian dipshits always acting like, oh, I'm always right or whatever. It's just so fucking annoying. So I don't have words.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, but you see, dude, I'm proud to announce that we're less than a minute through, alright? Like, that's what's left, okay? We'll be almost done. We're almost done with this one video, guys. It's been 2 hours, but we're getting through it. But yeah, here we go.
Situation. Maybe I'm totally off base with defending a groomer. I'm sure some of you will happily tell me I am regardless, but in any case, I just wanted to get this off my chest. I do hope everyone involved is having a good day, is making a change in their life, and I hope you guys continue having a good day after this video is out there. This is Doodletones, and...
Whoa. Crazy.
Oh, it's that person. I'm gonna finish the video real quick.
Who's that person?
Hold on. I got 24 seconds left. Okay, I'm gonna finish the 24 seconds.
Time to see what happens. Take care, everyone.
Never mind. It's just gameplay and music to end it off. Okay, that was horrible.
Over.
That video sucked. Like, honestly, yeah. Like, they were super disingenuous in the beginning with the cool document stuff.
I know.
Like, even with, like, the NSFW Twitter thing, they were, like, their, like, reiteration of what happened, they just said they allowed minors, like, they let minors join their account, when the document claimed that they were out, like, seeking the minors. Like, that was disingenuous as fuck.
No, they let several minors into their NSFW account.
Yeah.
And Susie knew that there were multiple people, like Autumn and Saf, that they could have reached out to, because they're named in George's own document that existed before this video came out.
Yeah, I mean, they already pretty much said it's impossible for them to make this video without a little bit of bias. I don't really understand the point. It's 2 years. You think this person's a creepy weirdo around minors anyways, and like you also still believe that the like Leo is actually a victim, but yet like I don't know, like you didn't like you just wanted to. I don't get it. There was literally there's no reason to. There's genuinely no reason to.
It was just entire bias, and they spent around 2 years in the community between 2019 and this video, going around and warming people up to the idea of them coming back before this video. And this video kind of put the nail in the coffin because it's someone with a loud voice in the community, someone who is looked up to in the community. So their opinion just sort of like the de facto stance after that, which led to the people affected having to basically apologize and feel like, and you know, then feel like that they weren't actual victims because of what Doodletones had basically done with this video and what they had done in the community.
Yeah, I want to know why
it's disgusting.
I want to know why Doodletones thought it was okay for like a 22-year-old to draw a 16-year-old in a sexual kink setting.
It's a good question. I don't know. Maybe because Doodle would draw age regression and diaper fetish stuff, so
yikes.
Maybe it wasn't a bit too. Maybe it was a bit too close time for them.
Yeah, it's fucking weird to me. It's like, I will say, like, I mean, I know, like, there's not, like, 100% to say, like, at least with the video alone. Like, is there actually, like, genuine hard evidence that the guy is sexually attracted to Snow White? Or, like...
Well, even in the video itself, right? And it's no secret, I'm working on my own video covering this. And I'm of the very strong opinion that he is into Snow White as a kink. He actively intertwines his pre-existing kink that we know of, which is the magic tricks fetish, right?
Yeah.
With the Snow White dress. He at one point even states how he was wearing the Snow White dress while sending the magic trick to Leo.
Okay.
There is like no reason to say otherwise that you're wearing that dress whilst talking about something that's getting you off. You've literally got this grown adult wearing a Snow White dress whilst getting sexually aroused by their kink whilst talking to a minor.
Yeah.
I think that the Snow White is part of their kink very concretely.
Yeah,
like,
because
I think that's just a bullshit thing that they use so they can. I wouldn't be surprised, and as disturbing as this sounds, I wouldn't be surprised if people not knowing that it was getting him off was part of the kink itself. I wouldn't be surprised if he got some sort of weird satisfaction of people not being aware of that fact by him explicitly stating it, because it makes no sense for him to state that guys, I'm into all this stuff on my NSFW, but not Snow White, guys, it's not Snow White, it's just all this other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think they tried defending it like under like, you know, cross-dressing or something like that, and just like not being entirely sexual. Well, yeah, no,
okay,
like I even
dark woke Yen here for a second, okay?
Yeah.
I think Doodles only made that point because it appeals towards their audience being LGBTQ+, and if you were to make any points against it, you'd be labeled as a transphobe.
Yikes. I
mean, that's my hot take.
Sorry.
Yeah, are you?
With this community, I'm really not surprised that could be the intention, honest to God.
Whether intentional or not, but that's the effect it would have had.
Yeah. This shit's been happening since fucking, like, what, 2020?
Yeah. Like, I've kind of, like, already, like, talked about, like, a lot of times that Doodletones just been an objective liar. I don't know. It's interesting to me. I feel like they would definitely be disingenuous, like they kind of have, like, already in this video, just to defend someone they like. But that's kind of, like, disgusting.
But they use the argument that they don't reach out to people in the reason why they didn't gather enough information for this video, which I think is bullshit. They had several ways of contacting Autumn or Saf. They had several ways of contacting Leo, even if they may have had them blocked or anything. There's several ways of contacting people. They had George's document. They had, they would have known with the V Omega case that there was several like 2 documents put out by the victim, one just chocked to the brim with screenshotted evidence. So their argument about there not being much proof of V Omega was bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just so many lies in one video.
It's impressive.
It's insane.
No, but
yeah, I don't know how they got away with it.
Yeah, it's genuinely impressive. I'm not gonna lie, like that, having a public video out like that for a while and just nothing. Fucking hell. I mean, I don't know. I think like this is also the first Doodletones video I saw that also wasn't like fucking 9 hours long. So like, I don't know. I'm surprised that it was this short as well. But
Sure, yeah.
I don't know. I'm like thinking about some things like obviously like obvious bias that they had, obvious like disingenuous behavior. Like there was like so many obvious things here. But it's like I don't know. Like they've definitely been like a liar. I've established that with a couple things. I still like stand by like they definitely lied about like a lot of things regarding just the FCK alone, like with all with like slimmers and shit. They lied about fucking doodle diapers. Okay, like which is ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, oh yeah, that was another thing too. Another thing. I don't know how you could see your buddy, right? You ask your best pal, right? They said there's literally no defending my actions. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I'm guilty. I'm sorry for grooming you. Like it's like seeing stuff like that and being like, I'm not really satisfied. Let me sweep. That's shocking to me. That is genuinely shocking.
Like, I think one of the worst points is in the entire video is how when George flat out admits, "Oh yeah, I like says to Leo, I've drawn you in my kink."
Yeah.
Oh. I have like when George says I've flat out drawn you in my kink, right?
Yeah.
And Doodle's argument is, well, we don't actually see it. What the fuck are you on about? He just admitted to doing it. It doesn't matter if he showed the minor or not. He still did it.
Yeah, they were on like huge sweeping behavior. It's fucking ridiculous.
There's sweeping happening. Sweep, sweep, sweep.
Yeah, and we're still talking about Doodletones. I told you that's gonna be the topic of this whole stream.
Can you talk about something interesting?
Yeah, Doodletones.
No. No.
Yeah, I'm interested in Doodletones.
I think we have more pressing matters.
Dude.
Oh yeah, like the way that Beckett has his steak. Have you heard this, Sam?
Oh,
what?
Oh, tell me.
Don't tell him.
Oh no.
He has it
I'm
like
scared.
rare. He has it bleeding.
Oh.
If I ever meet Beckett, I'm gonna stab him.
Yeah.
That is the unironically. Now I'm gonna Beckett's dead to me. Everything about him.
Yeah.
He's a new target now.
Yeah, buddy.
He's on my hit list just for that. I'm gonna make a whole video about how he eats his steak. How he'll pretty much just eat a dead raw animal.
You should make a Twitter video.
Evil.
Actually, I think that'd be funny.
That would be funny.
Yeah, I think
that would be funny.
I think he'd like it too.
People who eat rare steak should be executed.
I agree with this statement.
Yeah, fuck
like,
it.
I have chef training, and whenever someone would ask for a rare steak, I would want to kill myself. It's like, bro,
They should be shot.
Yes.
They should be shot.
It's fucking raw.
But yeah, okay. I do got like some other stuff to go into, but yeah. And you're not gonna it's still gonna be more Doodletones like I've been saying the whole stream's gonna be. So
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew. Talk about something interesting.
Doodletones.
No.
Anyways. But yeah, I got like 2 more things to watch, which the second thing's the longest. It's gotta be like an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh my lord, get a life. Bye.
Bye.
Wasting your night talking about Doodletones while I'm out here getting bitches.
No money. Yeah, see ya.
Getting bitches. Getting some of that dough. Getting some dough.
Allegedly.
Getting some dough.
Heavy
chilling with the ladies. Listening to
really
country
strong
music.
asterisk on the allegedly.
I'm a very cool person.
Bold asterisk right now.
While you're over here talking about somebody called Doodletones,
bold asterisk.
who probably touched a child. Is that what they're being alleged?
No, that's not.
I don't know. What are they alleged then, little bro?
They're being alleged of defending a child group. Oh my god, dude! Why? Fuck off, dude! Fuck all of you, dude. What was that?
Has been derailed.
God, I see. Given that, my brain misremembered Annie Ant or Ants Man. Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna clip that.
Dude, I could barely hear them scream. Their mic peak. They're like, "Axe!" Yeah, just dip. Okay. But I do got like 2 other things to go over, because I still got to go over.
I'm gonna start clipping. Oh,
fucking hell!
Wait, before you kick me, I have to say something to you.
Which thing? Dude, they're literally saying they're saying nothing. If it was a soundboard, I've muted like stuff a while
think
ago.
Think he changed his profile picture?
I don't know. I had it over him.
So, chat.
Dude.
Rip.
This video is being evil.
Chat.
Anyways, just prepping it for you guys. This is called The Depravity of George, Raccoon, and Susie Doodletones. This was posted 2 days ago by Safi.
This video.
Yeah, but yeah, this is like the basics of it, so I was gonna go over it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll leave you to it, buddy. I'm gonna
see you,
get
buddy.
back on that grind.
Yeah.
You know,
allegedly.
slaving the community.
Yeah.
Not allegedly. I've got to upload something.
Yeah, soon.
Bye.
See ya. God. Yen moment. Okay. We'll watch this. It's relevant, I swear.
So, chat. I'm not gonna divulge.
Let me just change the quality because it's like really mogging me right now. Why is it doing this?
So, chat. I'm not gonna divulge too much into things that don't involve me directly. I will be talking about my personal experience as well as the experience that my partner
or watching
Leo
stuff
had with this person as well as with another person involving the George situation. So, let's talk about that before we get into fucking Danganronpa. So, George Raccoon. I met him when I was 15 years old. 15. And he would have been 19 because there is a 4-year age gap between him and I. I met him in 2015, mid 2015.
All right, you have fun.
And
yeah, I will buy.
Things would be normal for a while. Like at most, like he was a little self-destructive at times, a little bit.
Yep.
But then comes 2016. So I know Autumn's in the chat. Hello, Autumn. For anyone out of the loop on that, Autumn and I used to date, and we had already had one person in our fucking ears who was a grown-ass adult talking about how we should move in with her. But then we have George. So George, he would like to do this thing where he would draw people in like a Snow White dress, which like, whatever, fine, that's cool. It's a 5-year, he was born in 95, it's a 5-year difference, that's worse! That's worse! Autumn, fuck! So he was, okay, so I guess there's a 5-year age gap. He would draw people in Snow White dresses because that was like his thing. I guess that was like a source of comfort for him, which like, fine, whatever, that's fine. He was drawing children in the same dresses and calling them so adorable and pretty princesses. And that would be...
I'm kind of curious, like, is there gonna be, I think this might just be pure testimony, but I guess it's just kind of interesting to hear from their perspective of like their side of it. So we'll keep it going.
2 of those people would be Autumn and I when we were 16, and he was, I guess, 21. Fuck. But that's not like the bad part. It's still weird calling a bunch of children pretty princesses and adorable. Yeah. Because, like, okay, because Ty's pointing it out, let me get this out of the way. The age gap is not inherently not the issue. It is the fact that he was doing this with minors. Ty and I are 4 years apart, and we are in a perfectly happy, healthy relationship. Let me get adjusted in my chair here. I am so sorry. I have autism. So that wasn't the inherent issue. The issue comes in when we talk about a certain kink that George had. And this kink was magic tricks. And so I'm actually going to very quickly pull up the Blue Sky post I made last night. And I'm going to share, I'm going to put it on stream. I don't feel like individually putting in all of the... I don't feel like putting in the individual screenshots. So I'm going to literally just create a new source. So you guys are going to have... Ah, fuck! I did the wrong thing. God damn it, dude.
Okay, so they will
OBS
show some
sucks.
stuff.
I'm sorry. OBS fucking sucks, chat. I am sorry. You're gonna have to deal with it. So...
Okay, hold on. I finished the thing. They're probably gonna read it.
We get, as you can see, this is a drawing of Autumn and I in a magic trick.
Yeah, with the context now, yeah, this is something that they liked, something that they were interested in. But yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, that's very disturbing. Yep. But yeah.
And for record, this was on March 16th, 2017. I had just turned 17, 11 days prior.
Okay.
He would then link us fucking magic trick videos, where this one is called Transposition of 2 Girls and 2 Puppy. And first of all, the girls are in lingerie, and we were, again, 16 and 17.
Right.
Then we get art of Autumn in the Snow White dress. There's the whole pretty princesses thing, and you two are equally cute. No.
Yeah, obviously that's really concerning. Ugh. No, that's disgusting how that they're talking. No, both are cute Snow Whites. You could both be pretty princesses. Ew. Yeah, I can see why people definitely think they have the attraction to Snow White dresses. Ugh.
No, you're so cute. You're so cute, Saf. You're so cute, Autumn. And then, shut up, phone. There's my dead name. So, dead name jump scare. Here we go. This says, by the way, I have another idea. What if you and Autumn did this trick and you turn into a Dalmatian?
What? Why?
I don't respond because this is 2017. I was in high school. And also I was not online as much. And he's like, did you see the video I sent you? Oh my god, did you see it? There's like so many more that I do plan on posting at a later date, primarily when Chuli decides to make a video about the situation, which we are doing.
Dude.
So he did all of this. Again, I was 16 and 17. And then we get into the Leo stuff. The Leo stuff is public knowledge by now. It is completely public knowledge. It has been for a long time. So George did all of this exact same stuff to Leo when he was 16/17 in 2019. So George would have been fucking, my god, 24? 24, talking to a 16-year-old. So to let that sink in. About his kink. First of all, let Leo onto his NSFW account. Draws Leo in the magic trick, shows Leo the magic trick stuff, but also decides to be like, okay, I think Leo, you should buy a Snow White dress and show me you in the Snow White dress, saying shit like, don't give up, Leo, I believe in you, you can get the dress, you could get it. Again.
But yeah, I could definitely see the argument being like why they're sexually attracted to the Snow White stuff, considering that like it's just another example of like, you know, showing them the chair trick. And yeah, that's the evidence of them drawing them in the chair trick. Something that they've already self-admitted to having as a sexual kink, and they keep calling them like, oh, pretty princesses, oh, you should do this. And then like they recommended them to be like in more magic trick settings. Ugh, it's really, really fucking weird, dude. Like, okay, dude. Like, if you're gonna be like this depraved, at least just, you know, do it consensually with adults, bro. I don't even know why you're even like fucking around with kids. It's just so unnecessary, dude. Fuck me.
Reminder, Leo was 16. And so I caught onto this because obviously I had been groomed by George. I'm calling it what it is. It was grooming. And I caught that, and we had a whole discussion. And that's when me and a certain other person encouraged him to make a document. But it was meant to be private, but that other person then went on to convince Leo to make it public. So that happened. We made it public. George ran off the internet for a while, except for one person. He stayed in contact with one person, and that would be none other than infamous commentator / internet personality Susie Doodletones.
Doodletones?
Who was working with George behind the scenes, going off about how he was basically saying that George was spoctored.
Yeah.
Then later released a video basically saying that
Wait, so Doodletones was also doing behind the scenes sweeping? So that Spoctor point was something that they said, I guess, would be around like oh, fuck man. They're saying that actively behind the scenes. Dude. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
George had not groomed Leo, that I was someone spearheading a hate campaign towards George, and then George was just let back in the commentary community for up until this month, when Chuli finally decided, like, looked at everything and said, what the fuck happened here? Leo was basically chased off of public spaces because, you know, people were letting his groomer back into spaces. Fucking.
Yeah, she cozied everyone in the Cloud Palace to welcoming George back to the community. Dude. God. Well, I'm going to be very curious to see everything from the Cloud Palace leak. Like, there's definitely going to be lots of vlogs to go over once that happens, and that is the planned thing I will look into when it's all out there. I'm just, like, trying to set, like, the basis groundwork right now. But fucking hell. Holy shit. But yeah.
Fucking, it's insane to me. It's insane to me.
Khaled, to answer your question, this would be the old Spoctor stuff. Not the 13, 16-year-old thing where he had the hard drive on his hard drive when he was 18 still. This would be, I guess, the false allegations.
It's fucking insane to me. Leo was chased off because y'all decided, a bunch of people decided, yeah, no, George didn't do anything wrong. Brother, he was talking about his kink to a 16-year-old, multiple 16-year-olds. One of them including me. It's like, what? And then, like, behind the scenes.
I'm Godspeed, dude. I'm in there digging and it sucks. Yeah. I've been invited to also join the Cloud Palace, but I'd rather do that after I get all the groundwork if I do that. We'll see. We'll see.
Like, again, I already mentioned this. There were people blaming me, saying that I inserted this idea that George groomed Leo into his head. Which fucking... What? And the reason that this was being spewed was not out of a genuine, like, cause of interest / worry in Leo. It was because of who I was associated with at the time. I was associated with my fucking assaulter and my abuser, and that warranted blaming me for George, a pedophile, being outed from the community. So, good job, guys. Good fucking job. Good job. Good fucking job. My god, y'all are... Pat yourselves on the back, give yourselves a fucking cookie, and go fuck yourself. Remember, it was all brought back into light. Yeah, the whole reason it was brought back into light because George drew fan art of Chuli. Oh.
Ew.
More will be discussed about both George and Susie. There's a lot to be said on my end. I know she's announced the video already.
So, like, George hasn't stopped with the fucking Snow White shit, bro. Fuck me, man. Fuck me.
I will be in the video with Chuli about the Cloud Palace and about George and Susie. I will be in that. I haven't written shit for it. But, you know what? Considering everything's just now happening, I think I deserve to take it easy a little bit. Not immediately delve into writing a whole fucking section of a video talking about my grooming. And the abuse I was handed because of me associating with my abuser. Again, let it be known, the only reason I was blamed for George's situation is because I was associated with my assaulter. The person who sexually assaulted me, I was associated with her. So therefore, anything I said just didn't fucking matter. Like, dog, what the fuck? Especially considering the community had already seen me be a victim of not just abuse in general, but of the person who they were mad at me for associating with. So like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, I said this earlier, because I see your comment. The inherent issue is not the age gap; it is the fact that Leo, Autumn, and I were all minors during these age gaps. Again, Ty's in chat. Him and I have been together for almost 2 years. We have a 3.5 to 4 year age gap. Perfectly healthy, perfectly loving and caring, and Ty is like the sweetest human being on planet Earth. So, womp womp.
I mean, like, if the age gap was like 5 years, I think that would definitely be a reasonable concern, though. Like, come on.
Speaking of sweetest human being on planet Earth, all I ask right now for anyone who is like watching this is please just give your fucking love to Leo, considering he has been silenced for fucking 4 years, almost half a decade over this shit. Give your love to Leo. I know he's not in chat right now. I love that boy to death. That is another one of my damn fucking gay fucking partners. Because everyone knows one thing about Safi Nom is that I almost said a slur. That she's a queer. I can't say what I want to say. You guys know what you guys know what I'm thinking though.
Whoa. That's fucked up. Whoa.
So what are my thoughts on everything going forward? George, stay fucking gone. I know you're not watching this, but if somehow this whole little section falls into your lap, which it will be on YouTube later today, I will be having this entire part of the stream on YouTube.
Yeah.
Stay the fuck gone. Stay the fuck gone. I'm sure, and the same goes for Susie. Stay the fuck gone. Have fun knowing you put children in danger. Don't ever claim that you care so much about the safety of children on the internet when this is the bullshit you do.
I mean, yeah, Doodletones couldn't claim that just even with like the FCK stuff alone. So like, yeah, I guess this just shows like a pattern of behavior. Fuck me.
I will be, again, a more formal statement on my end will be made through Chuli. And maybe I'll make my own video as well. Because there's multiple people who are making videos about the situation, and it's fucking warranted. But yeah, that's just my thoughts. I feel I should give these thoughts considering I was one of the victims involved. I also just realized now that my OBS was not recording any of this, so I'm gonna have to go back to the VOD later and download this entire part. Fuck!
Yeah? Fucking hell. But yeah, I guess that kind of like shows definitely a little bit more evidence into like the Snow White claim it's sexualizing like minors, but specifically with Snow White. Fucking hell. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I just don't know how someone like that could be objectively like defended. Like that's someone objectively in the wrong. And like they were given like a defense. Like that's insane. Like genuinely. But yeah. Alright. We do got this last call, which fuck me. But it's important. It's important. Alright. It's definitely gonna take a while to go through, so I'm not gonna try to like derail that much or like, you know, try to like talk too much, even though I'm a little bit of a yapper. But I'm trying to like effectively get through this as well. But yeah. We'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna thug it out. Definitely got the time to. But God, I've been streaming for over 2 hours so far, so we're chilling. Just Doodletones is very insufferable. But yeah. This is a copy of a call I had with a person named Jace, formerly Eno or Maz, recorded by Asuka. Frankly, I think the closest we'll get to a call with June, 2nd June, or Yoon or Heaton Mitsuru. So, yeah, this Jace person is also like Doodletones' partner. So this will be interesting. Let's get into it. Ace, you're already derailing? No, I'm not. I'm giving context, but yeah, let's get into it. I have my reasons for not having a call with June/Yoon anymore. They're already public, but I will elaborate more after the call on, though, is that I would probably not be civil at all. Okay. Not 100% sure I'm knowledgeable of June or Yoon specifically, but I do know the heat and stuff. I went over it last time. Unfortunately, I couldn't use a voice changer for this one, so you may have to deal with my annoying voice a bit. Do not hitch hunt anyone mentioned. Okay. Yes, the Heat and Mitsuru and June video is still on the indefinite hiatus, and I do not know if I will go through with it anymore, given my physical health problems, PCOS, and nosebleeds. Okay, to make this more understandable, I will put up the screenshots I sent for Jace to see on screen with a mouse click along with additional context. If needed, pause to read. I hope this will make up for it. Okay.
Oh. Hello. Hi. I'm guessing you're nervous. I don't... Well, actually, I do kind of blame you, but... Alright, let's...
No, I get it. Trust me.
So, just to, like, be more specific, this person right here that just spoke right now, that's Jace, it seems like. Yeah.
Full disclosure, this is not directly at you, so I hope I'm not gonna get angry, but I just recently discovered something Yoon said about me that actually genuinely made me hate him, so I'm gonna try to control my temper to
Who joined? What's up, Sam?
Hello, can you hear? Oh yeah, there you go. Fucking that Discord was glitching.
Sadly.
Bro, all right. I've found something. Oh, not found something. I found out about something, which is amazing. It's really made my day, right? But been having a bit of a shit day. But I saw Raven apparently quit.
Did. I mean, not
or
really.
Isn't covering commentary topics or whatever, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Tell me it's true.
I'm pretty sure they're just not doing commentary as much as they're going to focus on like RWBY or some stuff like that franchise or whatever.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, right? Were they really doing commentary if they were getting down on their knees, dick sucking everybody and saying sorry? Were they really doing commentary?
Okay,
I feel like more they were doing OnlyFans, really, weren't they? I know.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just bringing some positivity in, right? It made my day. I thought it might make everyone else's day. How's everyone been?
Dude, we're like watching... we went through like 2 different like videos so far. The last one I got is like an hour and 40 minutes, but it's gonna be
why?
Like because it's to do with Doodletones. I'm setting the groundwork for future streams to make sense about this topic. So
that's see. Well, so I have cheered up everyone else's day then, watching the stream, right? They're going, oh fuck, not enough of like hour-long video. See,
God, yeah,
something positive, eh?
Yeah. Didn't Raven? Wait.
We have one here.
Hold on. Didn't Raven do an introduction video 10 days ago? Yes, they did. Yeah, they did.
Hello, bye-bye. Hello, bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like they just don't want to do commentary anymore. Hold up, I'm getting a ping in art though. Hold on, this might be some cool stuff. Yeah, collect my 9 Google Docs. Yikes.
Hello, man. But no, I mean, look, if you're gonna bend the knee and apologize over one fucking comment, maybe commentary isn't the sphere, especially art commentary, where people are gonna hyper-analyze everything you do anyway. We're talking about Raven. Hyper-analyze everything you do anyway. Maybe commentary isn't the place for you. Look, I like Raven. I think Raven's fine, but probably good choice, sensible choice. I respect the choice.
Yeah.
And look, we have fun here, right? Raven, like, there's nothing really wrong with Raven. Just like if you are going to do that, maybe
I don't know what they did
during
what they did to Cupid Diet was pretty evil and like pretty bad. I don't know, man.
Okay.
I think what they did was pretty evil, and I think they should be ousted and honestly executed.
Not ice. I'm sorry, I
Gun.
get my facts mixed up. And I don't think they apologized enough. To be fair,
I think they need to apologize more. Hey Raven, if you're listening, we need you to get in here. We need you to apologize at least one more time, and then you get one more time for old time's sake before you even cover what was it, Ruby?
Yikes.
Yeah. Honestly, I just thought I'd come in here and spread the joyous news. Again, we have fun here. Raven's
Do you want to
fine.
play Fortnite? Do you want to play Fortnite?
I've done well, yeah. I wish Raven well.
Right.
I do. I'm assuming they're probably not going to disappear from joining Ace's streams or whatever.
No, they were just here a little bit ago chilling.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
So look, that's fine, but like, I will say it's a good and sensible choice from them, right? I think they made the right decision because, like, if you are going to apologize 24/7, right? And you've had something like that, are people really going to take you seriously, right? Like, you know what I mean? It was probably the best decision and the right decision for them, which ultimately I respect, right? Because that's a hard decision to make, especially when that's what you built your audience like off of, right? You built that audience, that community from commentary stuff, art com, or like the art scene.
Yeah.
So this big step, brave step. I respect that. And at the end of the day, look, we will mock and laugh because at the end of the day, what led up to that is pretty funny. All in jest.
I mean, if they
don't cancel me, Raven, please.
Like, obviously, if it does get to them and like they don't find any interest in it anymore, like then yeah, it's probably best if they don't want to be in here anymore than they like do anything else. Like, I don't know, you shouldn't force yourself to make content that you don't like making either.
Exactly. And look, if you feel like they had that like little controversy or whatever that where they're saying sorry or whatever, feels like it might be a bit of a knock-on effect, right? If they feel like maybe that's something they can't handle and that's why they've decided to take a step back, look, I respect it. Look, you evaluate if you can like handle criticism, or you're somebody who will respond to everything, right? Again, favorite guy to bring up with this, Kasari, right? Has to respond to everything. You evaluate if you can go up, like if you can deal with criticism, if you can deal with people shitting on you, if you can deal with people making fun of you or whatever, and you can stand on your ground or on your takes, or on your jokes, and apologize when you genuinely feel like you need to, when it's clear you've gone too far. If you can't do that, and that's when you've reevaluated and you've gone, look, this isn't for me, I respect that. I respect that decision way more than just pushing through it and continuing. If you don't feel like you can, defend yourself, or you struggle with the hate or the content or whatever, I respect that.
Yeah.
So
I think they still need to apologize more.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
me too. It's ultimately a harder decision. Deciding not to push through and like going, look, this stuff isn't for me, than just pushing through. Because ultimately, if they push through, they'd probably end up in another controversy where they're apologizing again for something else, whatever, or they put their foot in a situation. Definitely made the right call.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're pushing yourself, you're gonna have burnout, and if you have burnout, then you have more of a chance to fuck up and make mistakes. So yeah, better choice. Even like just thinking about it mentally. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go Cat said people keep acting as if she didn't apologize both in stream and in private. If they are acting like that, that's insane, right? Because I don't have enough like hands and fingers and toes to be able to like count on how many times they've apologized.
Yeah, literally, right? Like, unironically, like some of the people
need one more time.
Like some of the people would either be like, "You didn't apologize," and then like when Raven would directly apologize, it'd be like, "Oh, you didn't mean it." Like that's how annoying.
But that's what I mean. It's like I'm not like branding the whole art commentary, but like it's that little subsection, right? They're never going to be happy. They're going to like want you to apologize when you do directly to them. They're just going to say you didn't mean it, right? And that's going to keep going on. And that's one of the reasons that like I like push back a little bit on Raven like apologizing, right? It's because that does more harm than good. Because like realistically, that's a pretty harmless joke, right? And you keep doing that, you're just going to get more people, right? And you're responding to all of them apologizing or saying the same stuff or linking your original apology, right? It just doesn't look good. And like, look.
Yeah, she conceded to a hypocrisy point that wasn't even relevant to her just because she was apologizing, which that's when it starts to get to a point where it's like, okay, you're giving them way too much, bro.
And look, they've come to the decision to stop like making commentary content and do whatever else content, and they join the streams, all good. But no, I respect the decision way more than if they did push through, and they felt like they couldn't do this content or it wasn't for them. that's ultimately what it is. I'm assuming some people in chat would be disappointed that their content's gone.
What, did they remove their videos?
No, but like stopping the content. That's what I mean. Sorry.
No, fair enough.
I don't like as far as I've checked. Unfortunately, they have not removed their videos.
Okay, buddy.
Another ACC Avenger has fallen, snapped away into dust.
Shut the fuck up.
As I reach my hand and I snap my fingers, you see Glass Raven vaporize in front of me.
No,
and another commentator follows.
Bro, and it was the Family Guy picture, right? The art, it predicted it.
Okay.
No.
Okay. No, it had foresight.
I guess they weren't part of the Family Guy.
Did. And that is kind of unfortunate, though. But it's like, I get it. I get it, though.
I'm not like close with Raven or whatever. We're kind of like acquaintance. I'm a friend of a friend, right? Because I'm friends with you, and they're friends with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not like a friend of mine or whatever. Not like particularly close. But I respect it. I respect the decision. Was unfortunate that loads of people went after her. Was unfortunate that she folded to that. But kind of ended it on a positive of taking that initiative to take a step back. Before you ultimately put your own foot in it, and then you kind of feel like you're forced to take a step back. Probably the right move. And they might even, like, after they've matured, maybe when they're 40, they might jump back in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I've already had the conversation with them, but like, if honestly, like, I just stand by like what I said earlier. If you're not interested in what you make, then don't do it. Like, it's just unneeded. But yeah.
But by the way, I'm not the cause of all the problems, right? I didn't make Raven apologize or do anything. Right?
Yeah, you did. I saw you in my server.
It was me, Ace. It was me.
It was me, Barry.
I'm the one that made Glass Raven quit.
Yeah, fuck
me.
Fuck you. Wait, what did Sammy do? Everything. Okay, he did everything.
Everything and anything, bro.
He orchestrated this. It's really. What's the best part about this, Sam? I said I'm not gonna derail it. I'm gonna lock in. Then he joined the call.
I saw you sitting here, right? I was like, "Fuck, right? I'm really angry about this Doctor Who thing. I just need to get it out somewhere." So I joined.
Yeah.
And fortunately, like, as like, look, I'm joking, of course, about like being this joyous about Raven and quitting, right? I don't really care either way, right? But like, it just gave me something to talk about. Until when I was a bit annoyed.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Sammy called me various slurs. I would do that, but not kill your cat. That's too far. There we go. Am I being talked about, Raven? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's fine though. I said that I respect your decision on moving away from commentary or whatever.
Yeah.
Which great stuff.
Raven, we're always talking about you and the Ace
24/7. We've actually got a group chat.
You need to apologize one more time before you leave commentary entirely. Because honestly, I don't think you meant it. I think if you say it one more time, so you better get in here and apologize to all of us for the evil thing you said.
Yeah,
Yikes.
we didn't get apology directly, did we?
Yeah, we need the apology. We need the apology.
Fucking hell. Yeah?
We have lost another ACC member as I snap my fingers and they just become dust.
Dude,
Raven's not leaving commentary, apparently. I'm devastated. I lied to you.
Raven. You said you were taking a break from it, though, for a bit, though, covering, like, other things, though. Right? Like, you're not frequently doing it. Yeah.
Raven, my respect just went down, bro.
What? Yikes. Yikes.
I'm not leaving commentary. Who told you this?
Look at who's back in the community.
Have I been lied to? I'm actually devastated.
Look,
I actually respect
look who came crawling back to the ACC Avengers.
Right
when
they come crawling back
I was
to me.
leaving commentary.
Look,
Raven, I'm gonna be real, right? No, but not even Al-Qaeda could have forced me to watch a Raven video, right? I just heard this from Ant.
I did not. I literally clarified it in the.
No. I heard it from you, so I joined, and
you missed half of it.
No. I'm not going to go back on what I said, right? Because I stand by. I would have respected the decision if you had left.
Oh my god!
This is the gayest, elaborate, most self-promo I've ever seen.
I am stepping back. I'm not focusing on commentary.
Look who came crawling back to commentary right now.
That is what I said. That is what I said. That is what I said.
Stands. Then it stands. Then it stands. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine. It stands now. Which I respect. You know, get a bit more foresight before you apologize, Leah. Right? I get it.
I'm sorry.
And there's the apology, anyways. So,
I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
No, I made that joke about you.
Can you say it in tears? Can you say
No,
it like? Can you start like crying?
Yeah, no,
Like,
you
can
made
start
that
getting
joke,
ready?
and then I responded with the coffee monster.
Look, I'm not gonna look
So
at
you didn't mean
14-year-olds
it?
in a weird
So
way
you
again.
didn't mean it.
Shut up, Ace.
Yeah, buddy. That was kind of
Crescent,
rude.
right? No. One sec, Crescent, right? Ace, you're like derailing. Then fucking go and watch another stream, you cunt.
No,
right?
they love this stream.
No. I don't get this, right? No, Ace, stop. I don't get this, right?
Yeah, stop.
If you are getting with derailing, right? You wait,
Stop.
you go fuck off, and then you come back later. It's Ace's stream. It's his stream.
What do you mean Raven's active breathing is a form of apology?
Oh,
What the fuck?
yikes! They got you there.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually getting absolutely mogged.
Sorry, two people talking.
Right? What's the point of watching a stream? You're just going to constantly complain about it if something happens or if something's not happening or whatever. If you're not enjoying it,
It's playful.
just fuck off.
It's playful though, so it's funny.
I don't care if it's playful. It's just
it's not genuine. It's not genuine.
I don't care, Raven. I'm not gonna lie. Right? Your opinion's invalid to me. Right?
Okay.
It's just stupid. Annoys me.
Sam, I don't really care about your opinion.
Oh, you're using a line from Raven's book.
Yikes.
Anyways. That was a good one.
Anyways, so yeah, Raven, welcome back to commentary. I hope you enjoyed your hiatus.
Can you leave?
Yeah, my 30-minute
leave
hiatus.
Again.
Yeah.
My 30-minute hiatus.
Dead.
Okay, Raven, can you take a step back forever, please?
No.
Devastated.
Dead.
Awful stuff.
Dead.
Evil. All right, I'm gonna go try to get my General Grievous cosmetics before the end of the season. Bye.
Yeah. See ya, buddy.
Well, back to VR chat.
Anyways, yikes.
I'm devastated, bro. I'm actually devastated.
That was evil.
I lied.
Again?
Okay.
I always lie.
Did what the fuck?
Bro, that's what people thought Raven was doing.
Yeah.
But look, I still stand by it. Like the whole sentiment of if you decide to leave commentary or take a step back after something, which look, taking a step back, leaving regardless of what Raven's doing, I respect that. I'm a little bit more sad now they're not leaving, but you know I still respect it nevertheless.
Okay, buddy. It's just depressing to me that they haven't dipped. Yeah, dead.
It's fine. It's great, man.
Actually, Sam.
Hello.
I'm really enticed to grab a drink right now. Are you able to entertain my chat for a few minutes with some random commentary bullshit?
I can.
Okay.
I can talk about anything.
Okay, yeah. I'll be your B. You could just chat. Just don't be gay like Fabio was. But yeah, I'll be
What
back.
did he do?
He tried to say
What-
like he tried to,
Where's my Fabio, sir?
he tried to convince everyone that like I was a genuine furry and that it was just like a kink I had. So I'm trusting you.
That's evil.
I mean, it's true.
Anyways,
When you want that, you go power now.
accurate.
anyways, I'll be
No.
right back. Thank you, Sam.
After that happened, Fabio left the internet. It is kind of interesting. I just want to point that out.
And it's my stream now. Does bro want me to leave? Sob, yes, I do.
Okay, you know what we should do, Sam? We should just leave and then just like it. It just
No
becomes
one's
dead
like-
air.
I would, but it's my stream now.
It's your stream now.
What is it? Samuel saying slur, so Ace gets banned. See, I would. Well, okay, what ones don't get banned? Retard, faggot.
Whoa,
I'm not gonna
we
say the
can't
N-word.
say those words. That's
I'm
too
not gonna-
evil.
Look, guys. I know you're RCC, so you might have a fit. I'm gay, right? I like men. Last time I checked, I'm not black, so I'm not gonna say anything. But that is the last time I checked. It might be different now. But okay, this is one that might appeal to art commentators, right? Popular MMOs, right? I feel like people here might have like seen that. Has anyone seen the body cam footage? Again, I don't know what really appeals
I'm the one who
to
sent
any
it
of
to
you.
you.
Yeah, you did. But see, I don't know what really appeals to art commentators outside of art commentary. So I don't know who
Grooming.
Fabio is. See, that was why he was crying. No one knows who Fabio is.
Bring back Fabio. He doesn't give me enough time, so.
But why has Raven messaged me, bro? I ain't that serious. Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, I want to air out what they said, right? That'd be scummy.
Air out all your DMs. Say all your secrets. Leak them to the public right now.
Yeah, I know. Popular MMOs did nothing wrong. See, I thought the fucking body cam footage was devastating, right? Just absolutely devastating. I mean, look, he probably shouldn't have run from the police, but they treated him after that so poorly, and like that whole YouTube thing.
I think
they
that's
also
objectively wrong. That he didn't do anything wrong. He ran from the police. I think that's pretty. I think his drinking problem is also wrong. Like,
well, like okay, like his drinking problem is like a more of like an ethical issue, right?
Yeah, it's an ethical issue, but
his drug is a completely different thing. But like, of course, he was sleeping on the street, right? That is an issue, public safety. Of course, the police turn up. What I don't like respect about that though, is for one, they very much baited him to be able to search his bag, which is what it is. After he fled, they started saying a bunch of things, right? Which it's whatever, right? People got really caught up on like the whole YouTube thing, and my only thing I would say about that is they were acting really cocky about it. But like, people are always going to make comments about that. Like, you know, especially if you're police or in a job like that, there's so many examples of like people making jokes about being a YouTuber and stuff. You know, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But the only Fabio I know is the guy with long hair and an open chest. That sounds like him. All I watch is commentary, slop, and Roblox. I'm worse than an iPad kid. Nah, have I seen you in like I'm I might look like an absolute dick if I said this. Have I seen you in a slop your comment section? I feel like I have. Alcoholism is not bad. Smoking pot, exactly. I like that. Pure based, but no. I mean that was interesting. But I mean, it's just not a lot to talk about. iDubbbz. Look, I'm not going to bore any of you with iDubbbz, right? I'm kind of boring myself with how much I talk about iDubbbz at this point. But like, I can't gauge what like art commentators would be watching outside of like art commentary stuff. It feels like it's like an all-consuming niche where like people just switch on when there's art commentary, so and switch off when there isn't.
Yeah,
like these people don't sound like the most interesting people. No offense, right? But it don't sound like the most interesting like group of people like sitting there watching anything else. Because I just don't know what else you'd watch. Enlighten me, please. Are you watching other slop like topic commentary stuff, or are you just solely watching art stuff? Samuel, you called me gay, trans, and fatherless before on an A stream after I did fan art. That's what you know. That'd be it. Yep.
Which one is it? Which
yeah,
fan
that
art
sounds
did you
like
make?
Sam.
All right, ban this guy. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know what.
This is our stream now. You've lost all the privileges to the stream. We are derailing.
Anyways,
so you better mute back up, buddy.
No,
actually, I've got to say this, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we were keeping a consistent 55 to 65. You got back, it's dropped down to 49.
Yeah, honestly, it's just kind of like I tripped, and yeah. Anyway,
you tripped, and all the computers shake throughout the world and just turned off.
Yeah, they're reconnecting as we speak.
So I thought I'd add this, right? Let me clear Raven's name, right? Raven messaged me like seriously talking about like the stuff I was saying, right? And then just messaged me saying, "I'm sorry, I'm autistic as fuck, Lamel. It's fine. It happens."
Did they really just apologize, dog? Raven,
I didn't even realize.
Raven, come on.
I think you need to apologize one more time,
Dude,
Raven.
okay,
one more.
Let me tell you a good rule of thumb.
Time.
See this Samuel guy? Don't apologize to this guy. Like this loser?
Look, it will become very apparent when I'm being genuinely serious and not like. Look, for a lot of these people, right, a lot of it, like the British sarcasm, will go over their heads, right? Because I'm assuming you've got a more American audience, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of it will go over your head, or like me joking around or being blunt will go over your head. If it doesn't, then that's great. But is what it is. But yeah, stop saying sorry for the love of God. Just message me saying you're autistic. That's fine.
Yeah.
or just even say like, don't use the word sorry. Just like walk around it like, I sincerely apologize, or
I don't know.
I'm very very sorry about that. You know what I mean, right? Like, say something other than sorry, right? Spice it up a little bit.
Well, all right, guys. As nice of a gesture was that you guys took care of that while I got a drink, I do got to get back into this Doodletones thing since that's how I advertise the stream.
Fine.
So, yeah, I'm probably.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Look, you don't have to explain yourself on my stream, right?
Okay, buddy.
Completely fine.
Anyways,
look, if I ever start a Samuel live channel, right, and do live stream, I might just start clipping up bits while I'm on your stream and go, look at my live stream.
Okay, buddy.
Look at me go.
All right. You guys have a great day. And take care.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Right, have fun, buddy.
Have fun.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, leave, Ant. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Anyways. Back to the reason why you guys are here. Alright. Here we go. Okay. Oh man, I just celebrated Doodle's funeral on Chris's stream, and now this is the gift that keeps on giving. Thank you, Agent Nibbles, for the 5. Really appreciate it. But yeah. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Throughout this call, and I'm gonna go with the preamble here. I recognize that you are not the main perpetrator in this fiasco, or the one orchestrating the lies behind the scenes, so I will do my best to not lose my temper. While I cannot guarantee that, please don't interrupt me, I feel it is not fair on you to put you on the same level as you. However, you have acted out with demonstrably malicious intent that I wish to have answers for. I have read the logs, and I feel disturbed about what you said about me, along with others, but I will keep them anonymous. So, let's get on to question 1. There you go. I'm sending a screenshot. Because I asked this to Susie, sorry. Not Lucy, whoops.
Okay, deleted user. I read them the riot act very diplomatically, and then we found out the craziest shit. They had a copy of the document they made about me, deleted it, never got rid of it, but Lio made them delete it for good. Gonna start heavily TLDRing, because a lot of this shit is the same thing in different fonts. Their backing commentaries are now friends with Ephraim. They made a terrible video on Boonslayer made a video on them. I find out that the whole time they've been talking about me and Heaton under lame code names while actively trying to get Ephraim to not approach me about because they could. Because they couldn't because if they would because Lio would get them. Ephraim admits that he was planning on making a video about me and Heaton to a surprise gal. The deal has been breached, and I go to Lio. Lio fucking calls their mom. They get grounded from the internet for a year. Year was up last month. Interesting. Okay.
What do you think Yoon is saying in this, and what do you think he's done in this?
With Yoon?
Yeah, my question is, what do you think Yoon is doing or done in the screenshot?
Let me read this over real quick. Very diplomatically, and then we found the craziest shit. They had a copy of the document they made about me. Deleted it, but never got rid of it. Well, deleted for good. Back in commentaries from Ephraim.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think it is? When you're done.
Fuck, my infinite cube. My neurotypical cube.
I see the words "the deal has been breached" is underlined, and I remember that at some point, I think it was before you and Yoon actually talked things out, he was planning to make some sort of like public statement about you. And what I can assume is being said is deal's been breached. He was gonna go ahead with it anyway. Am I misunderstanding this?
Alright, I'm guessing you misunderstood like Susie. So, I'm gonna... this Jace is an admission of blackmail.
Oh.
What?
See, I was not grounded by my mom. I was actually told to be... I was forced offline by Lio because Yoon was using Lio to force me offline and silence me. And before that, He threatened that if I talked about him again, even in private, or Heaton, that they would send the police to my house.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
And given my living situation, that could have ended badly. So, number 2. A loaded question.
I get that that's definitely fucked up, but I'm kind of confused how Jace ties into that. But we'll see.
Did you ever think to question Yoon on my quote-unquote grounding? Because to put it bluntly, he lied to you about that. It was not grounding, because here's what actually happened. Lyle called my mother, right? He called her and stuff. The reason was because Yoon insisted that he would call the police, or specifically file a police report on me at my father's house. Lyle did not want to escalate to that level. So Yoon, knowing Lyle trusted him, and Heaton, at face value, used him to blackmail or ground me or force me off the internet. It was not my parents. My mom was the one who wanted to watch my electronics, correct. But it was Lyle who did that, so he could help me. Even those who do not like him, like Neurofunky, can even attest Lyle never intended to isolate me. So to reiterate, did you ever think to question Yoon about my quote-unquote grounding?
I don't think I really did. I'll admit, you and I weren't really on good terms at the point it happened.
I'm kind of confused about one point here, though. It's like, okay, obviously what Yoon did's fucked up. The blackmail's fucked up. But I'm kind of curious how it falls onto Jace to ask them. Because, like, okay, right? You even admitted that Yoon lied to them, right? But I guess, would there be any reason for Jace to, like, wonder why, like, think that they would lie? Like, I'm just kind of curious about that. I mean, I get why you're upset about it. Obviously, you have every right to be upset about it. But I'm just kind of wondering how Jace falls into this. But yeah, we'll see. I guess maybe it'll present itself a bit better.
I'm sorry. I read the logs. That is incorrect. You're happily talking shit about me with him.
Interesting.
I don't want to say that's a lie. Okay.
So essentially, it seems like Jace took a victory lap. Okay, I could see why there's a little bit of a pressing here. Yikes.
Question number 3. Did you spread Yoon's narrative about me to other places?
No.
Okay. I hope that's not the case. Question 4. Did Yoon actually show you what I said in the document?
I don't remember at the moment. I apologize. I remember seeing a copy of your document.
Interesting. Alright. Because, I was thinking he didn't, because he didn't show people that. Usually. Question number 5.
Yes.
This is a wild one, but I know what I'm talking about. Here's the screenshot.
Okay. My boss thinks I should push for a restraining order. I feel weird asking Lyle for personal info, though, to be honest. Jace, before Lyle called her mom, I thought about that last night. Personally, I think that would probably be the best option. If just somehow, so stupid to break that off for the year, to break that after the year break, you have more proof against her whenever you need to make a police report on her. Wait. Okay. So this kind of insinuates that Jace would know about, like, Would this insinuate they know about the blackmail, though? They could have known about the grounding. Curious.
Yes.
Sorry, trying to get the screenshot.
This is really autistical amount. You see, Kalu, that's why I'm sifting through it, dude. I'm sifting through it to understand it. Alright, to make it a bit more, neurotypical.
Question. I read the logs. Here's a screenshot. Why did you want to harass my mom by calling her?
No, that's not what I meant when I said that. Yoon said, quote here, my boss thinks I should push for a restraining order. And considering what I knew about what he'd been saying up to that point about you, I was in agreement with him on that because, to my understanding, you'd been stalking him for a long time. That was my understanding of the situation, and I know that probably might not be correct, but like...
Alright, so it's a misread, but you do realize that kind of came across as that.
Yes, I can see how that came across that way.
Follow-up question. I hate to be blunt about this, because this one was extremely upsetting.
Oh.
Just said this in call, but I'll say it here too. You that desperate to die, Jesp? I'll hand you the fucking rope. See, I don't even know who's Jesp. Okay, but yeah, obviously, yeah. Very unhappy. Coming from a Spurg, I do enjoy hearing about some of the stuff from a neurotypical perspective. Yeah? Yeah, buddy? Fun stuff happening. B mollusk is Ponderstruck, I know. I'm aware of that, but I don't know like what that would have to do with the screenshot though.
Don't look at chat, B. What the fuck is this?
Oh, so... Okay, so this is something that would affect, Pondersprocket, I guess? Okay, that's the context for that, I guess.
I don't even remember this, but that shit.
Yeah, this was 3 years ago.
I'm not gonna make excuses for that. I have no
You
excuse.
do realize Keyblade was exiled for the community for this reason, right?
Yes. I know.
Okay. It's not great. Because, Deafin, B, Deafin, ironic, Ephraim wants to ask a question after what I say,
Sure.
Ironically enough, I don't know if you watched my video on the SEC, but I did actually buy a rope from Amazon to go kill myself with, so that's kind of ironic, honestly.
Oh.
It actually hurt a lot seeing that, reading that, to be honest.
I see. Okay, Jaspis is Rin's dead name. Okay. You see, that puts a... Okay. Okay. Fucking hell. Dead. Okay. Fucking hell. Yeah. Alright, I get why they're confronting them on that. That makes more sense. Because I only know them as Rin, so... Fuck me. Yeah. Fucking hell. Dead name in the sense of it being username is used to prior. Okay. Alright, I've gotten to the point of being able to identify it at a glance. I have problems. Nah, it assists. It assists. But fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell.
I'm not gonna make excuses, and I can't even...
So they don't...
Shut my mouth.
Yeah, they don't have any memory of it. They don't have any reasoning for it. God.
Well, I was going to ask Jace because this is something I just realized. So, Jace, who and all have you said things like this about? Because I know you've threatened violence on at least me. This is you saying you'll hand Rin the rope. Who else have you said this about to your memory?
I don't think I've said that about anyone else.
Wait, you haven't said that about anyone else?
I don't think I have.
So you haven't said that about, say, Vivian?
I don't. I genuinely don't remember. I might have said something like that about her. She's
okay. And I want to be clear. I'm not even gonna like get all that mad about you to you if you did say that about Vivian. Like the point I was making is I thought it was weird if it was just about me and Rin specifically, and then you said you couldn't think of anyone else you could have said this about.
I find that deeply disturbing, to be honest.
No. I probably did say something about like Vivian or something of her.
Okay. Well, and I want to be clear. I don't really care if you said about Vivian. Again, I would actually be more bothered if it was just specifically me and Rin. Am I making that clear? I feel like I need to make that
I
clear.
don't understand the point being made here.
I understand.
Okay, so I guess maybe that it's more of like maybe like are they trying to make the point that like it's like a pattern of behavior that they have that they use to like lash out on people? Because like other than that, I don't really understand the point that they're making here. But yeah, okay, here we go.
That was my question. If I have any more, I'll unmute and ask away.
Okay. Question 6. What was your thought process about, frankly, having a sadistic glee about me? To specifically quote you in particular. Okay, I could just get the screenshot, but I...
Yes, isolate her. Let her forever wallow in her misery. What? Okay, so the mosquito is squished. Jace. Now I'm starting to think it's bullshit that like you didn't really know about like the blackmail or some shit like that. Dude. What the fuck? Why did like Jace even have an issue with Rin to begin with? Like this is so random. Like you don't just like say someone like they like fucking kill themselves and that you get the rope and shit like this. What the fuck? Dude.
I could quote it from there.
Is this the Twitter thing? Or is this something else?
It's in Cloud Palace, actually. Hold on, I'm trying to get this. Okay. The accurate screenshot. You quoted in particular. Yes, isolate her. Let her forever wallow in her misery. Did you really hate me that so much that you wanted me gone forever?
Bro.
Can I admit something very personal for a minute?
Sure, go ahead. I hope someone will censor that if that's upon your request.
Okay. No, you can make it public for all I care. Okay. I have personal experience being stalked. Me and my best friend suffered that as someone we knew in real life for a good few years. And in hindsight, I'm wondering if that was clouding my judgment to some extent. I know that's no excuse. I know.
A trauma response, so to say.
Trauma, yes, very much so. I don't know if I even want to go into all...
I mean, they did say earlier that they thought, like, their understanding was, I guess, Rin was, like, a stalker, which... I guess that could be a possibility here. But this is kind of interesting that these screenshots are also coming from Cloud Palace, so I guess that would be, like, a private server where, like, their thoughts are just, like, raw and unfiltered. So this is kind of interesting. Even though I don't have a lot of context on Jay specifically, this is kind of interesting to see, like, you know, it's like they're saying one thing, but their old unfiltered words are coming back to haunt them. So, interesting. But yeah.
The stuff that happened with that girl,
I just want to say,
threatened my best friend and I with her life on at least 2 occasions.
Jace, I just want to say, we get it at this point. That was all you needed to say. Is that
I'll try to be simple. Question 7. Essentially, a follow-up question for 6. Are you aware that attempting to isolate someone is a form of abuse?
I mean, I guess I must not have really thought about it that way at the time, but in hindsight, I definitely understand how it came off that way.
That kind of answered it, but I'll just ask it anyway, the follow-up question. Why did you think that was acceptable to do to me? I'm guessing it's your trauma, was it because I was a bad victim in this? But it might have been just your trauma response.
I genuinely believe it was a trauma response.
Alright. I'm seemingly doing good so far, in spite of what I just saw about what you said. Question 8. Is blocking someone's hidden alt really stalking? Because Yoon said that Heaton came up with the stalking accusation in the written call.
Oh god.
I can, to an extent, understand where Yoon was coming from with that. Because it was supposed to be hidden. It was supposed to be something people didn't really know existed. And the fact you found it, I can understand why it would have caused Yoon some alarm.
The problem is it was public. It was public. If it was a private account, then the cyberstalking claim would have been valid.
There is no way they try to call Rin a fucking stalker for blocking a publicly known alt account, bro. Fuck Heaton, bro. Fuck these guys. Fucking hell. Dude, that's so fucking stupid. Holy shit. God. This is the level of intelligence that we're dealing with in this situation? Fuck me. Good riddance to them all, bro. Fuck me.
But given he threw
Yoon threw Heaton under the bus. He also said Heaton was the one who came up with the doxing accusation. Oh, fun.
Under the bus about it, it's essentially him admitting that the cyberstalking claim is false. Sorry, I'm... Alright. Follow-up question to 8. Were you aware Heaton Mitsudu tried to find my dogs by filing a FBI?
Whoa, what? Also, I want to ask a question. You know what? Do we have Rin's real name? Nope, nobody knows about their real name. I know it. Well, then I guess I have an FBI tip to file. Heaton! What the fuck? Their first name, anyway. I want to say this. Nobody, not even the people in the server, knew about Yoon's name until that document was out of the open, unless people were close to Yoon. Also, I don't know, blank, the name was already public back when they were a commentary YouTuber. Bro. Dude. Fuck me. Heaton is such a schizo. They unironically try to get someone's real name through the scummy ways possible. What the fuck? Dude, an FBI tip, bro? It's not that serious, dog. Holy shit. God. But yeah. Keep it playing.
FBI report because of me blocking Yoon's alt.
They did not try to file an FBI report because of fucking blocking an alt account. Dude, really? Heaton is a schizo. Holy shit. Brother. Dude. Remind me not to block any of Heaton's alts, bro. Holy fuck. God.
I'm 99% sure I don't know about that.
So China knows what. I guess Trilobane does that, I guess. Here it is.
No, I don't remember this.
Yeah. She tried to find my docs, and ironically enough, this was before my first name was public, so ironically enough, you doxed my first real name to he.
Hold on, who joined? No, not you.
What's up?
What's up? I'm going through some evil stuff, so I'm gonna have to, like, tell you adios. Yeah, that's what I thought. And we'll let that load. Yeah. I'm the captain now. This is sickening. Thanks for the 2, Lyndon. But God. Holy shit. I don't know, dude. Like, this is all fucking insane. Holy fuck. So, you try to dox someone that you were against just because they blocked an alt account. Bro, fuck off. Bro, fuck off. Holy shit. God. But yeah. We'll continue.
Heaton. When I trusted him with it.
Wait, hold on.
Came to Heaton. Ironically enough, you doxed my first real name to Heaton. When I trusted him with it.
So you doxed, bro. These people are fucking freaks. What the hell?
Incredible.
That's... Jesus. If I can just, for a second, I must have... I'm not gonna excuse any of this, but God, I had a very, very skewed understanding of the situation at hand. I did that stupid thing where I believe my friends blindly. Guess I can't even be surprised at myself anymore. Anyway, you can continue.
Question 9. Did Yoon or Heaton say I doxed you?
I don't remember.
The answer is yes. I can.
What? Hold on. Let me look.
I doxed you. Question 9. Did Yoon or Heaton say I doxed you?
Alright. Most people were very close to Yen. Also, yes, Yoon. Whoops, wrong one. I don't know what they're talking about. This name was already public back when they were commentary to where them. Even I didn't know about it. I went to Hibiki. I was punched for their face for this. No, I was very open about the fact that my first name was an old alias, and that's why I didn't want it to be known anymore. I explicitly said to never refer to my old name ever again. Okay, I see. And Rin's still out of their way just to drop the name despite exactly stating not to. And called, okay. And I can't even read this one. Hold on, let me try. It doesn't matter what doxing is in your opinion. Here's the definition of doxing. You're planning on publishing information like their legal name, which if you were so close to them, you knew they intentionally tried to scrub from the internet the date of birth of the year. Fucking sexual assault. This is private and identified information. Rin. Okay. Okay. So you could say that all you want, Heaton. So why did you try to get their docs through an FBI tip? Yeah, we could play this game. So you are conceding to and actively admitted to trying to dox this person. Great stuff. Fucking hell. I didn't know that. I wasn't as close as I was. You're doubling down on your racist assumption. That's just because an Asian person was using an East African name, it wasn't their real one. Doesn't mean shit. What? We told you that it was her real name and you left it in. How did you make this racist? How? The fuck? Dude. How the fuck did you turn this into a race thing? The fuck? Holy shit. Anyways.
I don't remember.
Yeah, the answer is yes. I can get it. Hold on. But ironically enough, this completely contradicts his accusation. The duality of man, so to say.
Okay, let me...
This is he gaslighting me to my face about me doxing Yoon.
Ooh, that's...
Well, Yoon admitted it was public.
Jesus.
They lied to you a lot, didn't they? Because a lot of people have been lied to. I should know. I lost my closest friends over this.
Friends I knew since early childhood and friends I knew since I was 16, including an ex-best friend I had. Bro.
Sorry, I'm just taking a second to process that. I hate... keep getting... Am I really that easy to lie to?
I guess ask people next time when they accuse someone of something without evidence.
Yeah,
Because I wasn't given a voice, I kept being threatened to be put.
This feels like the very definition of a bad idea. Is this the part of the plan that Lio, Rin's mom, and Rin's dads came to? I'm not so sure. This is not a very good idea, seeing as how her friends weren't looming into people's DMs. Well, I'm pretty sure I'd have to ask Lio, but I'm pretty sure if she tries more shit, after all the social taken away from her, it's gonna be police time. Wonder why it's a year. Yeah, probably shouldn't read too deep into it. Probably because it's impossible to be off forever, I don't know. I guess that's true, yeah. Hopefully she gets intensive fucking therapy.
In silence.
Through that year.
Otherwise the police would be at my door. And I was terrified.
And them
blackmailing me.
Like that was beyond fucked up.
Not to mention filing a police report or an FBI report. Hold on. Let me get this one too.
Fuck, okay. Why I didn't want to be known as it anymore. Okay. I explicitly said to never refer to my... Okay, yeah. Just called the local non-emergency. I was not a kid. What the fuck? Heaton. Bro. Holy shit, lol. I don't know why they thought I was kidding. I'm just fucking impressed, to be honest. Why? Dude. Heaton. What the fuck? You are psychotic. Holy shit. Fuck my life.
Oh, not the right one, but whatever. But Heaton admitted to filing a police report to the non-emergency police line. So, that's, given this situation and how much she lied, as well as Yoon, that is a false report. That is illegal. That is wasting police time. So they committed 2 crimes at least. Against me. Ironically enough, Yoon admitted that I didn't commit any crimes against him. Jesus. So. Yeah.
And I'm really fucking glad, like, Heaton's gone. I didn't even know, like, this Yoon person, but they sound like a psycho already by, like, what I'm looking through. And so far, it's not so much on Jace, but yikes. What the fuck? What the hell is Yen doing here? Yen cameo? What the hell? This is gay. I knew Lio was here, though. Evil stuff happening.
Follow-up question.
Sure.
What did they tell you?
There's... God, I hate to keep using the I don't remember excuse. It... The most I think I knew was about the supposed stalking. I knew about the grounding. I knew about when you and Yoon finally, like, actually spoke one-on-one. And I knew about the possibility of you being kicked out.
I get you.
Yeah. Ephraim said, if you actually don't remember, that's fine, and you're being specific enough to where I get the idea you're at least trying.
Sorry, I'm typing.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I saw that one.
Oh, Autumn asked a question.
If I discussed this... If I discussed it? No, I barely even DM'd either you nor Heaton.
So a blind follower, it seems. I guess. I initially wanted to talk to Yoon, but after what I saw today, I kinda don't. I will show you it later, but it enraged me.
Honestly, like, the only person I feel like that definitely needs a call to see, I feel like it would be interesting to confront Heaton directly. Like, I know, like, that happened in DMs, but, like, in call form, I think that would also be interesting, because I don't know, like, in that confrontation, right, like, the last one that happened with, like, in Lyo's DMs, that was very hyper-fixated on more of, like, their associations with, like, Caden Monroe and, like, Abby Haltman and stuff like that, and Nezzy, I guess. Like, just them, like, spurging out at Lyo because of, them helping Chuli and them just making up things that Lyo definitely 100% said, but just didn't. You see, I think Heaton unironically needs to be confronted about all their actions directly in a call. It's happened to pretty much everyone else, but I don't think that's ever going to happen now, realistically speaking. But I would be very, very interested to see what Heaton would try to justify with a lot of the things that they've done, especially actively trying to dox someone, and just did. Fucking hell. But, yeah. I don't think that's gonna happen, though. Yeah, Heaton would never. I know. Probably not. Honestly, those DMs with Lyo was probably gonna be the closest we got to any form of, like, some form of a confrontation. That was more of a bridge burn in DMs, and them just, like, I would even ask why they suicide baited. Like, that's fucking insane. There's definitely things I could even think about asking them, but realistically, I don't think any of that's going to be brought up. But I don't know. We'll see. Only time will tell, I guess.
To oblivion. Question 10. I need a screenshot here. I saw your straitjacket comment about me. Are you aware that I am...
Okay, let's see. Let's read the DM. Just rip her a new one. I want to joke about Rin can't commit for shit. If this is really true, it's ironic as hell. It'd be funny if it weren't so infuriating. If she's that insistent that everyone hates her or whatever whiny bullshit she spews, then let's give everyone a reason to hate her. Okay, Jace. Now we're actually going to be confronting him a little bit more. Well, I'd argue that Heaton was more malicious than Junkie Spoctor. Because in this case of those guys towards Heaton, one of them just lied about DMs and that the other one sweeped. Heaton lies about a lot of things and is very malicious and biased. They're really schizo. I've seen a lot of cases, so yeah. I don't know, they're just really not mentally right in the head. But yeah. Well, don't worry, she's already given us that much. Why are they speaking like fucking cartoon villains? You said she was getting committed or something along those lines. Good. What I'm about to say is probably going to sound mean, but it's thoroughly deserved in her case. Put her in a fucking straitjacket and don't let her out, Jace. Dog. I do realize this is like abnormally vitriolic for me, but she earned my ire a long time ago. Destroy my piss boy. She did that unthinkable. She made Dottie want blood. Bro. For real though, Yun, if drafted, there's and then like just gets cut off like new note messages. Dude. Bro. Dude. Oh yeah, what's up, Sparrow? But like, dude. So I know Jace is probably gonna say it's a trauma response because I thought you were a stalker again. That's probably realistically what they're gonna say. Honestly, that's probably what they're gonna say for the rest of this, if I'm gonna be real. But what the fuck? They just talk like cartoon villains. Unironically, they're talking like cartoon villains right now. Fucking hell.
I am disabled and mentally ill, to the point where I can't live on my own, that I'm under a...
Dude, I was there for this call. I was the Sayaka BFP, the girl with the blue hair. It was so bad. Yeah, dude, it's fucking rough.
Conservatorship, and your progressive ideals. That this makes you look ableist, especially according to your ideals.
That's a confrontation? Ableism?
I didn't know that about you.
Okay. Because, it was well known that I was very autistic and disabled.
I mean, honestly, given like Jace's explanation of thinking that you were a stalker, this was probably like a really extreme response about being like them calling a stalker crazy. Like I said, I think this is just gonna be like another trauma response like answer from them. They're not like cartoon villains, they are cartoon villains, real. But fucking hell.
And extremely mentally ill. This is rough. Question 11. This is actually multiple questions.
Oh boy.
Do you feel anyone made you say or think this way? Did you not feel in control when you said what you did about me? Was
look,
this not
Sparrow.
actually how you felt?
I can at the very least admit that I've always had a habit of just going along with things that were being said about people we had issues with.
Could have sworn there was more. How much longer is this call? Oh shit, you're barely in the 30-minute mark. Whoops. Yeah, dude, like we're only 24 minutes in. This call is an hour and 40 minutes, okay? But we're gonna thug it out. We're gonna thug it out because I definitely got the time to do so. God.
And I know, trust me, I know that's a problem.
So being a sheep. I wish that was not typical, but it is typical for this community.
Yeah.
I hate the SCC so fucking much. Question 12. Why did you not stop people talking about assaulting me? There are people talking about murdering me and putting me in body bags.
What the fuck? Dude. Are you kidding me? My God, bro. Fuck my life. Dude. I didn't think it was gonna get a little bit worse. I didn't think it was gonna get really that much worse. But fuck me, dude. Here we are, dude. Like, fuck my life. Okay, let's read the jar. Rin, yeah. Murder is legal if no one finds the body. Oh, don't worry, I'm working on it. I have the body bags, BB. Bro.
Bags, including you, who engaged in that narrative of murdering me, the person who was Ellie Welly Woo, who apologized profusely, or Avi making sexual jokes or humiliating jokes like a cum jar joke about me, which frankly is also sexual harassment. Did you think what they did was right and kosher? I'll send them.
How old is Rin right now? Because I'm kind of curious about something also to consider, if you guys know. Like, currently, right now in 2025, how old is Rin? If you guys know. Just curious.
I think when people started getting that aggressive, I might have kind of just shuffled away a little bit. And I'm not going to excuse myself for that.
Read these here. This is how bad it got. And full disclosure, I had fears of Yoon murdering me because I suffered with delusions at the time. So this was horrifying to see.
Yo, no, I hear.
Rin is in their early 20s. Okay. Because I was like gonna see like if like this jar joke would be like, I don't know, like if it obviously this would be like even more huge, like crazier, right? If Rin was a minor. That's essentially like what I was asking it for. But yeah, unchecked obsession being left to fester, basically. Yeah. Fucking hell. I mean, go. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but like Heaton just unironically tried to get this person's docs, and like unironically like called an FBI tips just to get like Rin's first name at least. But like fucking hell, and this is like really schizo shit.
Right to be horrified.
Time it's not even the worst thing that made me angry about, but I will talk about it later.
Looking at the time frame, I'm wondering if I might have been at work when this was said.
Okay. Fair enough. Question 13. Sure. Did Heaton ever tell you the lie that I dox people and prompt others to swat them? Because she has told at least 2 people that believed her at face value, that being Asuka and Lio.
To my memory, no. Sorry, I'm going to check my DMs with Heaton here and see if she said anything to me. She and I barely spoke, really.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The only thing like I would say with this call, which I don't put this on Rinna that much at all, it's unrealistic to get Yoon in a call, and it's unrealistic to get Heaton in a call. I know you guys said like this is the closest you're gonna get, but like I really don't know how productive some of this is gonna be. Like unless it's like directly pointed to Jace, right? Asking about like Heaton's actions, right? It's not really gonna help too much when you're asking someone that's not Heaton. And especially doesn't help that Jace clearly has some memory issues right now, and this is questions about something that happened in 2022, 2023. Yeah, but regardless, I don't know. It's definitely interesting, like when it gets like pressed more on Jace, because it's like, okay, like why did you do this? Like why did you like say this? But like so far, anything that's been directed to them, like anything Jace has like said that's egregious so far, has been pretty much answered with trauma response, because in their mind they thought Rin was a stalker. But I don't know. I don't know how much they're gonna get out of Jace realistically, unless they have more things to press them specifically on. But yeah, I know they're odd and needed anger management therapy based on my first interaction with that. But bro, all that to get at Rin. Yeah, because unironically, right? They try to consider Rin a stalker for, and I quote, going out of their way to block a public alt account. They try to frame it like it was a private alt account, but it's like, oh, how could a Rin known about this alt account? Come on, like, yeah. They blocked account that was like public knowledge that there was their alt account, and they spewed that into, oh, they must be stalking me. They must be like knowing like everything about me if they knew that was my alt. And then like that felt like, I guess that made Heaton feel like it was okay to try to justify something. Well, actually, there was another thing, because then Rin, right, posted something about Yoon, a document on Yoon. Yoon has like a public presence in the community where they had like their first name, like a part of their old alias. Rin simply applied to the, like, you know, address them as that, like first name. Yoon tried to make the argument that Rin doxed them. So Heaton went super schizo and it's like, can we get this guy's first name? I'm really curious. I'm really curious if we get this person's first name. And they unironically called like the FBI tips to get that. And they also went to their DMs, like trying to press them on like doxing Yoon when it was like really stupid and try to make it a racist reason too. It's like, what the fuck? Dude. This is insane. I don't know. Yeah, who are you putting to the stake this time? This is still strangely enough connected to Doodletone stuff. Believe it or not. Even though Heaton seems to be a focus on here, this is still strangely connected to the Doodletone stuff. Because I said this earlier, Jace right here is Doodletones' partner, which apparently was only recently discovered. So, that's interesting. And I kind of need to establish this groundwork that you even know what who Jace is and what they've done in order for some of the future stuff to make sense when I cover it. So, weirdly enough, this is still tied to Doodletone stuff in a way, but it's really just getting an idea of the content of Jace's character. But yeah, fuck me, dude. Fuck me. But yeah, I'm gonna keep continuing.
Yeah, seems she only told those two people because, Lyle would. I understand why. He was so angry in my call, aside from the Jordan thing, because he was under the impression I was a genuinely dangerous individual.
Well, Jace was Doodletone's partner. He cut her off. Yeah, potato, potato. I mean, honestly, that's really how it ties into it. I imagine they cut each other off. That makes sense.
Yeah, Asuka got that information from Lio, who got that from Eaton. All up. Question. Do you it's already kind of been answered, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you think if someone has a public username with their real name and decides to delete it, and then someone calls out that username, is that person a doxer or a criminal? Because I was called that.
If it does have their full name, I can certainly understand where that would be coming from.
The problem is, the
Username, first name, Opath, a pun on the word sociopath. It was his public username on YT before deactivation in 2020 to 2021, I believe.
The name they used was a pun on sociopath. It used their first name, which I didn't know about. It was already public. So no, I didn't dox. He lied. He lied and gaslit me for years, for half a decade. Question 14. Given all this information now, do you still think I committed crimes against Yoon or Heaton and not the other way around, given what I showed?
I don't think what they said about you is true.
So now you're at the conclusion, that they lied about me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I already asked that question, so I'll move on. I'm not...
Okay, let's see. The idea of pulling up things that happened years ago and are likely forgotten / not stood by anymore doesn't sit right with me. Is it purely an on-request thing for you, or a different person? Oh, sorry, different reason. This obviously doesn't go for genuine predatory behavior. I don't personally care if it sits right with you or not based on your actions, standards, and behaviors. I have no reason to give your thought on that any credence. Okay.
I'm not gonna berate you much for this because it seems you're not angry in this chat, but I wanted to say, I saw what you said to Lio about me not wanting to have this discussion with you. I felt offended at you complaining to him as if you didn't partake in a group effort of what is essentially abuse of me. It feels childish, and given you're almost 30, it's kind of
dog.
bad.
Jace is 29 years old, to be specific, 26 when he was harassing me and making those horrendous comments, brother.
Is that when I asked him about? This is from the other day when I messaged him, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, I think I remember what I asked about.
You need to forward it, probably. I thought I saved it, but I didn't actually. Hold on, give me a minute.
Are you referring to when they were saying how they don't think statements used in the past should be used to address people?
Hold on. I'm being really like hyper autistic right now. Did they censor this? Let's zoom in, boys. We need to see them at peak quality. Oh shit. I can't see it. This is fucked up stuff. Can't tell if it's blurred. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Slideshow to commentary. November 22. So these are just dates. Can't really see it. I can't make it out. This is fucked. This is fucked. This is evil stuff. Highest quality, and I still couldn't see it. This is fucked up.
I don't think statements used in the past should be used to address people in the modern time.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't even. Okay. It's more of a personal thing on my part. I will fully admit that.
It seems very self-serving, and on top of that, it certainly
says 2 June, formerly Meet 10. You could find the link. I'm not denying it. I don't even think this is doxing, but like, yeah. I just was like curious if I could just read it. But yeah, no, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
They didn't have that view when it came to how you talked about other people in the Cloud Palace, frankly.
Ephraim wants to ask a question about that.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to ask regarding this whole in the past thing. Like, how far back are we talking? Because this was 2.5 years ago. Like, that's not all that long in the grand scheme of things. Especially when you consider this community's existed for 20 years. Like, what exactly is your cutoff? Because technically speaking, as soon as I finish this statement, it will be in the past.
Okay.
Usually, I...
Well, it's actually more like I forget things, start to forget things, after 2-year mark, it's like kind of like that. See, this was 2.5 years ago, so yeah, it happens, whatever.
Consider.
Julie says the community did not exist in 2005.
Yes, it did. We'll get into this later. We'll get into this some other time. Not the point.
Okay.
Just Jace, answer the question.
I'm just saying what she said.
Usually I consider the kind of cutoff point like a year ago, because I know a person can change a lot in a year.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask.
A little odd of me. Just again, it's a personal thing, so.
Well, I'm gonna ask you a bit of a question in response. It's just, you see how arbitrary that is, right? Like, why 365 days specifically, and not, say, 6 months or 2 years? Like,
I don't know.
Hey,
if it's an arbitrary standard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it really depends, though. Like, obviously, over time, right? If something's like really crucial to you, I don't know how you'd forget it. Like, for example, right, if I were to get backlash for something maybe a few years ago, I'm probably going to remember it still because I got backlash for it. It involved me. I had, I would have people talking about me in a way, right? You don't really forget that. You may not remember every single detail like detail to it, but you're not going to forget that situation. But if it's something like that's insignificant, right? It could just be some random joke that was made back then a while ago. Like, you're not going to remember that. But I'm not sure, because here I have a little bit mixed thoughts. Obviously, that's not cut and dry of how to go about this, like all the time. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting because it's like, in a sense, it seems like Jace has been struggling from what they describe would be some like traumatic encounters. And I know, like, when it comes to trauma, like, there's a possibility that your memory might not be so good, not because you have a bad memory per se, but because your brain could try to block things in order for you not to remember as a way of, like, a coping mechanism to protect you from it. However, right, I don't know how much I could say for that here. It seems like that from their reactions, they were generally, like, generally unknowledgeable of, like, what their friends were doing. But at the same time, it is kind of tedious that some of the things that they said, like, the thing talking about, like, wanting, like, Rin to kill themselves, and that they would have gotten, like, the rope for them. It's kind of interesting that you forgot that you said that. I mean, especially if you're hating someone that much. Like, I don't know, if you really hated someone a lot, despite it being a misunderstanding, I don't know how you'd forget that. But I don't know. It's interesting. It's crazy because later in this call I do make a mention of it. Jace literally did this guilt trippy thing when apologizing to me for unintentional role he had in me being... Oh. Interesting. So this person has a little bit of, like, a little bit of a pattern, you say. Interesting. Interesting thing to consider. That kind of makes me a little bit more skeptical of their dementia, if you will.
Standard, just say so.
It's kind of just an arbitrary standard. Just
okay, well, points for honesty.
Thing. Yeah.
Light has something to say. I just saw him in chat.
Okay. Unmute.
Yeah. I'll only take like a minute. I'm not necessarily asking anything. I just want to explain to you, because this is like the second or third time I've seen you say something like that. It's not always to, like, come in and, like, drag you, but, like, okay, so we all agree that, like, or you agree with me that, like, healing doesn't have a time limit, right?
Yeah.
And you also would notice that, like, Rin's only found this, like, quite recently.
Right.
Yeah, I found
it's over.
So, yeah, with those two statements in tandem, I think it's fair to say that, like, it shouldn't, especially on the scale it's at, it really shouldn't have a time limit to come and talk to you about it.
That's fair.
We can acknowledge the growth and the change, obviously, but if it comes to being held to account for the thing you did, I don't think there should be a time limit on it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my fear is, if I can I just yap for like 2 seconds?
Sure.
I think my main fear, and I've made this clear to plenty of people before, is getting, like, fucking kicked out of friend groups for things I said. Like, I think you understand what I mean.
Well, I mean, I understand.
Sparrow's about to speak.
Get
Yikes.
cut off and kicked out in the past year and a half is... abandonment issues go fucking burr. That's the most I'm gonna say.
No, I want to be clear, Jace. I understand that, and I sympathize.
Yeah.
First off, you're adding the assumption, and Light kind of touched on this, that we're assuming you're the same person as you were then in every respect, which, I mean, have you said that, Rin, and I just didn't hear it?
Huh? Yeah, I was kind of just an anxious wreck going into this.
Yeah. Like,
Thank
I've been in the side chat directly saying that you have improved on several of the things that were causing these problems in the first place. I know you have. That was one of the big things you and I were working on.
I am kind of confused about, like, I guess the way how this is conducted a little bit. If Jace is, like, a horrible person, I don't understand. It feels like to me, right? And I could be wrong, but it feels like to me there's a little bit of coddling going on right now. And if I don't know. If it was me, right, and there's a piece of shit person in the call, obviously I think there's a difference between being civil and like coddling someone. Being civil is like, it's just like not letting your emotions get the head, like, get the best of you, but you're still like, talking about like the important matters. However, I don't know, coddling right here, it's like, I feel like it can give outs. It's like, you see, I understand that you have changed. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't say something like that because it's like, I don't know. It gives them the impression that, they're my friend, all right? Like that, like, it's going to be okay, right? It's giving like them like a little safe space right now. But like, if they're genuinely like a piece of shit, I don't know. It's just kind of weird to take that step for me. But yeah, we'll keep going, I guess.
Okay, well, what language would you prefer we use instead, Julie? Well, actually, we'll put a pin in that. We'll get to that later. We'll just say you don't behave the same way generally right now as you used to.
So...
No, yeah, I'm done, like, fucking standing up for people. My fucking girlfriend turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing for years. I'm done. Sorry.
So, do you realize that statement that I just forwarded made you look like an aggressive person, like, kind of bratish, childish and immature? Like, you were angry? Like, it was out of anxiety, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I was, like, a little bit irked, but again, I kind of explained that. No, yeah, Light's got it, I think.
Okay, well, in that case, again, we'll just say you generally behave in a different manner than you used to. I think, does that... anyone have an objection to that? Okay, yeah, exactly.
I'm not like that, viewer. I don't behave that way. I've changed how I feel, I think about things. See, I kind of agree with, like, Chuli right here, though. It's like, you're kind of giving them an out, right? Like, essentially. Like, yeah, this is the same person. Like, if they're still doing the same actions, right? It's like, you're still talking to the same person. They haven't learned from, like, their behavior. And you're just giving them, like, an out. So, I don't know. That's not what you're supposed to do in this situation. It doesn't solve anything. It's just coddling.
Exactly. Chuli just gave the words. Okay.
Okay. Question number 16. This may be a useless question because I asked this to Susie and she usually asks everything, but nope. But I gotta ask in case, because I never have a conversation with you. It would probably never happen. Which, if I do, probably never happen, but let's say it does. It's not gonna be as civil as this. At all. But did Heaton or Yoon send a script about me? About their...
Yo, Ace, how's everything going? Hopefully well. Also, good luck with the stream. I'm still on break. Because I wanted to. Also, fuck Doodle Diapers. My full support to all the victims as well. Yeah, what's up, Zaj? It's been a hot minute. Alright, we're just going over, like, this Jace call. But yeah, been interesting so far. It's been interesting.
Video to you. If so, can you send it over to me? I deserve to know what they said in it.
I don't believe they did.
Typical. Susie didn't get that either.
Interesting.
Like, I remember it being mentioned. I never saw the script itself.
I kind of wish I had that, but it is what it is. It's not anyone's fault but Heaton's.
Yeah, and Heaton's not gonna leak that ever, bro. Imagine if that did leak, that would look like such a schizo. Oh my god.
Question 17. Bit personal question. I did nothing to you. Did you ever think that maybe you should have stopped with this?
I think it got to a point where I was like, yeah, maybe I should step back and, like, just fucking chill. I don't remember when exactly that point was. I'm gonna admit this.
Okay. I'm... oh. Question 18. I checked the logs for this. Did Yoon really give pushback against a dead name hashtag?
I can explain this one.
Facebook docs of a predator not getting flagged. Sorry. Okay. I don't know. I'm not too sure about the context with this, but I guess we'll hear it out.
This one I do remember. It was when the whole thing after Boone's video.
Have a good night, Zedge.
And the hashtag with the what I then eventually learned was you considered it a dead name. My viewpoint at the time, it was a username.
Oh, okay, that's yeah.
I guess the dots didn't connect on my head on how that could be considered a dead name, but in hindsight, and I think Yoon might have like genuinely explained it to me, like in that conversation.
You see, I saw the logs, and he showed a very sickening glee in it, so it's hard to think he told me the truth on that. So unless I have multiple testimonies of people saying they got pushed back, I'm not believing him at his face value because I read what he said. It is fucking disgusting. I'm gonna show what I found today.
Okay.
And full disclosure, I fucking hate him for this.
Okay.
No pressure, but I prefer you to read this out loud or in your head.
Okay, that's a lot. Well, let's get through it. It's not gonna read itself. Rin is very fucking lucky that I'm at work right now. I think it's very convenient how she gets to stir up shit in my life and dodge all accountability. Newsflash, bitch, you make me want to fucking kill myself. Fortunately for me, I don't have the privilege of using white women tears to trick a gaggle of dumbasses into licking my clit at every fucking turn. Really, dude? You're not fucking special for wanting to kill yourself, bitch. More than half the internet wants to do that. You don't get to paint me as a potential murderer, say I'm into rape, say I abuse a power imbalance between us, lie about me at every turn, say you don't give a shit about my mental health, and expect anyone to give a shit about yours. At this point, I have to believe that this is some sort of sick fetish for you because you literally won't stop. Do you get off on harassing the Asian person, Rin? Do you get off of your brain-dead friends telling you that you aren't a piece of shit? Stop making me the villain in your fucking YN Wattpad wet dream cunt. I'd say at this point the only thing that'll get you to stop for me to kill myself, to kill myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if you find a way to lie about my fucking death so you could be the victim in that. You want to know something funny? I told Heaton to can the video. I was going to give you what you finally wanted, but you know what? Fuck it. From now on, everything you've done about my fucking death so you could be the victim. Yeah, everything you've done. What the fuck? Yeah, here we go. To me is now new fucking hyperfixation. I'm screaming every dirty detail from the rooftop, bitch. Get fucked. This is what the fuck, dude. Fucking hell. God. Fuck me, dude.
And C. Why? I don't like this. Oh, it's not in order. Shit. I'll just read it. Jesp is very fucking lucky that I'm at dodge all fucking kill my trick a gaggle of dumbasses. Kill yourself, bitch.
Okay, I read it.
Paint me as a imbalance. Everyone just for you because you get off. Stop making it be a surprise. You want to know something funny? I told.
Dude.
From now on.
Dude, I got mocked, bro. They usually weren't reading the screenshots, and like the one time I read the most, they decided to read it. Like, fuck me.
Get fucked.
sorry. My mouth is just fucking hanging open right now.
You realize?
In addition, I never ever said June was into fucking rape. This is him implying I said he wanted to rape me when I never did. Gross.
Is that sexual harassment, right? Did you see this? In fact, you saw this. I want to ask anyone. Has anyone saw this thread and thought this was okay? Because if I saw this, I would have been extremely triggered by it, especially up to time. I fucking hate this bitch. The blackmail didn't make me hate him. This did.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm just... Can I stop getting duped, man?
See, that's really been like the responses throughout this whole thing from Jace. It's either, I don't really have much memory of it. I thought you were a stalker and it was just trauma response. And man, why do I keep getting lied to, bruh? Shit, bruh. That's fucked up. Like, I don't know. I just don't really see much productivity like with talking to Jace. They're probably gonna do that another like handful of times too.
I hate him so much. He can eat rocks.
The problem is, this isn't you being duped. This is right in the open where you were.
Good point,
You're
Lyle.
not duped. You just went along with it. But let's not mix words there. You're not some poor thing that got manipulated. This is just what you were fine with. You're not a
Yes, Lyle! Get him!
Victim here. You're part of the problem.
I think I would have called that out
No, you
if
wouldn't.
I saw it.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't, because the way you deal with conflict is by not dealing with it.
That is true. Earlier in this call, I don't even know much about Jace, right? But earlier in this call, when they saw people making death threats to Rin, they literally said, when people get aggressive like that, right, I tend to step away, which is my bad, right? So, of course, the natural thing to assume is if they saw a thread which is even more aggressive, they're definitely going to step away. Okay, so yeah, that would definitely be believable. Yeah, they wouldn't do anything about it.
I've seen how you act when you get in conflicts. You don't. You rely on other people to do it for you, so don't play this game, please. I'm not in the mood for it. You would have sat there and you would have laughed along with everybody else, because that's what you've done in these chats.
Then them pussy wasn't questioned. The cum jar.
You were the one talking about giving...
Sorry.
You were the one talking about giving Rin the rope.
True.
And
so did you dupe yourself?
Yeah, put me in a straitjacket. That was correct. Also, being happy about me being isolated forever. As if I was not blackmailed off the internet. God. I'm sorry if I'm coming across as mean in this.
No,
I'm trying so hard not to be.
You've got every right to just... Ugh.
I wonder if Lyo's like building like a Gundam during this. That'd be interesting.
Question 19. What else has Yoon said about me in calls? Or, yeah, just in calls, if you can remember.
I don't remember anything.
See, that's another... I told you they're going to do it another dozen times. That's really just their only answer palette is, I don't remember... This was a trauma response, so that's what I was like, and I was manipulated by lies. Like that, this is just really not getting anywhere with them.
Alright. Whatever, I guess. Final question. Question 20. What will you do from this day forward? Are you going to talk about this publicly to take accountability for this abuse? Because apologizing for doliling me and not this kind of hurts, to be honest.
I mean, I can certainly issue an apology as much as it's fucking years late for that.
Yeah, you also blocked me on Blue Sky, believe it or not. You blocked me before I blocked you. I don't know why you did that. Yes, you did. I can check on Clear Sky right now.
I can certainly fix that.
Why'd you do it? But why? Why,
Just let me
Jace?
get it.
Why'd you do it?
Give me a minute. Here we go. Trauma Ray, B-Sky, Social Ace. Blocked on the 18th of 2025.
Oh, that was recent.
April 18th, 2025.
So that would have
Blocked
been
me.
recent.
Didn't even say anything about you. I kept you anonymous in my video. Yeah, this year, correct.
I'm gonna be honest, I was just still in avoidance mode.
You kind of realize that kind of comes across
They're running.
as you.
No, I understand how it comes across.
Don't say it.
Sure as fuck wasn't my intention.
Okay. Because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of crashed out over that when I first found that out. Especially when you wronged me and I did nothing to you. So.
I'm doing a lot. No, yeah, you've got a point. Wait, who is? I don't know who Hidden Heroine is, but that's true.
Hidden heroine mention? Yikes, bro. Hidden is like evil, bruh. Shit.
So
Not
what
kidding.
are you gonna do?
I fuck with Hidden.
From here on
Not
out,
Heaton,
because
but I fuck with Hidden.
I will publish this. I will censor anything if you want, if it's personal details, because I don't. Even if I don't like you that much, I don't want to do that to somebody.
Oh yeah.
I'm not recording this, by the way. I'm giving credit where credit is due. I don't know who's recording this. Yeah, Asuka. I will credit you if I put this in a video.
Alright.
I hope you feel remorse for this.
See, this sounds like right now that it's kind of like coming to an end, coming to a close, right? However, as you can see, there's still like there's a little bit under, a little bit over an hour left, right? So, actually a little under an hour, but yeah.
I'm not happy with everything that I saw. I was very upset seeing you talk about the rope thing, because I actually did want to kill myself with a rope. That really hurt a lot. Yeah. I hope you learn from this. I hope you do better and you won't be so angry at people. I understand you have traumas.
I can tell you one thing, I've genuinely been toning it down.
Yeah, I probably sure. Yeah.
A lot of times I don't even have energy to get angry anymore, or at least properly angry.
Just channel your anger for beneficial things rather than people who are vulnerable. And because full disclosure, the amount of people harassing me, not just that, but people drawing Breitbart of me knowing I'm a rape victim, sexualizing my suffering.
Dude.
That could have led up to a body count, along with sexual harassment from you and Avi. So.
Sorry, the art thing just kind of floored me for a second.
Yes, that happened twice.
Oh my god. That's beyond fucked up.
Yeah, that happened
Holy shit,
2
I'm so
weeks
sorry.
before the hashtag. It's why I was so suicidal.
It's not about not being angry, it's about being better moving forward, yeah. And for what it's worth, I'm fully comfortable saying this. I have been getting therapy, albeit it's on pause for a minute because my insurance decided to fuck me, but...
Yikes, I'm sorry to hear that.
See, it sounds like they're coming to an end.
America sucks.
See, I don't know. It sounds like it's about to end, but like it's still like around an hour.
I'm glad we were like at least able to talk like stuff out
See,
here.
even Jace
I'm
thinks
gonna
it's
be
at
honest,
the end.
I was actually expecting you to be angry or mean to me, even though I was trying to... But I guess this went a different direction.
I'm like actively trying to be chill here. I've got some fucking tea and my cat next to me and everything.
Okay, so why does it still go on?
Anyone else want to say anything?
See, it sounds like the end. Is there like a second call? That's like attached to this? Because I'm curious. I'm really curious. How does it still go on? Does like Jace say something that's gonna be like fucked and like it's gonna turn into like, you know, a 30-minute like confrontation? Because it seems like Rin has gone through all their grievances. I'm really curious.
You want to say your final words, I guess? I don't know.
I've already left the community at this point, so...
Okay.
Sparrow says say or something.
What?
Oh, okay. I'll go after Sparrow then. I'll go after Sparrow. Let Sparrow go first.
Sparrow!
Okay, thank you. Okay, I wrote my questions down so that
Sparrow
way I know what
mentioned.
to say. I would like to preemptively apologize if I come off as aggressive in how I word things. That's just how I worded it. Okay, so my first question is, so you understand when the chips are down, you tend to prioritize and believe your friends. With that awareness, I have to question why you always seem to be involved in groups doing some shit. Why do you continue to get involved in sensitive situations when you seem to be very aware of your inability to critically analyze your friends' actions and handle things in a more responsible or tactful way?
I think I realized a while ago that I shouldn't be in spaces like this anymore. I know I can get aggressive. And
How long
I know
ago
I
was a
can
while ago?
pop off a little harder than I should be. It's, I mean, honestly, might have even realized that even back after all the September shit. So, being a yes man is, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's not particularly good. And actually, I feel like that leads to my second question. The second general thing I want to say, it does also end in a question though. You can support your friends without needing to say anything condemning people. You were not that long ago talking about being duped, and while that was called out for not exactly being correct, if you believed you're so easily duped, why the fuck are you speaking against somebody or like anyone when you should know by now you cannot trust your own judgment?
Oh.
I trust my friends too much.
Yikes.
Well, Jace, I understand that, but my point is, if you acknowledge, if you can, no, if you can acknowledge that you cannot trust your own understanding of situations, why the fuck are you not just focusing on supporting your friends through situations that you understand are difficult for them, without condemning the people that you clearly can't properly judge how much they've actually hurt them?
Yeah, I mean, why would you hop on a
you-
bandwagon if you are,
Because
so me? I get
it
lied
would
to
not
a
have been a
lot.
problem if you were supporting Yun through a hard time because you felt as though they were going through a time that was very mentally stressful for them. It was a problem because of the way that you spoke about Rin. If you had just supported Yun through that hard time, there would be no issue. So my question remains, why are you continuing to it's just not clicking for me, I guess. That's also a good question. Why are you putting yourself in a position where you know you're not going to ask questions, where you know you're just going to get angry at people?
Oh.
Like, you've clearly pointed it at the wrong person in this situation. And you've clearly made note that you can't really trust your own judgment on these things because, you know, like, you feel as though you are easily manipulated as far as I can tell. So why the hell are you not just focusing on supporting your friends instead of like focusing on shitting on people? Very weird to me. And although I don't really feel like I'm gonna get an adequate answer for that, my last question, this is the one that I'm most concerned about asking. So Jace, I need to preemptively apologize. This is going to come off as mean. But why the fuck do you always have to be the victim in every situation? It happened in September. It happened when you were like literally apologizing. It's happened in this very call. You need to look inward and ask yourself that. Like I'm asking you now, why? Like you were talking about how like you get manipulated or whatever, even though you're literally like, I don't want to say you're a useful idiot, but
Well,
like you're out here.
Oh, fuck off,
Well,
Jace.
that's
Fuck
not like the
off.
point.
1
The
HP
point being,
voice. 1 HP voice.
Jace, you have to look. I'm asking you simply to look inward and try to understand why you always have to be like you were manipulated. You're dealing with all this stuff. You're like stressed. You're like Jace. I was emotionally manipulated. Like Jace, you're complacent. You can just say I was.
The only thing I'll say for you, Sparrow, just for a little bit of like, not anything crazy, right, Sparrow? I think like you're doing pretty well. The only thing I would say, it's like if I were to give you like a little bit, like a little tip for later if you do these again, is because technically Jace didn't really answer the questions not well anyways. So instead of like hopping to the next question, I would just advise that you try to like really pry an answer out of them. Because it's like, I am kind of curious to the answer to those questions, but they kind of just were like, meh. Yeah, so they didn't really answer. They weren't really engaging in it. Otherwise, I think your questions are pretty valid so far.
Complacent. I'm sorry, and then not do it again. But this is a repeated pattern I've noticed over the course of I don't know how long, but it's a little
I know
irritating.
what you people are gonna do if I do say I'm complacent.
Oh god, crashing out. Okay, so I understand why there's another 40 minutes to this. Fuck.
Jace, you can admit to fucking something up without like you can admit that you fucked up without it like
Lyle grabbed a water.
What do you think people are gonna do if you admit you're complacent?
Abandoned like everyone else.
Oh, okay.
And seeing it
who all was
happen again and again.
Shush, shush,
dude.
Who was abandoned?
Lyle has way too much patience, bro. Way too much patience.
So much happened over the course.
Stop. I don't need a monologue.
Never mind. No, I still think he had a lot of patience for just waiting in the call, but I don't need a monologue. Dude. Mogged? Fucking hell. Oh yeah, what's up, Rin? Fucking hell. God. But yeah. Anyways. Here we go.
Do not need or want a monologue. That is not what I asked you. I want names.
I know there's a lot of stuff I've missed.
That's not what I asked you. You said, abandoned like the others. Give me the names of the others. I am not raising my voice at you. I am not yelling at you.
But you're talking sternly, Lio. That's her weakness.
I would have said
Name me the
Susie before all of this. I would have
Jace.
Susie was never abandoned. Hold on. I've got
I'm
this.
sorry, my...
Susie was never abandoned. Susie left and chose not to be in contact. So that one doesn't pass muster. Try again.
But you abandoned Suv Livy, Lio! I swear to God, if Jace actually brings that person up, I'm gonna crash out. I fucking hate Suv Livy. I fucking hate them so much. But then, yeah, no, Doodletones just, left on their own accords. That's not really abandonment. Like, were they kind of like, kicked out of the community? I mean, they were held accountable, but like, it's just kind of like that point where they were like criticizing them and Doodle just ran. Like, it's not like Lio made them delete their channel. That's not what, like, I'm sure no one would want them to delete the channel. All right, they wanted that, they would want to archive all the videos before that even happens. So, God, fucking hell. If I sounded weak, I didn't want to be mean. I'm sorry. Oh, you're fine, bro. God. Ah, fucking hell. But yeah. Anyways, we're gonna keep it going.
I remember
that cause a breakdown.
Calm down. I've got this.
Sorry.
I want names. Who's been abandoned?
I know that in the past, people like... One of the few names coming to mind is Mav, because people are chill with him now, and at the time of, like, Cloak and Dagger, Mav got kicked out with a lot, too. Just
Why?
as an example. Oh, Mav's a she.
Why? Why?
Maybe abandoned.
I'm going to ask you to stop paying... Okay, I'm going to ask you to stop paying attention to the chat. Stop looking for reasons to avoid what I'm asking you, because you're going to actually make me mad if you keep that up. Then stop and focus.
I'm trying.
Mav did not get abandoned because they admitted complacency. They got quote-unquote abandoned because they enabled horrific behavior that led to a buddy of a predator existing in a space for 2 years doing God knows what. So that also does not meet the metric, because if every person you are going to mention is somebody who has been expunged from the community for similar things, then that's more telling of you than it is the community.
No.
Yikes. Jace talks back a lot. You see, I thought the call, given how like the vibe of it was going, was going to end like 10 minutes ago. No, this is interesting. They're crashing out. But yeah, it's kind of funny that they're doing this right after saying, "Oh no, I'm chill as fuck, man. I got tea, got my cat I'm petting." Yeah. Oh, I didn't fucking please don't fucking do this, please. Like, yeah, dude, fuck me.
Who do you think has been abandoned?
Abandoned wasn't the right word.
Then what would the right word be?
Kicked out. Let go of. Let go of.
Why do you care about that if you? Then why do you care? You say you left the community. Why would you care if you got kicked out?
There's some people who are friends that do still kind of associate with this community, like people like Habit, Saf, Amy, things like that.
Okay. Are any of us running to them to tell them not to talk to you?
I don't know what's being said behind my back, because there's always things being said behind people's backs.
Can I just?
Yeah, and I wonder who helped attribute to that.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry for breaking you up, but I'm genuinely tired of this. We've sat here this entire time, like suffering through emotional manipulation of boo-hoo, I was manipulated, boo-hoo, I'm gonna be ostracized.
Yes!
You're the perpetrator in
Base!
this situation.
I know.
Base hidden!
Like, yes, sure, there may be some, like, manipulation that was
Get
going
them
on behind
hidden!
the scenes.
Get
Whatever,
them!
Sure, I'll give you that.
Good day
But
for
I'm not
hidden
gonna
heroin.
sit here and watch you be like, oh, if I say something and I speak up, I'm gonna be ostracized. If people are ostracizing you for doing the right thing, which is speaking up, then, you know, you shouldn't even be around them to begin with. So, like, sit down, think about yourself, and stop making yourself the perpetual victim of this entire situation. You're gonna be fine. If people are shitty, like, if shitty people are, like, cutting you off because you're telling them, hey, what you're doing
It's
is
not even
bad.
what I'm trying to do. It just.
Well,
No, what you're trying to. No, what you're trying to do is the same thing that you do every time you're confronted with anything. You become the weeping individual who can't answer questions magically,
Yeah.
Yes, you are. I can literally hear it in your voice.
You're the weeping individual. Yeah. I can hear you. Trust me. I know crying. I've dealt with lots of crying. Literally, Jace, you are the biggest crier I've ever met. You are literally breaking down into tears right now. It's embarrassing. Sigh. Not like fine. I didn't really know much about fucking like Jace before this, but just this call alone and just seeing their behavior with how they answer questions, I could already grasp what type of person they are. And I don't really have much sympathy, especially after the screenshots. Like, how do you conveniently forgot that you told Rin to kill themselves, bro? Really? Really? That you'll buy the rope or like provide the rope or some shit like that? That you just like saw like, like your friends being schizo, try to dox them and shit like that? I don't feel bad. I really don't feel bad. So it's like, this, I'm laughing because you're getting fucking mogged right now. Like, dude, you're going boo-hoo, I'm the big. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I mean, I don't know, man. I think I think this was just a trauma response personally, or I forgot, or honestly, I just can't believe I keep getting lied to. Interesting. I mean, you're acting like that alleviates all criticism off of you. It's pissing me off. It's okay, but fucking hell, God, the weeping wimpus. Yeah, fucking hell, God. But God, fucking hell. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Please do not lie to me. I don't appreciate it. I'm tired of you doing that because you do it a lot. To me specifically, you do it a lot.
You don't have to apologize for snapping. That was funny.
And I'm tired of the behavior. And I'm tired of the self-victimization. And I'm tired of the pity parties you play every single time you are called to account for things. Because you do it every single time. And part of the problem with this community is they let you get away with it because everyone in this community wants to put every bit of focus on some random person's...
I probably should have been harsher, but I want to direct that energy to Yoon or Heaton. Honestly, Rin, I'm not even gonna like blame you. Obviously, like it's I don't know. If you're having a conversation that's based off of like, an emotional dilemma and like your feelings, obviously you're not gonna like do like the most, I don't know, being super civil or being super rational is not really like on the table. Like, so I'm not gonna really hold you to that. It's obvious that like Jace is like really annoying. But yeah, I mean, they've done some fuck things. Heaton did some really fuck things. Yoon did some fuck things, even just from like what I gathered with the screenshots here. Yeah, obviously, like it would be funny if you could crash out at Heaton because they would deserve it. But I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know how realistic a call with Yoon is going to be. This is like how you kind of said in the original, like the opening. This is probably going to be the closest that you get to any context of that. But yeah, I'm not going to blame you for being fair and kind. I mean, that would be stupid. But yeah, no, I get that thought. I get that. But yeah, I'll keep it going. I'll keep it going.
Emotions instead of whether or not the emotions have any validity based on the situation. I'm sorry, but no. I'm not your therapist. I'm not your parents. I'm not here to play that game with you.
No, you see, he's Jar's Tad.
I have literally watched you this past year play these games. Enough. Go ahead, Sparrow. I heard you peeping up. No, you're... Stop. Oh my God, stop.
Yo, shut the fuck up, Sparrow. No, I'm kidding.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was also going to say, like Jace, you acknowledge that you have these problems, and everybody's acknowledged that all they want from you is to do better. Jace, in order to do better, you have to actually admit that you have a problem. You can't just sit here and be like I understand being manipulated, but Jace, you bring this up every single time somebody points out that you said something fucked up or you did something fucked up. And you have to be willing to acknowledge, oh, hey, I just did something really fucked up.
No, I know I fucked up.
Well, then Jace,
why the hostility?
You have to just be willing to acknowledge that. You have to stop, like, bringing up every single time it gets acknowledged, like, oh, I was, like, dealing with this, I was dealing with that. Because while it's understandable it's also
it doesn't
does not
excuse it.
change that what you did was still messed up. And while an explanation can be appreciated in certain situations, in others, it has a time and a place, but you keep just trying to explain your actions instead of just really acknowledging the scope of damaging things you've done.
Yeah.
Which can't really do much more for you other than you just being like, oh yeah, I fucked up. And then you keep making the same mistakes. We've seen it here. I've heard it since as far back as September of 2024. Jace, this is a repeated pattern. All I am asking of you is for you to stop trying to explain your actions away because you were a victim in this situation. You were a victim in that situation. Because while it's understandable, it also doesn't mean that anything that you did was okay in any circumstance.
Damn.
And also, sometimes it's just not the fucking time or place for it. Somebody asks for your explanation for why you did some fucked up shit. That's one thing. If you're apologizing, it can be good to be like, this is why I did this, but, you know, it obviously was never an excuse, and I'm going to work forward on handling this better. That's an understandable reason
jump
to bring
scare,
up, right?
Fucking hell.
But Jace, if it's being brought to you why you did something fucked up, if your only response to that is to apologize and explain it away, or just explain it away, that doesn't do anything for anyone other than like let you live in some fantasy that you like didn't do anything that fucked up. It's not healthy, especially when all we're asking of you is to literally just acknowledge this shit that you did. Please, I'm literally just begging you.
I know.
Just
I know what I did.
What can you say it?
I did stuff I don't even remember doing, clearly. I've been a fucking terrible person.
Oh god, hidden
to Rin.
unmuted, hidden unmuted, hidden unmuted.
Well, Jace,
say something awesome.
It's-
Oh, they remuted. Yikes.
I'm glad that you can understand that. What I'm not understanding is why, like, you can acknowledge that here, but the entire time Rin has been confronting you, very kindly, might I add.
Yeah.
Because if I was in Rin's shoes, I'd have been a lot more heated and aggressive. I'm gonna be real. But why? What I've been hearing from you throughout this call has been some variation of, you know, like I was, like, why do I keep getting manipulated? Why do I keep just going along with my friends? Jace.
No, it's just a hindsight thing.
Okay, and you can have that hindsight moment in the comfort of your own self-reflection.
Thank you for the 2, loser. Pure evil garbage. Oh yeah.
But you do not need to be putting that into here, where people are trying to tell you the fucked up shit that you did to them. It's not a
I don't remember. I was manipulated. I was duped. I'm a terrible person. Dude, on God, bro. Like, dude, they picked up on it too. They really only have like the same fucking replies. It's literally nothing.
appropriate. It's not appropriate, and it's not okay.
I think you need to learn to be in communities that aren't hostile, and you need to learn to look between the lines. But that's just me. Sorry.
That's not the problem. It's not the problem. Somebody else asked to speak. Who was it?
That was me.
Oh, Jester of the Moon.
All right.
Okay. So I can understand why you would, you know, kind of bring up, oh, I've been duped or I've been manipulated. But I just want to say, like, you do realize that, like, how do I put this? While that might not be your intent, you doing that in the middle of a call that is supposed to be you know, apologizing to somebody you wronged, comes off as you trying to throw a pity party for yourself that wasn't even supposed to be there, correct?
The more I think on it, yes.
No,
I
Lakari.
understand how it comes
Don't cry in
across
front of your
that way,
kids.
and maybe that's what I'm doing, and I just haven't
That's more or less what everybody's been trying to tell you.
realized.
Anyways, that's all.
Okay.
Let's let's not do the laughing at the end of every statement, because there's nothing here that's funny, frankly.
No, it's
because here's the problem.
You find that funny?
It's not the community. The community didn't force you into this. They didn't make you do this. The community brings out the worst in me. I've been in this community for a while now. I'm not doing any of this stuff. The problem is it was a person.
Well, Lio, hi. Let's not talk about past actions, okay?
Choice you made. And now when you're confronted with it, suddenly you can't take it. And when I say you can't take it, you do what you have done every other time you've been confronted. You melt down, you try to act like it's somebody else's fault or that it was some other external problem that led you to this. No, you just like being cruel. You like being in groups where people are mean girls, where you say unhinged things that you don't think anybody else is going to see.
I mean, I sure as fuck.
Dude, you literally were talking, like, cheering that they were isolated and wanted them, like, and they said that they should be in a straitjacket and that they needed a fucking noose. Okay? I know that you said you thought they were a stalker, but bro, that's still fucking unhinged. And you said this in a server that you really didn't think was going to get leaked, which really just, like, shows these are your true and honest, like, raw thoughts. Fuck me, man.
Why, when it comes time for rubber to hit the road, you don't want to do the work because you're used to other people doing it for you.
Yeah.
Which is why you tried to use me. And I want to be clear, I know you've given me a billion different apologies, but every single one of them have proven to be objectively dishonest. And all it takes is for you to think for 1 second that you have a way out of having that apology to be honest and true, for you to retract it via actions. Because I watched you do it in real time when Liv was taken to task for their nonsense and you got stupid with me. Because that is who you are. So you're acting like, well, I just found out that my partner was yada yada. I'm just going to posit something. I'll be real blunt here. And this isn't the level of argumentation. This is just a belief. I don't think for a second you would have broken up with Susie if you didn't think you'd get grief for it if you didn't.
No!
You don't know how I was feeling.
I just said it's a belief. I just said it's a belief. I didn't say it was a level of argumentation. What do you think that means?
Right now, your belief is wrong.
Cool. Your actions tell me otherwise. Therefore, again, based on our previous conversation, due to your previous actions and how you operate, I am not under any inclination to believe what you are telling me or value your input on that. Especially considering you came to me for validation that it was the right choice to make.
Bro. Bro.
I just cut her off not 24 hours beforehand, and I'd been having a lot of, like, am I really doing the right thing type of thoughts. And then I started learning more and more and more stuff that I wasn't aware of. And
so you go to a person you have been... So you go to a person you have been historically an absolute dick to for validation that you made the right choice.
No! The Jace and Doodletones collab project will never come out now. No!
No, when I said
that's what you did.
Bro.
Please don't cut me.
There is no. That is literally just what you did. It's not the subtext. It
Lio's
is just
crashing
the
out.
text. I'm not your dad. I'm not your moral arbiter. If you need somebody to validate the fact that you broke up with somebody who did horrific
you could technically
things,
say, like, Lio's yelling, but,
a
like,
lot
this
more
is
trouble
nowhere close
than
to his
anyone
old
else would
yelling.
think you are in.
And I would get annoyed at Jace, too.
What you wanted was the blessing of somebody you think is in charge.
Bro.
I am not that for you. Get your own values and stop relying on everybody else's to suit your needs.
That is kind of a
Be an
weird
actual
decision,
adult
though.
for once.
Like, if I was constantly shit-talking someone, that would be really weird for me to be like, yeah, do you approve of this action I did? Haha. I just need to make sure. Haha. Anyways, bye. Like, what? The fuck? When hasn't Lio crashed out? Funny. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's times that he's pretty simple, I would say. But it's funnier when he, crashes out at people that deserve it. So who cares?
That's all my input on this at this point.
Oh. And then the room went silent. Because it was awkward.
Anyone else?
Okay.
It's Sparrow.
So I was waiting for after Lyle was done, but Lyle finished before I finished sending my message, so my bad. I guess the one thing I really want to say, like, Jace. Okay. As far as I can tell, you've held to the idea that you're a well-intentioned person. So, yeah. So, I'm gonna let you in on something, Jace. If you're well-intentioned, okay, you should be acting on those well-intentions by being willing to acknowledge and accept and grow from things that you've been criticized for doing. Like, you were just trying to fight Lio on this shit. You were trying to be like, and
okay, you cannot say "Don't cut me off, Jace," and then be cutting off Sparrow, bruh. Come on. Rules for thee, but not rules for me. But I think honestly, like I don't like I know this call is pretty serious, but I think like something that's just kind of like funny to me is that like you'll hear like Jace crash out to like the most peaceful lo-fi zen music, and that combination is just really funny to me because it's like what the fuck, lol. But yeah,
Jace, you've been like I was trying to tell you earlier, like you have to be willing to acknowledge you're gonna fuck up, and I'm trying to illustrate the point to you that you've been making yourself the victim in these situations. Jace, if you were well-intentioned, you would at the very least be willing to try to understand the point before attempting to argue it. I'm not saying being well-intentioned is taking every single piece of criticism that comes your way, because no human's gonna do that. That's absurd. That's stupid. That's not even like a normal standard people have for themselves. But Jace, if you're well-intentioned, you have to be willing to acknowledge when you fuck up, and you have to be willing to accept that sometimes you've done things that are baseline disgusting, and you have to grow from that. You can't keep trying to argue with people, and as far as I've seen from Light, you've kept like treating Lyle like shit. Jace, you're being informed that Lyle felt it was inappropriate. If you're well-intentioned, you would have just been like, oh, fuck, my bad. I didn't realize you would view that as inappropriate, even though, gonna be honest, you really should have. And just like accept that it was something that was viewed as inappropriate and move on. Jace, it's being pointed out to you that it feels like you continue making yourself the victim in these situations. If you are well-intentioned, you should be willing to acknowledge, oh, hey, these kinds of discussions are not the time and place to be bringing X, Y, or Z up. So I need to stop doing that and just start trying to be more understanding when people are trying to tell me that I've done something that hurts them. That's something a well-intentioned person should be willing to do. So I'm going to have to ask of you, moving forward, that if you are well-intentioned, moving forward, be more willing to hear things about you that you might not like for the sake of like being able to recognize that you have done fucked up shit, and sometimes there's nobody else to blame it. Jace, manipulation's not your fault, but you're a grown adult. Have some fucking sense. You do not have responsibility for being manipulated. You have some responsibility for the fucked up shit that you said. being manipulated does not excuse that.
I know that.
And if you're well-intentioned, you need to be willing to acknowledge that. That's all I really wanted to say. But I just looked in the side chat. Like, Jace, at that point, I don't know how well-intentions explain that. Like, that asked if I were in your shoes, Laya would be the last person I would go to for validation on that. Because, like...
I was talking to him anyway and kind of just thought to ask about it. That's the only thing I can really say.
Well...
Excuse me. No, you literally added me to ask me for validation. What are you on about?
No, what I added you for was to ask, like, hey, can we just, like, talk for a bit?
Ted.
Because I did genuinely want to try and talk things out. And, like...
Crash out!
Be at least on slightly less rocky terms. I'd like to think that's fair, and...
Your statement says...
You rightfully shot me down.
Hey, sorry to message you... Hey, sorry to message out of the blue. I know what's going on with Susie, and I feel the need to let you know this because I get the feeling that someone is going to ask. I just made a very difficult decision and cut Susie off. It was admittedly stunning to me to do, but I knew things were likely going to get worse, and I just cracked. I had the feeling I'd be given an ultimatum anyway, and so I ripped the bandage off. I know things have been really rocky between you and I, and I'm admittedly spiraling a bit right now, but can we, like, talk, just in general, to bury the hatchet and all that? What does that read to you as? Because it certainly doesn't read to me as just having a heart-to-heart talk. What that reads to me as, you made a decision, you wanted validation, even when you make it very clear the main reason you did it is because you were worried about being given an ultimatum.
Bro.
A lot had happened in the past 24 hours at that point. I knew! I didn't!
See, that part still doesn't make sense to me, right? You acknowledge that you have a rocky relationship with Lio, right? So, admittedly, like, this is all so fucking autistic, but, you know, I'm here for it. But, like, honestly, right? You're, like, you know, you admit to having a rocky relationship with Lio. Why would you go to him for validation or advice on it if you don't like the guy at all? That's so bizarre. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't think I would ever go to someone that I don't like or don't like talking to or have had like beef with for advice about if I made a good decision or not. Like, what? Just makes no fucking sense. It just doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't add up. And they're kind of like dancing around it by saying I was spiraling. But you need it. I need you to answer that part. Why? Why'd you go to Lio specifically? I'm kind of curious.
You
listen.
Oh my god, no.
Listen, please, listen!
Do not raise your voice at me. I will embarrass you out of
Yes, Hidden, go! Go, Hidden! Go, Hidden!
If you want to get your point across, I don't think raising your voice at this point is really going to help you much.
Yes, Hidden! Embarrass them, Hidden!
The message you sent to Lio literally said, I cut it off because I know this was going to lead to trouble, and because I was going to be given an ultimatum. That does not read as, oh, Susie did fucked up shit and I don't want to be associated with that. So you did it for outside validation again.
No, it's not.
Dude.
In hindsight, I know how that
Get them hidden. Get them hidden.
I'm so...
And spiraling.
Give me a second, please.
I need a breather.
Okay.
Let me drink my calming tea.
After
Tore up I was about what happened with Susie, there was a lot of the details I didn't have still. And I was kind of torn on making a decision. Because, God, I loved her so much. And I didn't want it to be...
I loved her. My heart. Sorry, I did this all that was going through my head when I said that about Doodletones. Sorry, I'm a dick. I'm sorry. Keep playing.
True. I think I was still in denial. I had a lot to process. I didn't sleep until 7 a.m.
Okay, stop. You're doing it again. Stop.
No, I'm...
I'm so tired. Everybody in this call is giving you way more grace than they should. You're consistently emotionally manipulating the entire fucking call every single time you speak.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Can you please listen?
Brother.
Everybody who's been listening, and every single time you come at this, it's, oh, I was manipulated. Oh, everything's so hard for me. I don't give a fuck.
Get them! Get them hidden!
This
Yes!
is about how you wronged Rin. It's not about your little woo-woos. It's not about your little boo-hoo. I'm bad. I don't care. You fucked up, you keep fucking up, and you're not willing to take any accountability because every time you're asked for it, you would self-victimize. So for once in your life, I am begging you to just sit here and give straight up answers and not devolve into your little story of how everything is so sad and how it's so hard for you. I don't care how hard it is for you. It's hard for everybody out here. We're not making it a point to use it to emotionally manipulate a call that's holding us accountable. So stop.
Yes!
And also, Jace, this is what I meant earlier when I said time and place. It's being pointed out to you that you going to Lio about these concerns was inappropriate, and you're bringing up all of these factors that was making it emotionally difficult for you. Jace, you have friends. And
Allegedly.
you are a grown fucking adult. I'm sorry, you have both of those things.
Yeah.
So, and also, I want to point out from the message that was read, Jace, you should know that as a person who, as far as I'm aware, has wronged Lio, and because of that, Lio doesn't want really to talk to you on that level, you should know it's not your place to be like, hey, can we talk things out? Can we bury the hatchet? If that's not something Lio wants, why the fuck why do you feel it is your place to ask about that?
That's actually something I mentioned and said about wanting to add on to Sparrow's point, because
Who is
in
that?
general, these things about talking about
New character, what the fuck?
your pain specifically, from the whole I was manipulated to the whole like you breaking up with Susie and what you meant to Lyle in those messages, like even beyond this call, this goes about the taking these incidents and trying to make them about you specifically. Like, there is a difference between, like, of course, I'm not saying you can't.
To be honest, I would be so real. I probably could be in one of these calls later in the future, but I would be so real, dude. If there's a person that I just genuinely don't like, that like deserves it, I don't know how much I could hold it back, bro. Dude, I don't know. I'd do my best to be civil, but holy fuck. Dude, I'd be as stern as Lio, bro. Maybe even worse. I crash out. Fucking hell. Ah, God.
Talk about pain, of course. But what I'm saying is, when this call is being about taking accountability for your actions, and you start skewing it to be about your personal pain over the pain that you've caused, not like as mentioned, not just emotionally manipulative, but it makes it come off as a whole as you are ironically trying to dodge accountability, trying to avoid addressing what the actual problem is.
Yikes.
And like, Jace, I really do want to believe you when you say that you're well-intentioned, or at least you try to be. But it's a little difficult where in the same call where I'm asking you to recognize there is a time and a place to recognize your own personal issues when it comes to situations where you've potentially done something inappropriate or negatively affected somebody, you try to do the exact same thing that I was telling you was a problem earlier, where at an inappropriate time where you did something that you have since been informed was not appropriate for you to do, you bring up negative things that were affecting you to be like, yeah, well, I was going through this and I was going through that. Jace, lots of different people go through lots of different things all of the time. It's very
Yeah.
understandable. It can be understandable to a degree.
The fucking 1 HP mumbling would make me crash out the most, right? If I was like trying to explain something to Jace and they go, "Yeah, nobody really likes me," or I would like rage. I would rage. I would lose it right there. I would like fucking hell. I would be diabolical in these calls. Because like another problem, like, you know, with the presentation, how this format goes, which is gonna happen with like the group confrontation calls, right? Whatever, right? Is sometimes it doesn't feel like Jace is answering the questions, and that's because Jace is being quiet. They're kind of just sitting there, just letting things be said. So it's like, I get why people keep asking questions and moving on, but Jace is not really directly responding. I would definitely like be like, okay, Jace, what do you got to say? All right, I just basically said something to you. I would like for you to respond respectfully or something like that. But like they're just not really doing that with anyone, which is like really annoying. That would annoy me. The mumbling, the 1 HP voice, them yelling, dude. Like I would tweak out. I genuinely would tweak out. That's why Hidden is so base, dude. They're just letting it happen. They're just doing it. They're doing it. Yeah. No one liked me back, so admittedly that is frustrating. Yeah. Dude, I mean, man. I don't know. It's like, dude, it's impressive to me how civil it started. Now it's just like Jace tried to crash out and then just like failed miserably. They thought they could change the tides but couldn't. But yeah, you gotta have so much restraint. It should not start yelling at them. True.
Jace, you noted in that message you were spiraling. I am 100%, I'm actually 110% sure that you have people that you can go to when you are spiraling. And the reason I am so sure of that is because you were literally talking about earlier in the chat, people that you are friends with who you do not want to lose.
Actually, I know I keep cutting Sparrow off, but imagine this, right? Imagine this call. You see, I think I could survive it, right? I think I could probably hold the restraint, you know, if I tried, right? I think Beckett could probably do that too. You know what would be really funny, though? You know who would be really funny to put into a call like this? I don't even think he'd want to. I think he'd be like, God, fucking kill me. You see, I think Chris and Narc would be funny to put in a call like this. I like, that would be really funny to me. But yeah. But no, I obviously I don't think Chris would last that long in this environment. But yeah, letting it play.
You could have gone to them, and it would have been maybe not timing-wise, as of recent, specifically appropriate, but you have other people that you can go to. I'm sure you have friends. So I'm not sure why you went to a person who you've wronged and not only try to get their validation on something that, I'm gonna be real here, you as an adult should have the ability to validate yourself on, because you're in a community that always talks about the right thing to do. So if you were internalizing any of that, you should understand on some level, yeah, that was probably the right thing to do. And B, you acknowledge the shitty things that you did to them in your message asking to bury the hatchet about it, which is not your fucking place, considering you were the one in the wrong in those situations. I have to question how, honestly, how much can I value those good intentions when Jace, like...
Yeah, what's
You're
up?
Still live?
Yeah, I still got something. There's let's see, 3 plus, still like 20, no, it's 13-ish minutes, like, 15 minutes left of this call.
You have something else, or this is the last thing?
This should be the last thing. Why, what's up, buddy?
Yikes. Dude, I was just like, you're still live? I'm sorry for you.
I've been live for over 5 hours, and this is only covering like the ground basis.
Yeah, that's why I'm not touching this with like a pole. I'm just avoiding it like the plague.
The thing is, though, I've disliked Doodletones for so long, so I'm enjoying it.
I just don't care. I just don't care about Doodletones.
You see, I've been streaming for over 5 hours, but it doesn't even feel like that. All right? I'm enjoying it.
I don't know how you can do that. I don't think that's a good thing, Ace. I think you need to go see a doctor.
So this is why I'm perfect for live streaming, okay? I can endure this, I'm having fun, dude. Like, this call with Jace is so fucking funny. Like they
You're gay.
They unironically started crying. It's really funny. Like okay, like I'm having.
Okay, that's peak though.
Yeah,
That's peak.
that
though.
is peak.
Wait, is this the Lio call?
No. This is Doodletones X that I just figured out that now. I thought they were still their partner, but no, this is their X. And we've been learning some interesting things about them, and I have to establish who Jace is in order for the future coverage to make sense. For because I got to go over a person named like V Omega later on, and like I also have to go over like some Cloak and Dagger shit, and then at some point I'll get into the Lio calls that he put out with the Confrontation of Doodletones, which, to be fair, I'll be really interested. I'd be really interested for like that to see how that goes, because I really want to see what Doodletones has to say in defense of like because they defended George Raccoon, right? Unironically, George Raccoon drew a 16-year-old like in a sexual kink fucking art drawing.
What?
And they were 22, and Doodletones defended this and just said that they were creepy for it, and said it wasn't grooming.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's beautiful actually. And like keep in mind, George Raccoon has defended, like said, even in Doodletones direct DMs and like in like DMs of like Leo or whatever, like the person they groomed, that they groomed them. Like they unironically said the line it. This is why it's so funny to me. They said, "Is there anything I could do to make you feel better besides not grooming you again?" That was a real sentence they said. That was a real sentence they said to Leo, and I thought that was fucking like what the hell. But they also admitted to just grooming, and like Doodletones is like, I'm not really satisfied with that. So okay, buddy.
I'm not satisfied with that.
Yeah, that's why I was like, bro, bro. Dude, I'm way too invested in this, bro. I'm having a blast. Might make a video, we'll see. But I also found out
video on Doodletones.
Yeah, but like I didn't even know. I got like a cherry on top of this Jace call because I found out like fucking Heaton was worse than I thought. I have just another valid reason to hate Heaton, bro. They unironically try to get a person's docs because they were schizo. Like, and they try to like get their docs via using FBI tips, bro. Like, yeah, I know. Like, just another reason to hate that bitch, dude. Like, fucking hell, like they're gone.
Lord, that's actually evil.
No, unironically, they're like a schizophrenic. But yeah, fuck me, dude. Like, I've
actually terrible.
Yeah, I've been like, actually containing all the information I'm going through. So, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
I'm surprised your computer just hasn't exploded yet. Honestly,
it wants to. I could feel it. But yeah, but yeah, but yeah.
Well, I'll leave you to your devices. Just wanted to see if you're still alive, and apparently you're still suffering.
So yeah, have a good night, buddy.
Go touch grass days after this.
I walk an hour or two every day. Okay, like this is evil.
You walk once a day?
No, I walk every day for an hour or two.
I think you need to be
walk every day for an
more.
hour or two. Okay,
I-
fuck you. I've touched grass every day.
You only walk for an hour? You
Or
only like
two.
walk out. You only walk once?
No,
like
for
you
every day.
Roll out,
every
you just
day,
crawl when you roll
every-
to
yeah.
bed. You
I
just
start
crawl.
rolling like Link. Okay, fuck off.
You start rolling. You start rolling. To
You're
your
about to get the
computer and be
spindling
like,
treatment. I'm gonna like roll. I'm gonna tie you up for 3 years.
It's like you roll out of bed, you start rolling to your desk, be like, "What's happening in the RCC?" Oh, Kristen Art DM me.
Yeah, so it's spiteful. Oh, what's up, Gamma Live? Fucking hell, dude. Okay, we're gonna get through this call. We're gonna get through this call.
I don't even know if I can give you any goodwill after that. Because it's so fucking... It's so... No. It is so fucking insane to me that you sat here and did that after I just got done explaining to you why it was a problem. You know how insane that is?
Jace still hasn't Wait, Jace still didn't... What the fuck? Jace still didn't unblock Rin at this point? They literally said that like almost an hour ago. Fuck me.
Jace, this is not some little oopsie. This is a repeated pattern of behavior that you have illustrated my point for. So thank you for that, I guess. But in doing so, you have essentially shown, at least to me, that the goodwill that I've had, or at least tried to have, has clearly been misplaced. So thanks for that. I guess. I don't know. I'm irritated because why the fuck did you do that? Deadass.
It might just. It
Yeah.
might have just been on impulse. Just
Okay. Okay, so you can acknowledge that you're impulsive.
Oh.
Yeah, I can certainly.
Okay.
That.
Oh, okay. So then, why the fuck are you instead of I don't know, thinking about your actions for more than 2 seconds, like normal people with normal impulse problems try to do before they do something that might be impulsive? You just act on it anyways. You seem to be very aware of your own weaknesses and problems, at least when it comes to talking about these kinds of situations where you fucked up. So I don't understand why you don't just actually fucking work on it like a normal person. Because I want to believe that you're capable of that, but I don't understand why you don't just fucking do it. It's difficult. It's not impossible. It's never been impossible. And I don't understand why you you continue to do that shit when you should fucking know how fucking like it has been illustrated. Point being, TLDR, final summary, because I don't want to start repeating myself. It has been illustrated to you how that was inappropriate, and you still did it.
Yikes.
I don't think there's any excuse for that. I don't think there's even really any real explanation for that. And I don't really think I can give much grace on that.
I hope Yen asks us a question. I like Yen. They're cool.
So I guess I'm done talking because if I continue, I'm
They're probably just a little
gonna start getting really pissed off,
just
and I
watching.
really don't want to do that. So thank
Yikes.
y'all for letting me speak.
Are we done? Because I want to give my final words.
Sure.
12 minutes left, okay.
I wish you the best, even if you've hurt me a lot. I'm hoping that you can post an apology, I guess, and tag me, because I have my tag here. You can copy and paste it or whatever. I'm not gonna deny I was not a great person back then. I'm not an angel. No one is. I'm trying to better myself, and you should as well. I'm sorry. This one's unscripted. I didn't write this one down.
No.
I'm just gonna say we both struggle with impulse issues. Learn to read between the lines. Learn to not break yourself away from the habits of being around mean girl circles, because it transformed you into this monster. Not on the level of monsters, but like a bully that caused me pain.
Yeah. I came to this realization a while ago that I think being in a lot of circles like that has just kind of brought out the worst in me, so I've just taken myself out of a lot of this.
Same for me. I just want to finish everything off. Though my video on Heaton is on indefinite hiatus because I said this in the Susie call last night, and I said this publicly. I had nosebleeds once and twice a day.
Alright, yeah,
for
I
6
saw that.
days straight, going through the logs because I was. This things said were incredibly traumatizing to look through. And I had to have a friend look through it because I couldn't do it alone. And I had to have a call in here because I did not want to do it alone. And I was seeing things in real time with people and just copying and pasting it in Bryn's bin. And I hope for your sake this will be your wake-up call. If that makes sense. Maybe I'm not making sense.
No, don't worry, you're making perfect sense. And
okay.
Quite frankly, I'm
good. Are we done? Sorry if I took up much time.
Clearly not, bro. There's still like
Don't be.
9 minutes.
The only thing I'm going to add, because
Hi,
God
Eden.
forbid, if you issue that apology to Rin, if I catch any "oh boo-hoo, woe is me" in that is not an apology. Okay, that's an excuse.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you
for
got him.
once, I am begging you to sit down and just be like, "This is what I did. This is why it's wrong, and I'm sorry for it." No context, no whining, no boo-hoo, my life is so sad, everything sucked, nothing of that. Because that's the least you can do. You already significantly failed throughout this entire call by being emotionally manipulative, like, at every turn you could be. So the least you can do is issue a proper apology. And I hope you're able to do that.
I hope, for your sake, that this will be taken as a learning lesson. And that I am not too harsh in this because I full disclosure, I did not want to take out the anger that I felt for you upon you because he was sexually harassing me.
Honestly, you would have had every right to be quite fucking honest.
Well, no, because you didn't do that. But if you knew about that, I would have been having every right. But I'm too tired to be honest.
Fair.
Let's say, I don't want to leave just in case like something else
Again,
happens, but it
I
seems
have
like it's
heard a
definitely
lot
come
of
to a
people.
conclusion.
I've heard Ephraim. I've heard Maria Kutsu. I've heard Lily. I've heard Laka. I've heard so many people. So I'm not here to judge you too much. I may have said angry things about you in the server, but that was out of sheer shock and anger of what you said. I don't permanently hate people or dislike people. It usually just goes away over time if that helps with you or whatever. I hope you have a good night. If you like,
I
have a
just
good night.
looked at the sidebar. Spare said they just remembered something.
Okay.
Oh.
I guess I'm just like Jace. I feel like we've had this conversation before, and I think that's part of why I'm so frustrated.
Oh.
Because we have talked about this. Like, I think we talked about this in like January or like, not January, sorry. I think it was like March or April-ish.
Oh, the thing with
Yes, Call, Light, I, and Jace had sat down and had a conversation, and I brought up very issue. I guess I'm just frustrated that we are back here. So, I guess that's the main takeaway I have is I don't understand why you've spoken about being good intentioned.
See, yeah, that 1 HP
Yeah, I
voice would make me
think-
crash out. Like, especially if it's cutting me off,
I'm
bro.
fully done after this. I just want to say, like Jace, like,
sorry.
You've known you've had this problem. You seem to be very aware of your issues, but you've known you've had this problem. So I'm not even sure why you got upset that it was pointed out to you as being a trend when you've done it before in multiple situations and it's been called out every time. So
I'm sorry to cut in.
Oh.
But I do think something hidden in chat needs to just be addressed. Do we get everything after this? Else we run in circles again. Because I was even gonna highlight this part. I think at this point we've kind of just been going in a circle, like NASCAR.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, Jace, like, there needs to be actual improvement shown. Like, at this point, you cannot keep just apologizing for things or admitting you fucked up. You
I
have to
sneezed,
actually work
guys.
on it.
It's not that bad.
Apologies only go like so.
Look, I've always had loud sneezes. Okay, you should hear it when there's an echo outside, bro. It's bad. It's bad.
Far, and I think you've like long exhausted that. So, I'm done. That was all I really wanted to emphasize. And that was it. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make anyone feel like we were gonna go in a circle. My bad.
It's okay. It happens.
All right.
But yeah.
More thing. Hopefully, this will be the last time I ever have to set foot in one of these spaces.
No.
I'm trying to close the book on this part of my life and do better things. I fucking guess. I was happy to come in here.
And guys, shut the
give Rin
fuck
some
up, bro. It's
closure,
just
and
sneezing. You guys are
seems
evil.
like we got that.
See, you're used to the fucking neurotypical sneeze. That's how I could tell you guys are neurodivergent and I'm neurotypical.
At the very least, if nothing else. So, like,
I believe so.
Yeah,
I don't believe I'm gonna have a chat with you at this point. I don't think he will, and he sexually harassed me in the most one of the very disgusting way. If
Yeah, I doubt Avi would be there.
have a conversation,
I don't think
it
he
would
will be there. I
much
know
more
you.
like, I don't know. I would be yelling, and I do not want that with who I'm living with and stuff. Sorry.
Something caught my throat.
Are we done? We're all done, right?
I believe so.
Okay. In that case, I can dismiss Jace if you guys want. Jace.
You did not just say dismiss. Is that a real thing that you guys do? Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think you're okay to leave now. See ya. Like, dude. This reminds me of Goblin Archives when he was like asking me, be like, "Do I have permission to leave the call?" Like, you can click the hang up button anytime, bro. You watch an hour and a half call while streaming. You think you're not autistic? I think I'm just invested. Okay, difference.
You are dismissed.
Court is adjourned. That's not real. You guys aren't real. You guys are not real. You guys, no. You guys are not fucking real, bro. Oh, God, fuck me. Bro. Oh, well. You guys can go now. See. Brother. I don't know, Ultra. If Flyo said that, I'm gonna make fun of him for the same thing. I have not seen that call. Bruh. No, I gotta autistically see who said that. Hold on.
You are dismissed.
That's okay, Ephron.
Court is adjourned.
Okay, who said it? Who said it? No. Okay.
Jace. You are dismissed.
Court is adjourned.
Jester said it. Jester, you motherfucker. Jester, you motherfucker. Court is adjourned. No. You see, I see. You see, that was Ephraim for saying Jace, but like, nah. He said Jace, you are dismissed. I see the green line here, Rin. Okay, I see the green line. There's no green line here. There's a green line here though, and that's 100% Jester. Okay, there's no way. They also sound different.
Adjourned.
See, and then the green light goes away, and then you muted. See, it was 100% Jester. No. You guys are fucking. You guys are liars. You guys are liars. You guys are fucking liars. Okay, the reason. Okay, if we gotta watch this in slow motion. Okay, fuck me. All right, because you guys are evil. Okay, you're gaslighting me. This is like Jace all over again. You're gaslighting me. Say.
You're dismissed.
See, green line, green line.
Or is it?
See, right here, different voice, different voice. That is Jester. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. Okay? I have the clear observations.
Hamburger.
Who just joined?
Why are you a pedophile?
Shut the fuck up, dude. No one asked. God. Fucking loud bitch. Anyways. 2 more minutes left. Fuck me.
Have a good day. Or night, I don't know.
Have a good day or not?
I wish you the best.
Never mind, I'll just like DM, I guess.
Yeah?
I don't think the person I want to DM is even in this call. Anyway,
Wait.
later. Bye.
Brother.
Okay, so
My God.
So, okay, personally, no, I'm not a pedophile. That's fucking obvious. Calm down, guys, okay? I'm not like all these I'm not like the other art commentators, okay? I am a neurotypical straight man, okay? Dude. Personally, while Jay shouldn't have trauma dumped, I feel he was genuine in this. I expected a lot worse. Jace has since apologized in a Blue Sky thread to me. At least they followed through with that. Okay. So I got something I need to address. Just got done with a call with regarding a number of nasty remarks I made about a few years back, including one that was very much a death threat. I don't know if I can quote stuff without getting flagged, but I need to openly apologize. Not only for the hurtful and aggressive remarks, but for blindly believing people I saw as my friends without a second thought. It says something about me the way I never really think for myself, just kind of follow the general consensus on things. That's a problem itself, honestly. Not only are for the hurtful and aggressive remarks, but for the blindly believing people I saw as my friends without a second thought. Says something. Yeah, okay, sorry to that. Along with that, I've been a part of some manipulative behaviors, whether I realize it or not, and need to just really take a look at myself. Try to get back to therapy, and insurance fucked me over. I don't even know what much I should be saying here other than I'm sorry. I was a right bitch, plain and simple. I need to fucking do better. I've been trying to take some steps even before this, but just a matter of figuring out to go from here. Openly, Rin, I don't know if sorry is even enough, but regardless, I'm sorry. A lot of people hurt you, myself included, and I just hope that past this point you could feel some peace. I don't know if I've worded this correctly to the slightest, but no excuses. I've been awful, all there is to it. I'll be off for a while to reflect, to try to get my shit together, so do what you will with this. Just, I'm sorry. It's alright. I mean, it's alright. Well, wait, since he said, what am I discombobulated? What? What are you on about? They said it, not me. What are you on about? What are you on about? Hi, Yen. Oh, what's up, Yen? You're still alive. What the fuck? Yeah. You could tell I'm kind of interested in the doodle topic a little bit. There's probably more Blue Sky threads. Based off how that screenshot cuts off, maybe. Unless that's just the rest of the video. Alright, Reddit. Okay, I hope this serves as a decent explanation of why the Heat and Mitsuri into June video is on indefinite hiatus. Now I will finally direct this at Junion. Yup, you irreparably damaged me and actually ruined my life for years. You never mentioned any of this in the written call. I thought you cared for me behind the scenes, but I suppose I was wrong. And it looks like the music's over. Not once did you mention or come clean that you gaslit me with Avi Haltman. Not once did you come clean about sexually harassing me yourself and constantly lying. Dead. Said you made me you made others apologize, which is fine, but you never gave the full honest extent of your involvement. You know I was traumatized and you made those remarks anyways. I had to find out about these on my own. When given the call of hell, it's by Lio Convoy. You trashed on me being grounded, mocked me for being sexually harassed, admitted to criminal activity gleefully. Bro. Maybe you no longer stand by this behavior, fine, but I deserve better than that. Hey, so I doubt this is going to happen. I'm mainly saying that out of peace of mind, but I'd like my message to Rin not to be used for anything. Not saying you or Rin would. I want to keep out of any discourse. I just want to move on from all this. Okay, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I'll remind Rin of this too. Thanks. I personally haven't been getting involved in any other things either. Hi, sorry for bothering you. I was wondering if you could probably pass a message to Rin for me. Hi, of course. You're not bothering me at all. What's the message? Sorry I was writing it. Hi Ren, sorry for bothering you. This was something I wanted to say. Hopefully you show it better in the next one. Please say you do. Whatever. This apology, especially Gwen, you didn't want it public. It's infuriating looking back. Now I'm not going to judge if it's genuine or not. This isn't my call. This apology, yeah. The point is that everything you did is now in front of me. You had no reason to keep this from me or forget about it, honestly. You were just as bad as I was when I was 19, if not worse. You're almost 30 years old, like Jace June, and here you were acting like a fucking child, sexually harassing, blackmailing, abusive asshole. Don't bother for resolution. I won't give guarantees of forgiveness. If you apologize again, I fucking hate you for this. If you apologize, make it fucking good with no excuses. Thanks. Reasonable crash out? Bitch, are you stupid? There, that was a double W thumbnail. But yeah, God. Fucking hell. I've been alive for a long time. Fuck. God. That was a lot. That was a lot. I mean, sets the groundwork. It only gets crazier from here, to be honest. I'm gonna have to see the calls. But next, I'm probably gonna have to look into the Cloak and Dagger stuff, because I've been told that that's something I need to look into for some of the Doodletones stuff that makes sense. And then I might go, like, after that, because it's either gonna be that first, or I might just, like, bite the bullet and go over, like, the Lio Convoy 5-hour thing with all the calls. Because there's quite a bit. There's quite a bit. Keep streaming? What do you mean? What do you mean, Yen? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, keep on streaming. Yeah, keep streaming. Keep streaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah. Epic crashed out low with the text. Yeah, no, fair enough. But, yeah, I don't know. It's, honestly, there's a lot to go over. Because I know I gotta go over the Cloak and Dagger stuff. That's probably gonna take a bit, but I'm gonna be real. I don't really see me surpassing around 6 hours. Okay? There's no way. This has probably been the longest stream I've ever done, but it was done with passion. Okay? It was done with heart. Alright? But fucking hell, there's a lot of developments that are going on. Whether it's a video that's going to be coming out that, like, even that one person talked about with Chuli. So Chuli's supposed to be making a video, which I'm going to be curious to see. I'm going to be curious about the confrontation calls, like the 5-hour video. The Cloak and Dagger shit definitely needs to be looked into. So, yeah, there's just still continuously stuff coming out. Keep streaming. Slur. What the fuck? Listen to the 5-hour video now. Fuck you, Yen. Alright, fuck 24-hour stream. I don't think I could mentally do that, if I'm gonna be real. Even passionate like me has a limit, okay? Even myself, when a lot of, like, passion has a limit. But, yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Even though the topics are not the best, it's interesting. It's interesting. But honestly, I should be looking for someone to raid right now. Make a part 2. I'm gonna do several streams, Ben, like Rin. I got, like, there's gonna be, like, 2, at the very least, 2 more streams. At the very least. Probably 3, if I'm gonna be real. At the very least. Just with, like, the given context that's out there now. That's why I try to get as much out of the way now, and I'm glad with what I did get out of the way. But yeah. But just take your violence, man, you will. Passion. Yeah. Hold on, let's see. Who can I redirect it to? Psych! I'm going to FPS Diesel, bro. That guy's awesome. But yeah. Okay. Whew, fuck. But yeah. Yeah. I think you guys will love going to that stream for 20 days. Literally, the 1,000 years of Doodletones happens in one stream, guys. Yeah, I'm not taking you to Brow. Yeah, I'm not taking. I'll take you guys to a safe place called Diesel. FPS Diesel. Okay, I like Diesel. Diesel's chill. But yeah. Okay, well, it's been fun. I got other stuff to go over, like later. Oh, was that the Mrow weirdo? Gulp? Yeah. Yeah, you see, I would have sent it to Dickers if he was still alive. Or like, Opluck. Those are the two people I like rating into, but they're not live, so it's whatever. But yeah, I like FPS Diesel. He's chill. But yeah, I'll catch you guys next stream, which will probably be pretty soon. So, you guys take care. You guys have fun too. See ya.